Everyone looks at you and asks you, you're a tiny little boy. Posting on Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude? And women want to have sex.
Your job is posting, you're gay. Okay,
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house, and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
Fantastic premium, no matter where you are in the world. I'm a song player in this HOGWATCH broadcast coming to you live from cold but sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic moment. Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another spectacular day. I'm a song player, and I hope you're all. I'm a song player. I hope you're all having a fantastic one, because today's gonna be a good one regardless. You sound tiny. What? I can't hear you. God damn it. What a start. Hello? 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 What is happening? My microphone is busted, dude. Actually, good intro, good intro, good intro, good intro. It's crazy. Okay. I did that fucking CBC convo. I did that goddamn CBC convo and it broke everything. Hold on. It's the damn sticker. What do I do? How do I change like the voice permissions or whatever? Like, I think that's the major problem. I think like recent Microsoft Access is on. Okay. I mean, I don't know how to fix this though. It's on the privacy security front. I nuke Zoom from the system. Now voice is okay? No, but it's not okay because the microphone is low. And it literally happened when I gave voice perms to... It only got low when I gave voice perms to freaking... Art of Oz sub only. So you subscribe, bitch. Why you got a fucking problem with that? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no. You have to subscribe if you want to see the VODs? Well, that's right. That's what's going on. Okay. I love listening to your VODs on the company time. But today I was greeted with VODs because with a sub only message. Yeah, I did switch it over. I have I'll explain it in a second. Hold on. Rashida's not on the stream today. I was wrong. I fucked up the I fucked up the dates. But let me just try to figure out. Yeah, it's all on YouTube anyway. I tried to figure out the audio perms real quick. I don't know why. Is there a thing I can do? Can you make the VODs non-sub only? Yes, I can, but I'm not. And it's not about being greedy, for the record. No, I have a lot of fucking psychopathic rabbit haters who want to go through the fucking VODs and just like literally clip whatever the fuck they can, or just like look at the chat and be like, look, see, they're bad. They're bad. His chat is bad, or whatever the fuck. So I'm like, yeah, if you want to do that, you're going to have to pay the piper, baby. Fuck it. That's what it is. Haters, I'm making my haters the waiters at my table of success. You can check the system levels, window key menu, window key / menu, sound input. Okay, sound. Choose a device for speaking or recording. Microphone, Rodecaster Pro 2 main stereo, audio capture dual, audio dual HDMI default device. Wait, maybe that's the problem. Hello? Is this better? No, I've swapped it over to the default device, but that's not going to change anything. Hold on one second. Maybe if I crank it up here. Oh. Oops. Sorry. Oop. Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? I think 1 1 1 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3. Okay, it's peaking a little bit. All right, I think this is perfect now. This is good. This is good. Now we're good. I spilled coffee on my DQ, asshole. Sorry, sucks to suck. Okay. So, folks. This is dumb. NMP leaning tower of headline. You're paywalling your own viewers who can't afford to subscribe. What's next? Dog, you can literally watch the VODs on YouTube. What are you talking about? I don't even have copyright. What the fuck? I have the highest level of accessibility in terms of my content. It's so funny to be like, it's really messed up, dude. What do you mean? You can just go watch it on YouTube. The fuck? And it's not even like it's not beneficial to me if you go and watch it on YouTube. It's beneficial to the YouTube VOD channels that I don't even control. There's a million fan channels out there. It unironically is not even, this move is not beneficial to me at all. I think a lot of people don't do that. Or a lot of people are just like unfamiliar with that shit, so they don't understand it. But yeah, you're such an asshole to your followers. Without your followers, you're useless. I agree, first of all, and I disagree with the being an asshole to my followers. I don't know what's happening right now. Why are people yelling at me? Yeah, it's more so for your safety, if we're gonna be real. Did you see what happened in Amsterdam? I didn't. I briefly looked at it yesterday, and immediately, in the process of me briefly looking at it yesterday and not even understanding what the fuck was going on, these dipshits literally fucking, look at this. Hasan's chat becomes indistinguishable from Nazis during the attacks in Amsterdam. Like, they posted it on fucking LSF, and it's a tweet that they posted on LSF that they clipped out of context. And it's so funny because it's like, first of all, I didn't even know what the fuck was going on. And it turns out these were fucking soccer hooligans that were saying like insanely racist shit, and other soccer hooligans beat their asses. So I don't know what the fuck is happening here. But I guess I was like clip chimp. This is a complete lie. Hasan was talking about how it's funny. People were complaining about artwork done by Gazan children at a hospital. Literally 2 seconds after you cut the clip says, not this. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah. It's kind of wild that like these guys are such shameless little fucking monsters, right? Breaking. Hasan Piker learns about the ongoing pogroms against Amsterdam while live streaming on Twitch. He gives it all 20 seconds of consideration, even saying it's kind of funny. He then goes on to cover something else. Pay attention to chat. Base, so base, too base. All of this in response to organized armed violence of Jews in the streets of Amsterdam. And it's like, I have no idea what the fuck was going on. And it's so obvious, like, that this is artwork by Gaza school children after. Oh, this is the same one. This is the OG clip. And they were like, oh, the OG clip couldn't, like, we couldn't lie about the OG clip. And they're all coordinating it too. And it's like, it's not going to work, brother. They got someone permanently on our chat to clip and use it against you. Yeah, I know. But it doesn't matter. It's dumb as fuck. This shit is not going to work. Oh. After complaint. What? The Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are getting attacked right now in the Netherlands after ignoring the minute of silence for Valencia victims and singing racing chants about the extermination of Arabs. Dutch Moroccans are making them aware that this isn't...
It's for the children! For the children!
What the fuck? What is happening? This is the video. This is the OG video. Is this ceased to be funny and now I'm in a bad mood? I mean, it's still kind of funny that it's like, well, not this. I don't know what the fuck's happening. They do this all the time in the Western world, all around EU and the US. Yeah, like it's so obvious that I was in between covering two separate things and I said, not this. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. And they just literally clipped it out of fucking context. Artwork. It's just like it's so obvious. Like this operation is so fucking obvious to just like cynically be like, Hasan wants pogroms on Jews. It's like, come on, dog, come on. Literally said, well, not this. It doesn't matter. These people do not care. Okay, I'm in the Twitter community notes program. Got your back, King. Yeah, community note this shit, brother. What the fuck? Speak some truth onto the goddamn matter. Because it's not a pogrom, you moron. Hasan Piker, 21st century's most influential anti-Semite. Breaking. This is literally 1 second after Drew cut off the clip, showing Hasan was laughing about something else entirely. You're pathetic. 7.6K likes, no community note. This entire tweet from Drew is a lie. And there's a video from the end of Drew's clip into the very next words out of Hasan's mouth. So why are these guys so desperate? It's just crazy. It's crazy. Like, give it a fucking break, man. I didn't even give it a goddamn break. Block Drew, ignore him forever. I did, but this fucking dipshit's getting motion again. Already annoyed by his voice. Lol, bye. Oh, man. That sucks. Okay, well, it is my voice. I can't really change it. It's happening now with the shit in Amsterdam too, my guy. It's not just you. I know you know that. As Old Chatter said, it says a lot about you that I believe it. Yeah. Also, yeah, blocks are fucking useless. It was a deliberate provocation orchestrated and encouraged by Mossad operators. I don't think it was fucking Mossad. I think it's just like straight up a bunch of dumbass soccer hooligans being racist. What else is fucking new? You know what I mean? This isn't even like hello? What do you, are we now like looking at football ultras and shit and thinking that like they have normal politics. Like, of course they don't. Mossad was there. Just in case, Mossad agents joined Maccabi Tel Aviv. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. I was corrected. Okay. Well, regardless, I still think it's probably fucking dumbass football hooligans who were behaving in a racist way. I'm sure that Mossad was there to protect the Maccabi Tel Aviv football club. No, you want to hear something really unhinged from one of the survivors of the soccer situation? They claimed it was like October 7 for them. Yeah, no, they're God. I mean, yeah, we'll look into it a little bit further. Fear not. I'll get a better understanding of the situation. I'm like not too familiar with it. I didn't really look into it at all. But we'll figure it out. You know? Next game is against Besiktas. I hope it does not happen. I hope that they do not play against Besiktas, because that shit is... Bro, Besiktas fans kill each other for not being sufficiently pro Besiktas. It's like Çarşı, okay, is famous for sometimes killing one another because like they're like, no, I love Besiktas more than you do, okay? And they'll fucking kill each other sometimes. Like, their hooligans do not mess around. In Turkey, we have like way more barriers that separate the fans from the fucking players for this reason. Like, they will storm the fucking pitch and go nutty mode. They'll light up fucking torches and shit in the middle of the goddamn it's not true, I'm gonna claim. Yes. Tomorrow's Remembrance Day for the Nazi pogroms as well. We're gonna hear the dumbest, most disgusting takes in Germany tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it's so crazy. It's like yeah, I like that there's people that are being like, literally cut off the 2 seconds where he says not this, because he was talking about the story of children's artwork getting taken down in the UN. Literally can't read. Is sad because of course they can. They just willfully ignore and change the narrative. And hey, is the top comment. Yeah. It's like, it's such an obvious fucking smear operation here. You know what I mean? To be like, Hasan is so anti-Semitic in his community, but we can't catch him saying something anti-Semitic. So we're just going to claim that his community is anti-Semitic. And then, you know, he's not monitoring his community because he's secretly anti-Semitic. It's like, dog, are you kidding me? Nicholas Fuentes is popping off. Like, if someone was anti-Semitic, this is the best time to be openly anti-Semitic. Trust me, okay? Like, it's so fucking stupid. I am not an anti-Semite. No matter how hard you fucking try, it's not going to stick. 57% upvoted. The real Reddit community can't push it down. Nothing else pops off like that. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. You downvoted all day, every day. It's still not going to... It's not going to work, dude. Every fucking thing. Everything. This shit used to work so goddamn well. It would drive media discourse for literally weeks. They'd be like, oh, a prominent Muslim anti-Israel guy said something that we are massaging to mean something anti-Semitic. Let's talk about this endlessly, right? Now, everybody understands what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? Everybody understands what the fuck this is. Everyone's like, wow, oh, interesting that this guy who has spent his past like 10 fucking years professionally combating anti-Semitic sentiments, anti-Semitic tendencies, and yelling at fucking neo-Nazis, seemingly that guy is actually secretly been an anti-Semite all along. Why? Because he's anti-Israel. No, this shit doesn't work. I don't believe it. It's not gonna fucking work. I think everybody understands exactly what the fuck is going on, okay? And the media can keep fucking doing this shit too. Hey, HasanAbi, I may need to read the room, but the past WODs are going to require a sub now since you're not running ads. I hope not, because I love watching things I missed at the gym. Hope you have a good day. Yes, you can watch them on YouTube still, chatters. Like, there's VOD channels on YouTube, aren't there? Yep, they're still doing it. It's getting less traction. 4 almost identical headlines. Israel football fans attacked in Amsterdam. Israeli soccer fans attacked in Amsterdam. Okay, Israeli soccer fans attacked in Amsterdam. Israeli soccer fans attacked in Amsterdam. And it's like, yeah, dude, hooligans fucking fight each other like all the goddamn time. The idea that like this is somehow an anti-Semitic pogrom is really funny, because there are literally straight up openly anti-Semitic neo-Nazi fucking football hooligans out there that would love to do an actual anti-Semitic pogrom. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it's wild to me. It's fucking wild to me that they're like, whoa, football hooligans are fighting each other again? What? That's insane. I literally saw comments about you earlier with different people saying you are too far left on one side and not a real leftist who supports terrorists on the other. Yeah, it don't matter, dude. Fuck them. It don't matter, dude. Fuck them. You know where I stand, okay? If you see people, what? Jewish women literally cooms and goons on HasanAbi at a daily basis. This anti-Semitic shit is getting old. Okay. People are not going to know contextually that the person who's saying that is Jewish. Okay, calm down. And then they're going to be like, wow, he's fucking anti-Semitic. Anyway. This is a great meme. I'm gonna use this today. All right. Let's blast off. Let's freaking blast off, okay? Amsterdam hooligans clash. Trump regime is upon us. Astead Herndon of the New York Times will be on later to talk Kamala's to do a real autopsy of the Kamala campaign. Osita Nwanevu on to talk about the anti-institution vote. Bro, clear the sticker from the mic. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Rashida Tlaib is not today. I was wrong. I didn't realize that was scheduled for a different day. It's going to be next Wednesday. Rashida Tlaib is going to be next Wednesday. I also have Felix Biederman of the Chapo Trap House on tomorrow. So we got a lot of guests here, okay? We got a lot going on. Fear not. Do not worry. I hate all the people. I hate all the fucking Gavin Newsom will be the fucking person that save us shit. Have you seen FD's take on the election? He surprisingly went, the lib analysis of America being a reactionary country and misogynoir is what tipped the scale. I mean, look, I think misogynoir is demonstrably a real thing, but ultimately good campaigning and good messaging should be able to overcome that. I mean, the greatest counter to that is literally Mexico, the only country in the Western Hemisphere that did not actually see the same incumbent disadvantage that happened historically in every developing nation as a consequence of global inflation, right? There was a global inflationary shock that created an incumbent disadvantage for the first time ever in all Western nations, right? Mexico was the one country that did not have that problem. As a matter of fact, AMLO was broadly popular, and his successor, Claudia Sheinbaum, a Jewish woman, by the way, in a country that is 98% Catholic, in a country where femicides are a massive problem. Okay. She won. And she saw many successes. And that is because of the expansion of the welfare state. That's it. That's literally it. There's nothing else. Expansion of the welfare state, wage increases, boom, boom, boom. People will literally ride for you for the rest of their fucking lives. It was so massively consequential in Venezuela that motherfuckers voted for Maduro, okay? And not because of Maduro, but because of Chavez. People will never forget. If you put money in their fucking pockets, people will never forget that. If you improve their lives, people will never forget that. Did I misspell Osita's last name? Uh-oh. Okay, I fixed it. Nwanevu. AMLO also kept inflation low and increased the Mexican GDP with leftist policy. Yeah, that's it. That's why I said, like, there's still plenty of room for growth in Mexico, and there's plenty that was that you could take issue with respect to AMLO. But the reality is, like, with that, they liked it. You know what I mean? They respected him. They liked it, and we can do that here too, right? Adjusted to the American material condition. Fuck. What is happening with this microphone today? I don't know what's going on. The busted mic moment. Multiple times has been busted today. Cable might be a little messed up. The sticker cursed it, yeah. I should have never voted, man. I voted one time, put the sticker on here, and boom, microphone is broken. It's messed up, chat. It's the sticker. The Dems are attacking you? Yeah. Oh, Murad, do you want to order food? By the way, I forgot. Are you sure? All right. We lost because you only voted once? Yeah, I should have voted illegally. Whoa. Who said I only voted once? Guys, I activated the mules, okay? The problem is I activated only 2,000 mules when I should have activated 3,000 mules. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. What do you mean? Oh, I didn't fucking vote illegally. Are you out of your mind? I love voting. And I love voting illegally. In the event that we remain loyal to the text of the Constitution, and insurrectionists who previously took an oath and allegiance to the Constitution is disqualified from holding office unless Congress votes to remove the disability. Trump is an adjudicated insurrectionist, ergo. Libcopium, baby. Libcopium. They're doing stop the steal. I love that. It's fucking sick. Just take the L, man. With what? What are you saying? Dude, Trump supporters, I think, have gotten dumber in like the last 4 years somehow, where it's now virtually impossible to have a conversation with them because they're not even responding to things that I'm saying, like, directly. Like, how do you have a conversation with someone who's just like, I don't understand anything you're saying, and by God, I will not let that get in the way of us having a conversation where I yell at you. Anyway, Okay. Someone else is living your car dreams. Oh, dude, yeah. Ford CEO Jim Farley slammed for driving Chinese-made electric vehicles, slap in the face. Dude. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's fucked up that Jim Farley gets to experience BYD and I don't, you know? I want it. Like, I want the Yangwang. I want Yangwang 9, dude. That shit looks fucking incredible. It can jump. I want that. And it's like, how the fuck does he get to do it, but I don't? Is Xiaomi okay? Fuck it. I'll take the Xiaomi. Only the oligarchs get the BYD. Yeah, the oligarchs of the Canadian public transportation. The oligarchs over at the Canadian Public Transit Board and their fucking BYD buses, dude. It's really fucked up. Or the oligarchs in Mexico. BYD, the oligarch's choice for vehicles, you know, famously their cars are like 20 grand a pop. Sneak one in from Mexico or Canada, Hasan. Yeah, they're gonna capture me at the border. Not for smuggling in drugs as an American citizen, as 90% of the drugs smuggled over the southern border are coming in through regular ports of entry, and it's actually done by American citizens. But they're gonna stop me at the border specifically because I'm smuggling BYD. I'm smuggling Yangwang. I'm smuggling the Yangwang 9. Why do you drink so much soda? This is literally not soda. It's a Stumptown Hairbender Nitro Cold Brew. You can have it 3D printed here at home. Muslim terrorist smuggles Chinese contraband through the southern border. Oh no, I'm cooked. What is this? Clip from stream last night was genuinely the hardest I've laughed.
10 million people and growing, anchor babies, their parents, their grandparents. We're going
to chill. Okay. Fucking calm down. All right. Hey, and their parents? What do you mean? Now, wait a minute now. Yeah, it's fucked up. Wait a fucking minute. It's fucked up. Chill out. Chill out with that shit, okay? No more anchor baby talk. Hey, yo, calm down. Dial it back now. Y'all see the hate rally at University of Texas? I think so. Yes, chat. VODs are paywalled now. You're gonna have to subscribe if you want to see the VODs, or just go to YouTube where it's like literally fucking free. You can just like watch it on YouTube from a million different outlets from my fan channels. But if you want to watch the VODs here on twitch.tv/HasanAbi, you're gonna have to subscribe, baby. But you should subscribe regardless if you want to support the show. They're so stupid. I know. The right are so unimaginably dumb. It's actually crazy. Like, Hamas calls for immediate end to the war after Trump election win. It's like, yeah, dude, they've been fucking doing that. They've been doing that since October 10. Are you making a sub only chat? No. I'm not making a sub only chat. I am I mean, who knows, maybe in the future, potentially. Okay. Hold on. Wait, oh, oops, hold on. Wait. I have Astead on at that time. When else can we do it? I'm trying to talk to Osita. I'm trying to talk to Osita and also Astead at the same time to try to coordinate with both of them at separate times. I want to have both of them on today, and it is becoming quite difficult for me to what is happening? What the fuck? There's some crazy ass shit that I'm hearing. Get a damn assistant. Yo, there is some wild stuff happening in the fucking universe, dude. I don't know what the hell's going on, chat, but let me tell you, okay? One, the unusual Wales account is just like popping off with the craziest breaking news right now. And I don't know what the fuck that's about, but yeah, we already did the Monkeys Escape South Carolina facility. What is this? Adam and Nick make fun of Dion TAFS.
Well, I think Destiny convinced Richard Spencer to be lib.
Oh,
he's not racist no more.
That's a bar from fucking Adam, dude.
Yeah, they did like a debate on no jumper.
What a wild career that guy had.
Spencer?
No, Destiny.
Destiny's fascinating.
Well, he gets like famous for playing like Minecraft or something. He's like the best guy in fucking Minecraft.
Now he yells at people to.
And then he would do like stream videos of him playing it. And he'd be like, "Well, that shouldn't be a law." And then people are like, "Why?" And he's like, "Well, because," and he just talks fast.
Yeah.
And people are like, "This might be the smartest man in the entire world."
It is the live version of like I can only learn about politics with like a hydraulic press video next to it. Like I can listen to someone if they're like playing Fortnite at the same time.
They're playing baby games.
The whole YouTube world is bizarre because the things that like rise to the top because the whole like debate world on YouTube is really big, and it seems like it would be very stupid. You know what I mean?
It's one of the dumbest in concept things that I can imagine.
It's like people debating.
They're like, that'll never happen.
Right.
Yeah, someone watching Barney and then listening to,
Bro, my other family members are talking about the what? DWPU clip of your response to the Amsterdam thing right now. Fuck me. Wait, what? Why do your family members... What are your family members fucking watching Drew Pavlov on fucking... Twitter? How the fuck? What?
A neoliberal political analysis.
Bro, your family is lost in the sauce if they fucking if they know about Drew Pavlov.
Also, Destiny, I think, was like his girlfriend was like cheating on him, and like people make fun of him about that. And then he wrote an article that was like, "Why it's good to get cheated on by your girlfriend." Yeah.
That's the thing. You get really good at making points, and you can rationalize.
Or with himself.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's so good because he's constantly torn. His mind.
We will never have a coalition on the left. It seems then. Yeah, dude. Because one fucking Twitch streamer is at odds with another Kick streamer who wants to say the N-word as a white guy and advocates to do that, who has propped up neo-Nazis. So the fucking left coalition is over. Just like, please get offline right now, okay? Like, oh no, the guy who debates everything, including but not limited to why being cucked is actually liberating, or ethical CP. That guy and his community are a formative part of the quote unquote left. All right, man, I got my share of bash and appreciate you. No, I'm just saying, like, listen. Even if he was literally a die-in-the-wool leftist and we were duking it out, it still would not be consequential. Okay, we're fucking content creators. Okay. Yeah, most people offline don't know who the fuck either of us are or have like very loose associations about it. Okay? It's because Biden tweeted about it. Biden tweeted about what?
Telling him, you're a fuck, kill yourself. And he's like, well, I won't. And then it's this argument.
Here's why I won't kill myself.
Right, exactly. And if
By the way, this is why I can't stand these fucking dumbass debate dipshits. Like, dude, at a time when we straightforwardly have like neo-Nazis popping the fuck off, when like black students at college campuses are getting text messages about how they're going to go to the plantation or whatever, when the online troll ops is popping off, right? There are dudes who are like, what's wrong with the N-word, dude? It's in all my rap music. It's like, come on, dude. I don't have time for this. I don't have fucking time for this. Suck my dick. You're fucking gross, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, you don't have to fucking debate everything, okay? You don't. You just don't. Just be normal, please. Please be fucking normal. Like, just came in here to say Trump because you're an idiot preaching to 12-year-olds. Hell yeah. Brainwashing 12-year-olds. Actually dumb. Check back with this man right here in a couple months where he'll, have a very different attitude. His fans are having a normal one today. Yeah, I saw this. Bro, what the fuck is wrong with Destiny's fans? The dude who debates the consumption of child porn to stop pedophiles and the use of the N-word, yikes. The argument is that CP is supposed to be distributed to pedos if this helps reduce child rapes. Are you pro-child rape? Who's making the CP, idiot? He explains very clearly in his video that the research said you could find people that previously abused to get their consent to already existing material and offer them compensation for it. Like this is what happens. This is what happens when you have a community that is just like centered around regurgitating talking points from one fucking sociopathic cult leader. Okay? It's so weird, dude. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. What the fuck? Did you mention why your TAFs never uploaded? Adam hit me up the other day and was like, oh, it's coming out any day now. I don't know why he still has not released it. It'll come out soon.
That's what, if that's going on in your head all the time, what the hell is Israel-Palestine? That's easy to solve.
That's true.
Yeah.
When the devil is inside of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When it's just Slipknot 24/7.
Did you see that video of Shapiro debating like 25 libs?
Dude, yeah.
I love that one. Yeah, that's good. That is debates are huge now. I wish I could get into that space, but unfortunately, I'm just one of the dumbest people. Nick, you could do it.
You don't have to be smart to be a good debater. You just have to be confident, I think. It was a prank, bro. That video's never coming out. Do you think Dems lost Ryan Ruth because he wasn't able to activate his 10,000 Afghanistan troops illegally? 1,000, not 10,000, NATO-trained troops from Afghanistan illegally to vote for MAMALA like they did for Biden. 1,000. Get it right. Ryan Ruth activated 1,000 NATO-trained Afghan troops. NATO-trained. Remember that. What? Hasan's Instagram story every morning?
Dominant mini basketball highlights for his dominant mini basketball.
That's funny. That is my Instagram story every morning. Calm down. It's fine. Bro, you're the Ryan Ruth wiki at this point? Yeah, dude. He is. Look, when I found out that I was wrong, and then there was actually one singular pro-NATO voter out there who only cared about NATO, okay? Like Gunther Ferlinger style pro-NATO American voter. I was fascinated, okay? I was personally fucking fascinated. What? This chatter wants to debate you? I'm trying to bait him for something else. Are you a fan of the Democratic Party? Why are you so mean? Why do you feel about Trump winning and Kamala losing? Now that I have your attention, is there any universe would you consider playing the entire Dragon Rampa series live on stream? No. When I saw that someone was making like actual election decisions specifically on NATO, I was like, that's it, man. We're done. That's my guy. I love politics. I see a fucking guy that's like that. I'm gonna ride with him. I'm gonna die for him. Okay. Yeah. All right. Where do we begin? We got a lot going on in the world. What is this? Funniest analysis of your statement?
Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, internet algorithms, Gamergate, whatever.
There is a massive amount of right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces. Any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out.
By the way, Hasan is right about all of this.
Whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
Wait, what was... Yeah, I am right about it. What? Asman agrees. What the fuck? What's the problem? Oh, God, I looked at his chat. Don't look at his chat. Don't look at his chat. Don't look at his chat. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't look at his chat. Everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic.
But you can only blame internet.
So the reason why he's right might not be necessarily like what he's trying to say. I think that it's a chicken and the egg scenario where the content that's popular is right-wing because this right-wing content more accurately reflects the way that people see the world and the way that guys feel. So it's not that there's a bunch of right-wing content that's brainwashing people to be racist or to be Nazis. It's that there's a lot of guys that feel
He's like, no, there's just a lot of Nazis out there. There's just a lot of people who believe in the ideology of the NASDAQ. No. By the way, it's ironic because this other person from the video clipped it right before I talk about how like they're not actually overt Nazis in the same way that like they were in the 2016 Gamergate era, where there was like open outward white supremacist sentiment being expressed on YouTube regularly. You had the likes of Stefan Molnier and all these other guys who were like straight up neo-Nazis, right? They no longer, it's not like that. It's like 90% of the way there. But they're not like openly white nationalists, even though there are some, right? But that movement has definitely been cast aside a little bit as a lot of the overt racism, misogyny, yada, 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 has been normalized by the Republican Party at the tippy top. So for that reason, I think most people find themselves very comfortable expressing certain types of sentiment. Hasan, why are you so charitable to dudes who should have lied to their teeth one day to get on stream and spread hate the next? What do you mean? What is happening right now?
Franchised, and the content that's being deemed as right-wing is content that reflects what their viewpoints are. So it's like,
the content creators in your orbit all just talk about your drama when you're offline. Nobody's doing anything to combat reactionary stuff amongst men. Yeah, I am. I try all the time, and I'm going to do more about that. I made the mistake of looking at Nick Fuentes' Twitter last night before going to bed for the first time, and I had literal nightmares. Yeah, I saw that one clip. Where he's just like cackling and losing his fucking mind, and just like so excited at the prospect of just like being able to control women's bodies, like that little fucking nerd, right? He's such a freakish little gremlin, such a goddamn loser, dude. And it reminded me of how he got there, because it reminded me of how he got to a position of prominence that actually led to Nick Fuentes like having dinner with Donald Trump. There was a man who propped him up openly
and deliberately and excitedly, okay? A person who I despise, and every single time I see Nick Fuentes' disgusting little booger-eating gremlin face, I am reminded of the people that are literally saying he should be liberal. This guy should be liberal Joe Rogan.
And Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're so stupid.
Yeah. Eating chicken and waffles with Nicholas Fuentes, propping him up, giving him a lifeline, giving him a fucking media career, debating his own fan base, arguing against calling him a fucking Nazi to his own fans who were like, dude, he's a Nazi.
When you say things like, why are you defending him? I'm not defending him. I'm agnostic
You
on the
absolutely
position.
are.
But your obsession with me using this word, really only for normative reasons, is revealed when you say, why are you defending him when you won't use my label? If you want to ask me, does he engage in anti-Semitic humor? I would say absolutely yes, he engages in anti-Semitic humor. If you want to say, is there a chance that he believes in anti-Semitic conspiracies? Yeah, of course there's a chance. And he has in the past. In fact, it might even be likely that he still does today. I just haven't had the conversation with him about it, and I don't really feel like slinging that around when I just don't 100% know. I would rather...
What do you think about a guy who did all of that, talked about anti-Semitic humor with Nick Fuentes, a person who's a Holocaust denier, an open, out and about neo-Nazi, now leading the charge on Twitch's anti-Semitism problem? What do we think about that? Do we feel like he's being honest about Twitch's anti-Semitism problem? Or is he cynically trying to smear someone like myself who has never collaborated and despises neo-Nazis and would never give them a fucking platform, with the one exception where Trainwrecks literally swapped Nick Fuentes out like many, many fucking years ago, which I've always recognized a massive mistake because it was supposed to be me and Destiny versus Blair White and I forget whoever the other person was. And then it was a last second swap out where Nick Fuentes was platformed by that fucking, by that debate, which I despised. Okay. Hanging out with him in real life, giving his phone number to Adam22 so we can go on fucking podcasts, openly recognizing that you propped him up, defending not using the Nazi label against him. Against their own community members who are like, come on, dog, he's a Nazi. Maybe you don't have to debate everything. That's my point. You can't be just like a fucking psychopathic debate mercenary. Like, you're literally just like making yourself, you're turning yourself into this fucking person that has no ideology whatsoever. Okay? It's fucked up. Sometimes you do not have to have a normal conversation, especially when someone's nascent fucking dying career is pretty obvious. Here's another instance.
And when we talked a few times after that, he was saying, oh, I think you've changed. I think that you're like a Christian nationalist.
I still think he has changed. That's why we had the whole argument over whether or not to call him a Nazi. I don't think they're as far right as they used to be. I've already said that. That doesn't mean that I don't think he has the same fucking, you guys, you realize that you are just as fucking retarded as Nick is, right? You guys are the same. Nick hears me push back against his shit, and Nick is like, oh, you think I'm just as right as I was? No, I don't think that. You guys don't think I push back enough, and then you guys are like, oh, you think he's not as far right as you guys, how does everybody... I don't know if I have to communicate better or if there's just more layers of emotional bullshit that I have to fucking chew through with you fucking morons to try to make you understand what the fuck I think. Clearly speaking, plain English is not enough. Clearly speaking, complicated English is not enough. I don't know what it is to punch through, you fucking morons.
And most importantly, he successfully revived him entirely, single-handedly. It worked exactly as Fuentes intended. Yeah, 100%. And then the only reason why they fucking had a falling out is because obviously the fucking neo-Nazi, once his career was revitalized, came after Destiny and tried to deplatform him, which is ironic because Destiny is literally doing that to me right now, desperately trying to deplatform me with the express purpose of, and this part is really funny, trying to weirdly get himself unbanned from the platform.
Well, I said step one before anything happens to show there's two things that need to happen. One, Frogan needs to be banned. That's like just an immediate thing. Not that I even give a fuck about Frogan, to say it again, but it's just so obviously apparent that if she doesn't get banned, that nobody gives a shit over there, right? Like that is the most obvious case in the entire world of someone breaking the terms of service. And
yeah, it's a clear hate speech violation
of
a protected class of citizens too, because she's going after veterans, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah,
it's multiple things.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't happen, we know that there's no change at Twitch. So that's step one. Will that happen? Step two is they have to unban Steve. Like, because otherwise, I don't. If they're able to unban Fresh and Fit,
like they're talking about unbanning Destiny
and Sneeko, they can unban Steve. And then if they do those two things, then I'll talk to Dan Clancy. And I'd be happy to figure out a way forward for him to.
For those of you who don't know, these are some of Destiny's little orbiters. This man, we used to have conversations back in the day. Quite pleasant conversations, as a matter of fact. But his brain has just been so fucking broken by being Destiny's orbiter and his co-host on his podcast that he has been spending an unimaginable amount of time on this like vengeful quest to, I guess, destroy Twitch for not unbanning Destiny and also not getting me banned. Okay. They called themselves the Daliban or the Hezbollah Brigades, community dedicated to documenting the anti-Semitism of Turkish colonizer Hasan Piker and the Sultan of Twitch Empire, Dan Clancy, as well as others. Okay. They have made websites from like day fucking one. From, I think it was like October 19th or something was when the HasanAbi website was launched. Like that was what their immediate goals were, where they were like, we're going to use this Israel shit. We're going to use what is happening in Gaza to, try to activate as many people as possible to get this guy fucking deplatformed. And they've gotten increasingly more insane over the year. As it has not succeeded. Yeah, these are the people concerned about
change
hate speech,
the way that trust and
concerned about hate
done,
speech,
so that is no longer the stereotypical purple-haired whatever that it currently is. It's too skewed right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, 1,200 Jewish people died on October 7. Since then, hundreds of thousands, millions of people displaced in Gaza. Thousands dead in Lebanon. 50,000 is the most conservative estimate with direct gunfire and direct bombing in Gaza. The obvious death toll is going to be significantly larger than that. And these guys are predisposed with, let's use this as an opportunity to get someone we don't like, someone we don't agree with, deplatformed. Okay? It is so insane. It is so unimaginable. Why do they assume there won't be retaliatory ops? I don't know. But yeah. And also, that guy whose account that I'm showing you right now, okay, the Daliban, part of the Daliban, this is one of my biggest stalkers, okay? This is like a known stalker in this community with like thousands of alt accounts that we've banned, who like is the most schizo person you've ever seen. That schizo person is now followed by Richie Torres. American Congressperson Richie Torres follows him. He's following my schizophrenic stalkers, dog. Like, these are all members of Destiny's wonderful little community, which he has carefully cultivated over the course of the past couple of years, filled to the brim with former, Kiwi Farms and 4chan poll losers, like all these fucking Gamergate dumbasses that never grew out of that phase, that just love doing like troll ops, okay? But now they're doing it while simultaneously claiming that they're liberal. They're liberal, but Destiny has advocated to kill Black Lives Matter protesters. He has said openly that white supremacist militias can mow down Black Lives Matter protesters because he was upset that the BLM protesters were actually hurting Joe Biden's re-election chances. Okay? A person that has debated the ethics of ethical CP, a person that on a whim, because he was mad at my friend, an activist and content creator from Atlanta, FD Signifier, wanted to troll him. And in order to troll him, he gave $10,000 to the Atlanta Police Department. That's the type of person that we're talking about. Real liberal guy. Okay? Real liberal guy. That's where a lot of this resentment and a lot of this no motion ass bullshit is coming from. Okay? It's crazy. I feel like I'm living in bizarro world. FD just posted he figured out D used another orbiter to set up the donation from the start. Hey, look at what I found with a little video essayist researcher Muscle. Tree of Logic, one of Destiny's weird black orbiters, admitting on stream that Destiny never planned to actually debate and always acted the plan in bad faith.
Organization. He had no intentions on doing that. He always. Okay. All right. So that's what happened. This was all his idea from the start. He had no intentions on donating $10,000 to Fat Dude Signifier organization. He had no intentions on doing that. He always had the intentions on donating to a pro-police or nonprofit organization. And he asked me, because I'm very close to these organizations in Georgia, and he asked me to give him two, and I gave him two, but I gave him the most important one first. And I'm kind of glad he ignored.
Sorry for the delay of these signifiers. Some of us working have busy lives though. Can't believe you couldn't wait 4 days for your $10,000 anti-police fund donation. So I went ahead and just donated $10,000 to the Atlanta Police Department. Yeah. Destiny ran from an agreed upon debate with me. He and his fan base like to retcon it into some other story, but the facts don't back that up. Destiny agreed to debate me and donate $10K to a charity I choose. Contrary to his fan base lies, this is not my charity, nor do I work for them. His fans just made that up to justify their narrative. He told me to unblock him so he could confirm the payment. I did for several days, and I reblocked when it started to seem fishy. When I tweeted at him asking what the holdup was, he responded with a confirmation to his donation to the Atlanta Police Department. Clearly, at time and opportunity, he just knew that it would be a mistake, so he chickened down and created a spectacle as a distraction. His hardcore fans, of course, are not smart enough to notice, but make no mistake, this was something he did out of fear and spite. Anyone telling you otherwise is lying to themselves. It's just like, it is the most rabid cyber harassment cult I have ever seen. Okay? All of his fucking orbiters like to masquerade as liberals. All of his orbiters and himself like to act like they're liberals. But plenty of their perspectives are completely antithetical to
the
any
rioting
kind of
needs
progressive values. I mean, this itself is what got him banned originally. I'm not going to play it because, you know, even though it is contextually appropriate, I don't want to personally risk it. That got him departnered originally. Like, they are liberals in the sense that they are pro-Democratic Party. That much is certain. But ultimately, they have no real ideological rudder. They have no real interest in maintaining a position beyond whatever destiny is saying. They are debate mercenaries. They will debate both sides of an issue with the same level of passion. Okay? Did you see the Dems pushing D into becoming the fabled Joe Rogan of the left that liberals are yapping about? No Democrats are doing that, okay? You're insane if you think that the Democratic Party is that crazy that they would be like, yeah, the guy that we can get instead of like a million different Pod Johns or Harry Hasan or any number of different like people that they could potentially activate as like their liberal podcast version is going to be the guy who has all of this like insanity. And it's not necessarily like clipped out of context either, which is ironic because he always is that, because the context always makes it look even worse than it actually is. Whereas they project and do that specifically to me where they're like, look at this 15-second clip, 16-second clip, 13-second clip where Hasan is arguing for something, and then you watch the larger clip and you're like, oh, he was arguing exactly the opposite of the thing that you were saying he was doing. But ultimately, it does not matter because Joe Rogan organically broke his own brain and became a right-winger. Joe Rogan was profoundly popular before he decided to be a right-winger. Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020. Okay? The Democratic Party had their own Joe Rogan. His name was Joe Rogan. Do you understand? So these issues will not change until the Democratic Party changes its top-line communications, its policy prescriptions, and its attitudes towards the working class. Okay? You cannot podcast your way out of this problem. You can't flood the market with like liberal podcasts and podcasters in an effort to win back young men who have been disenfranchised. Okay? He was watching your clip yesterday, but turned it off once you mentioned he uplifted Nicholas Fuentes. Yeah, he hates that clip, by the way. I'm sure he hates that clip. He absolutely despises that clip because it so directly contradicts any kind of liberal image that he tries to cast himself as. Okay? And it's not just that clip. There are a million others. Okay? Here is Destiny,
like what at the end of the day,
hanging out with
how many
Nicholas
times you gonna
Fuentes at his own home as his former wife that divorced him brings Nicholas Fuentes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. This is a part of the revitalization of his career. And in this process, he is also talking specifically about revitalizing another white supremacist, Lauren Southern's YouTube channel.
The Mossad before they finally come down, before the United States changes its foreign policy stance on Israel and Palestine? Or how many times are we going to complain about like the media and the government and everything? And I've talked to conservative creators who will say things and they get into this self-defeating progressive mindset. You ever heard a black person say like, oh, I'm not going to do anything, the system's rigged against me, it's bullshit, right? Like I've argued with fucking Lauren about her videos where she's like, oh, all of my stuff is deprioritized, I don't think I'm gonna get any views. Like, no, it's not. You just don't fucking upload enough. Make more fucking videos. And she did make a couple and some of them actually popped off on the algorithm. She did one responding to Matt Walsh, she got like 500,000 views. And it's like,
she's literally talking about Lauren Southern here and how they have conversed over how to pop Lauren Southern's channel off. Lauren Southern is an out and about white supremacist, okay? A white nationalist through and through. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100 community gift to subs, allowing 100 people to be to have access to the now subscriber only VODs. Yes. He's talking about the Lauren Southern who personally went to Italy to work alongside Identity Europa, okay, to try to intercept migrant boats by filming herself on these fucking boats to try and actively intercept these migrant dinghies that were trying to make it to Italy. If politicians don't stop the boats, we'll stop the boats, Southern declared. Okay. They didn't stop the boat for long. In short order, they were taken into custody by Italian Coast Guard officers and the Doctors Without Borders ship was on its way. Later that night, Southern appeared in a second Periscope live stream with Martin Sellner, the 28-year-old leader of Generation Identity's Austrian branch. Sellner hinted in the live stream that Generation Identity's short-lived blockade of the NGO ship was just the beginning of a new mission to track down and stop the dirty work of these human trafficking ships. Southern has defended the American neo-Nazi Richard B. Spencer, who has advocated for violence against non-whites on multiple occasions. Southern has said, Richard Spencer is not a white supremacist, he's a white nationalist. He believes in a white ethno-state. He doesn't believe in whites being superior. Spencer has praised Southern's videos. That is the person that Destiny is talking about here, that he has direct access to, that he has also helped revitalize the career of. How many neo-Nazis does Destiny have to align with and revitalize the careers of for people to go, maybe he's not being genuine in his defense of the Democratic Party and it's just another thing that helps him debate better? He's talking to one neo-Nazi who is a prominent neo-Nazi now, thankfully because of Destiny's hard work, platforming him, giving his phone number to Adam22, okay? While simultaneously he's bragging about coaching another white nationalist and how he helped revitalize her career as well. Okay? Can you run us through how you make all these fanfic spin-offs of reality? You're such a creative. I get inspired when I watch you. You think this right here, exactly what he just said right here is fictitious? Am I wrong? Like what? Do you think he was just joking here? He didn't mean it? He's admitting to it. You want me to play the clip again of him saying,
like, why do you think that the algorithm's not fucking you? You're fucking yourself. Because that type of self-defeating, self-deprecating, self-fulfilling prophecy of the system's against me, I can't do anything. So it gives you the perfect excuse to work on nothing because you're completely fucked. And then it gives you the perfect enemy to blame for all of your problems. And it's like, well, what the fuck? What does that accomplish at the end of the day? What's up? Wait.
I want to be a good wife. So I got peanut butter sandwiches.
Whoa! Is it for him?
For both.
Let's go! Thanks,
Isn't that what a wife
Mom.
is for?
What?
Isn't that what a wife is for?
That is absolutely. See, you got it made, bro.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Good job.
Let's go. You got
Now,
it made. Hell.
Hold on. so much.
Wow.
Good job.
Let's go. You got
Now,
it made. Hell.
Hold on.
What's that? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah. Look at me showing you a alternative view of reality. Fan fiction. Yeah, this is literally on his own fucking channel. He's blue pilling Nick in an IRL debate. He's blue pilling him. You don't understand. You don't understand. He's debating him in the marketplace of ideas. He's actually blue pilled now. He's no longer a neo-Nazi. He's actually pro-Democratic Party. Did he also blue pill Richard Spencer? Is that why Richard Spencer came out and was like, I'm in the tank for MAMALA? Yeah, it's not the first time they hung out together.
Yeah, you think?
Nick Fuentes and Destiny hang out
Every day
IRL.
It dawned on me when you said that. Yeah, because
Me?
before, no, not you. You're already shacked up, lady. What's going on with that? What's the story? How about just one man, one?
My point is this. Last night, I saw this dipshit all over the fucking timeline just going absolutely crazy over how excited he was. How excited he was that he gets to control women's bodies now. Like just pure resentment towards the existence of women. Something beyond like wanting a trad wife. I didn't even know that level of misogyny was even possible, right? Like that level of being an incel was even something that real human beings experienced. And then I was reminded of the desperate attempts of Destiny revitalizing this fucking dipshit's career, so much so that he basically got access to Milo Yiannopoulos and Kanye West and went and had dinner with Donald fucking Trump. Okay? What is this? He's saying he was a connection to certain spheres, not that he was his only career path. Wait. Yeah, he didn't have America First at all, where he was connected to actual politicians. Yeah, he was. He was. He gave him an additional fucking platform. Okay? He gave him a platform and normalized his fucking perspective. This is the clip.
The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again. Okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi. I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever be a female president. Never. There will never be a female president, ever. It's over. Glass ceiling? Dude, it's a ceiling made of fucking bricks. You will never break it. Your stupid face keeps hitting the brick ceiling. We will keep you down forever. You will never control.
Look at how disgusting of a monstrous piece of shit this man is. Okay? Disgusting. Remember that.
Your own bodies. You will never be the president of the global empire. Never gonna happen, sweetie.
Yeah, he's blue pilled. That's why he's wearing a blue hat. Destiny successfully debated him in the marketplace of ideas. He blue pilled him. And meanwhile, meanwhile, over the past year, because of the insanity of his own fucking community, I remember
throughout the past year, his community has consistently said, while he was normalizing Nick Fuentes, that I was a far greater threat to the United States of America than Nicholas fucking Fuentes. Okay? His community, unironically, because of his like mania, because of what he has primed him into thinking, like such virile hatred, that I am a larger threat in their eyes than Nicholas fucking Fuentes. Now, their attitude might have shifted now, okay?
And the and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me.
You know he called against voting for Trump before the win. Why do you take him seriously? He's not even a real Nazi. This is the problem. This is directly because of destiny, okay? People going, he's not even a real Nazi. I don't understand. Like, dude, this guy is a fucking Holocaust denier. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? This is why I try to explain to people, if you hyper focus on this, okay? If you find yourself in the throes of an echo chamber like the one Destiny has created, okay? You are going to find yourself believing really weird shit that is insanely inconsistent with reality, okay? Like, you should be ashamed of saying things like this. You should be ashamed of being like, oh, Nicholas Fuentes is not a real Nazi, dude. Come on, calm down.
Because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck you would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're
Yeah, why would you burn my shit so hard? I'm fucking propping you up. Okay? I'm propping you up. That chatter basically proved your point. He said Nick said not to support Trump, so he's not a Nazi. Nick doesn't support Trump because he doesn't think Trump is not racist enough. Lamau. Exactly. So when you find yourself in that circumstance, when you find yourself literally going, oh, well, you know, Nick said don't support Trump because he's not Nazi enough. But he's not even a real Nazi. Who the fuck's a real Nazi then, dumbass? Who the fuck? Yeah. Trump dinner guest says perfidious Jews should be executed. America First hate leader Nick Fuentes called for those suppressing Christianity to be absolutely annihilated in a recent live stream. And it's not just Nick Fuentes. Destiny did this with Sam Hyde as well. Sam Hyde is also a fucking Nazi. Sam Hyde is also a Nazi. And Destiny propped him up too. He brought him forward. And I remember because not only did this pedophile Nazi get propped up by Destiny, Destiny platformed him and actually talked back and forth with him about how he was fantasizing about killing me. And you want to know why I even saw this? Because in this now deleted post on LSF, it was prominently featured on LSF. His community fucking brigaded it and literally put it at the top. It almost went there r/all. Okay? This has been happening. This has been happening for years and years and years. Okay? Tell new chatters how Sam Hyde called to murder you on live TV. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't really fucking matter. It's like, it's whatever. His fans are fucking losers. But like the fact that he was calling for that with his psychopathic fucking fan base is insane. It's additionally insane that this guy gets to present himself as a fucking liberal. Okay? That is simply a defense mechanism. Okay? That's it. It's simply just a way to be like, wait, what do you mean? I'm just a liberal. I love doing debates. I love doing debates against conservatives, and he does. He owns conservatives in the marketplace of ideas for sure. Not Ben Shapiro, which he agreed with so much that even Lex Friedman was like, wow, you guys agree with a lot more than you disagree on. Okay. Every step of the fucking way for the past 4 or 5 years. These fucking rabid weirdos. These rabid fucking monstrous pieces of shit with no real interest whatsoever on any like real political ideologies that they defend. No empathy whatsoever. Have been just fucking masquerading as liberals. And the other part of this that I wanted to show you is this video that I saw. Okay? A video where Destiny is talking to one of his orbiters for 7 minutes about saying the N-word.
Load up that. Damn, dude. I've been pulling the N-word ripcord a lot lately. It needs time to recharge.
I know. I'm sorry. You've been watching the stream. You watched me do it for so long. It's unironically, and you just try to push back against this. I think that a word that's that popular in culture, like in North American culture, I think it's actually becoming weird to gatekeep it based on race. The soft A.
Yeah, it feels weird and shitty and white and privileged to say it, but I feel like I'm over it. I think most people are over it. I think even most black people are over it. I think it's just kind of like cringe at this point. Like, who the fuck cares?
Like there,
white people saying the N-word. Who the fuck cares?
A couple years of it being weird, but I feel like we probably are on the precipice of it just being like whatever. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. And like I think logically, like if you're trying to defend it logically, like gatekeeping it by race, it cuts against a whole bunch of other principles we have, right?
Yeah, and it just
they are seriously debating how virtuous it is for white people to say the N-word.
Yeah, it doesn't start to make sense. And like, if you test any of those things, it immediately falls apart. Like the easiest cut against that word is that like, if you use it and you normalize it, and some people are blah blah blah. Any argument that has anything to do with going down that road should mean that black people should never say it in rap music. Like, because that does more to normalize it than literally any white fucking gamer guy on the internet saying it ever. But
they're not debating; they're agreeing. Sorry, you're right.
Like, obviously nobody's going to concede to that. And then like any argument defending that is like, well, it's their word to use for their people. It's like, bro, go to a Kanye fucking concert, okay? 95% of these people are fucking teenage girls. Like, come on, the fuck are you talking about? This is not.
Just a reminder that this community came after me pretty hard and brigaded the LSF subreddit way back when it was actually popping, to get me banned off Twitch for saying cracker, okay? And they successfully did that, for the record. There's an entire Lex Friedman clip on Destiny using the N-word. Yeah.
It's not music for black people, okay? Shut the fuck up. It's music for everybody. Like, yeah, but...
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like, and getting into the whole like intent thing, like the intent of the speaker thing. Like, it's just a fun word to say, and I've never once like used it to, like, the worst you can do is you could say something like bum ass nigga, or like something along these lines, where it's like you're using it as guy or dude, right? But it's like,
yeah, I think how most people see it, so it's like it doesn't even like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I've never once like tried to load negative like stereotypes or racial like animus into it. It's just that's not what the word's for. So I feel like when I use it, I have no intent there, as opposed to like
any racist person ever like soft aid a black guy as an insult, like maybe it just doesn't work. Yeah,
it basically doesn't get. The only example we could come up with was in a video game where the hard R is explicitly filtered. You might have people who use the soft A to like attack somebody, right?
Oh, maybe, sure.
In like text, but that's like that's such an outlandish example to come up with. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I guarantee a white person made the soft A rule. What's the soft A rule?
Well, the
Soft
reality
A
is
doesn't
that
mean dude.
there's probably not.
Sorry, there's probably
If
not.
I had to guess, I wonder where the hard R and the soft A came from. Because I'm willing to bet that in the beginning there was only the soft A. Because like the soft A and the hard R are just
like, imagine being so unimaginably echo chambered, so incredibly disconnected from the fucking real world that you're just having what you're having this fucking conversation. What is this, bro? Dave Weigel. Guys, you are still trying to replace Rogan. I told you we can't do it, and we can't do it. Now what we might be able to do is recreate him in the aggregate. I can't tell if he's fucking memeing or not. What the fuck? It has to be, right? He has Nico Cata avocado on
just a
there.
result of like it's just like how people in the South would speak, right? So black people would use the A because like people in the South speak that way, right? Like if you say something like, "Oh, like you're fixing to get a beaten or whatever," right? Like fix it or whatever. That,
sure.
Like in like these words,
saying.
this is not like a black person. This is like a Southern person thing. But like obviously blacks were slaves in the South, so like they picked up a lot of their speakings. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know when that differentiation.
Well, I think the R was there before because it's like it's like from Latin, right? It's just black.
Well, yeah, but I mean, think of who's calling people the N-word. It's not students of
Sorry,
Latin,
I'm just saying that like the R was there. It was like what they're trying to say. And then, yeah.
No, like I'm sure it was spelled, but I'm just saying in terms of pronunciation, like I'm sure like everybody in the South probably just kind of said it that way, right?
Yeah. I mean, based on the documentary Django Unchained, I can't dispute anything you're saying.
Yeah, I guess I didn't actually hear people back then talk.
Yeah. No, I mean, I believe you. Like that does make sense.
I mean, I'm just that would be my guess, but yeah. I don't know.
No. People in my chat are saying that that's how it is too. Research stream, soft A research stream. This will be our Israel Palestine guys.
Bro.
El Destiny was probably Europeans calling them the N-word before Southerners. I think like I know that. I think he knows
really?
that.
I thought the N-word came from America. They always say it's our word. Is it not?
Oh, it's definitely not. That's why I'm telling you it came from like Latin. Like definitely the people who were like capturing these people and bringing them over. That would have been transported over.
This is insane. Any person that's not terminally online will find this absolutely disgusting and unacceptable weirdo behavior. I think people who are even terminally online would find this unacceptable, disgusting, weirdo behavior. The difference is like it depends on like what community you're a part of. Yeah, if you're someone who frequents all of these different like subreddits, 4chan poll, all this shit, like for you, it washes past you. You're like at most not really all that interested in what this is. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of communities with active large followings that would consider this to be hilarious. I wonder if Richie Torres knows about this. Did you guys know he was fired from 2 separate pro gaming teams for screaming the G slur, the real one against Asians during matches? Yeah, not Gusano, which they tried to turn into like a racialized term or some shit. That was another one of those moments too.
Where that's got to be American. Like we must have started. I'm to Google. Who first person call people? Like, I bet it was like a formal word that appeared in like early Bongar English, but like I feel like it got popular in the United States.
It comes from the word black in Spanish, the original chattel slavery being conducted by Spanish merchants. Isn't that the case? Like I have not I did not dive deeply into the etymology, but I believe it was either I think it was Spanish or the Portuguese, but I think it's Spanish. It's just they're coming in here now. What are they saying? Formerly. You are the biggest echo chamber guy I know. It's perfectly normal. It's a conversation. Oh, dude, please. Like, the reason why I'm showing this to a broader audience is to help people that are fucking trapped in this echo chamber to understand that, like, no, this is not like a normal conversation creating a permission structure for saying the N-word as a white guy. Okay? Like it's not like a normal discussion, brother. That's a very weird discussion. And then this discussion causes you to think it's fucking normal when it's not. And I'm trying to explain this to you, that like, this is not only pathetic, but it is the reason why you probably get more and more alienated from like normal people around you. Is weirdo behavior. Okay, this guy hates white people. Me, yeah, I know. Everyone always says that. Yeah, I'm white, but I guess I also hate white people simultaneously. I have internalized anti-white hatred.
Stays.
Well, it's not the country. It's like literally. I think so. I think the South, like the uneducated part of the South, yeah, Gunsmoke, it does. Please explain how the soft A means dude. I just mean like I use it in the same places I would use like guy or whatever. Like that's how I use it usually.
I just don't use it. Are you a regular N-word wielder?
Soft A? I'll say the soft A.
He's lying when he says doesn't use it. He tweets it all the fucking time. He has tweeted it as a flex multiple times after, I think it was like around the time where he got me banned for saying cracker, where he was like tweeting the N-word openly on Twitter.
When the opportunity arises. Probably enough that it's like getting concerning for my real life.
Like this is the part I wanted to show you. One of Destiny's orbiters is like, after being a part of his community, being an orbiter of him, has gotten so comfortable using the N-word that it's like actually hurting him in the real world. Okay? This part is the most significant part about this. I need you to understand, okay? I need you to understand that, like, in a lot of these instances, okay, you find yourself in this fucking weird, like, hug box online, and it feels comforting. And you feel like you have found a community of like-minded people. You feel like you have found, what? 7K hate watchers, lol? I don't know what you mean by that. But you find yourself in a community of like-minded people. I get it, okay? You feel alienated. And now you feel like there's a sense of comfort in this community that you have found yourself online, okay? It starts warping what you even personally think is permissible, what you personally think is appropriate. And ultimately, okay, it ends up pushing you further and further and further away. In the real world, people look at you like you're a fucking weirdo, okay? Yeah, here it is. Here he is at Willie Mac Show. If you're coming in Hasan, you got to bring the heat at this N-word too. These are my biggest, most rabid fucking haters, by the way. These are my biggest, most rabid stalkers. And they've been doing this for years and years and years, nonstop. And they're fucking up their own personal lives by thinking that this is how, this is normal.
I just don't use it. Are you a regular N-word wielder?
Soft A? I'll say the soft A when the opportunity arises. Probably enough that it's like getting concerning for my real life. I had this happen to me in college, actually, where like I played video games a lot, and I would N-word. Use the soft A then. And then it happened when I was like in a computer lab one night doing homework at like 3 a.m. I was talking to my buddy. I said something with a soft A, and he was not expecting it, okay? His eyes perked right up. He was like falling asleep, and then he was like, holy shit. But you basically pulled a turkey Tom? I did. I was a bit of a bridge enjoyer back then. You say it weirdly? I don't say it weirdly, Sognick. And you're an admin for Darius. You're a mod for Darius. Don't come in my chat and tell me I say it weirdly. Go talk to your boy.
Yeah.
All right. Are we finished up with our... We're not quite. Let's finish.
We're all trying to figure out why these people are permabanned from Twitch. Yeah. I wonder how that happened. I wonder why. I wonder how this happened. How could this have happened? How could these guys who are so unimaginably toxic and constantly fucking aligning with neo-Nazis, white supremacists, white nationalists of every fucking variety, regularly going after content creators on every platform, going after journalists, anyone that is in my orbit at all that I have collaborated with, they will actively target and legitimately try to discredit, stalk over and over and over again. Like, yeah, sure, he debates red pill guys and makes a mockery of them. Those guys are fucking idiots, and that's great. But if he just like stuck to that, and if he had like real firm commitments to being an empathetic person, real firm commitments to being a progressive person, and wasn't just like a rabid internet troll who doesn't give a fuck about anything and only cares about his own narcissistic, clout-obsessed, personal motivations. Like his community calls me a fucking clout-driven person. Yeah, there's a reason why I do these collaborations, not because I'm friends with a lot of these people and I genuinely like them, but also because, yeah, I have a perspective, I have a position, and I want that position to be seen in the most charitable way possible, okay, by as many people as possible. Okay? That's it. So just wanted to do a brief little fucking blast on the past. And this is just not even like, this is not even fucking scratching the surface. Barely scratching the surface. Okay? It's so pathetic and so incredibly personal. Like it has nothing to do with politics. Like in a normal circumstance, like if he wasn't such a weird fucking loser with like trying to always present himself as the edgiest person possible, him and I most likely would not even have that many disagreements. Like David Pacman is a perfect example. I disagree with a bunch of David Pacman's opinions, but he has always shown me tremendous respect, and vice versa. I can say that I have disagreements with David Pacman, okay? And that's fine, because that's normal. As long as you're like a cordial person. I don't think David Pacman would ever in a fucking million years argue for a white person's right to be able to say the N-word, okay? Like there are certain fucking lines that most people will not cross. Okay? And I say this as someone who understands that like David Pacman and Destiny are friends. Okay? Like I know that. He's shit on the cost of your merch, by the way. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Anyway. So yeah, as this kind of like rabid sociopathic right-wing sentiment is going to noticeably increase more so than it has. Okay? As Trump is coming back onto the main stage. Remember where a lot of these people's opinions come from when you think about them as allies. And I say this as someone who is incredibly understanding and as someone who believes that everyone can rehabilitate themselves. Okay? Straight up. Every single person. It is ironically why I thought originally that Destiny was a former libertarian who had said a bunch of racist shit that now was no longer a firm and committed believer in those racist things. I was wrong. Okay? And his community has never let me forget that. And has spent the last 5 fucking years actively coming after me, even though I never spoke about him for 5 fucking years, until he also came out as a firm, committed supporter of Israel and its genocide. Anyway, there is no room for any kind of Nazi ideology, fascist ideology, racist, bigoted ideology in the progressive movement. Okay? Ironically, you've just given him content for the next 5 months, haha. Yeah, you think he's going to fucking sit there and play the videos where he's like openly and actively talking about how he platformed Nick Fuentes? No. He'll just run the same fucking route over and over again. Bought a house, hypocritical socialist, yada yada yada. He was gonna do that anyway. Also, that's the funniest part about it. People being like, wow, you just gave him content for 5 months, bitch. When I never fucking talked about him, he was still making content nonstop. As a matter of fact, the only time I noticed that like his incessant smear campaigns slowed down a little bit was when more people organically found out what a fucking buffoon he was. Okay? When he went and debated or thought he had the capacity to debate someone like Norm Finkelstein. Anyway. Regardless. Yesterday, he didn't know Franco, the Spanish dictator, was. Yeah, I mean, he's not very knowledgeable on a lot of the issues that he convincingly and confidently speaks on. It's just that he is rhetorically gifted, okay? And Dunning-Kruger also helps him float, which is ironic because he used to shit on the likes of Jordan Peterson for that same reason. He used to always shit on Jordan Peterson and many of these other like right-wing content creators by being like, these guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just, they just confidently present themselves as intellectuals. Now he's basically become what he once despised. You said Dunning-Kruger law got you clipping now. Good luck. Anyway, we're gonna talk about the soccer drama in a little bit, but before we do that, okay, the soccer hooligans and shit. Trump has named Susie Walz as the White House chief of staff as the transition starts ramping up. Now, obviously, normally the transition team is slated to be assigned long before this very moment, but Trump doesn't do things normally. Okay? We'll do the we'll do the hooligan saga after. I also have Astead Herndon coming on. So at 1.
As his campaign manager, Susie Wiles, will become his chief of staff. He also pledged to crack down on illegal immigration immediately. Rachel Scott is in West Palm Beach. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. Donald Trump making his first major decision as president-elect, selecting Susie Wiles to become his chief of staff. She's a longtime Republican advisor that has been quietly working on his campaign for 4 years, but it's hard to find anyone who was more critical to the success of his third bid for the White House than Susie Wiles. This morning, Donald Trump is hitting the ground running for his second term, officially announcing Susie Wiles, his campaign co-chair, as his White House chief of staff.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby, we call her the ice baby.
Wiles will be the first female White House chief of staff in U.S. history. Trump praising her as tough, smart, innovative, and universally admired and respected. Wiles, the daughter of NFL player and sportscaster Pat Summerall, has been a powerful GOP advisor for years, credited with helping getting Florida Republicans like Senator Rick Scott and Governor Ron DeSantis elected in 2018. DeSantis fired her, and she would later go on to lead Trump's campaign to defeat him in the primary. Wiles is known for running a tight ship, staying out of the spotlight, striking a balance of letting Trump be Trump, but steering the campaign back to focus on the issues: economy, inflation, and immigration. Trump's team already moving quickly to execute his day one priority, a crackdown on illegal immigration, focusing on how to immediately launch Trump's key campaign pledge: mass deportations of the estimated 12 million undocumented immigrants. According to some experts, mass deportations could cost an estimated $88 billion a year and send inflation spiking as millions of workers are removed from the workforce. But Trump dismissing any cost concerns, saying there's no choice, adding in an interview, "They're not staying here. There is no price tag." At the White House, President Biden pledging a smooth transition.
On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America.
After Democrats crushing defeat across the country, Biden urging supporters to accept the results and move forward.
We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country.
I think it's kind of funny that they're like, we're going to do a peaceful transfer of power. It's like, did anyone even question that? Did anyone ever genuinely, seriously think that there was going to be like a lib January 6th? Now, I am seeing a lot of fucking Twitter and TikTok posts that make me feel like maybe there could be one. And I think that would be pretty funny, probably. But I do find it strange that he's like, we're going to do a peaceful transfer of power to the fascists. It's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit. Okay? It's something that I've been thinking about quite a bit. What do I mean? It's like the Supreme Court of the United States, which is firmly committed to preserving Donald Trump's safety, security, and his mania, has given the office of the presidency extreme levels of security from prosecution. They did this decision in an effort to shield Trump from any kind of legal scrutiny, a second line of defense, another hurdle that inevitably the Supreme Court will either have to defend or argue in favor of, by giving him the opportunity to say, hey, look, this was a presidential act. Okay? And what's really interesting about this is that this gives Brandon carte blanche in abusing
that power, that awesome power that the Supreme Court has afforded to the office of the presidency. However, I believe that the Supreme Court of the United States knows that the Democrats would never do that. Trump, on the other hand, will guarantee do that. Okay? Guaranteed. He will absolutely use this newfound, unimaginable level of freedom that he has from legal prosecution, criminal prosecution, to his advantage. Democrats never fight. Okay? They don't. They don't ever offer up a fight, and Republicans know that, so they do not care.
Only when you win.
The White House insisting the president does not regret his decision to step aside or that he did it so late in the campaign. The president offering only praise for his vice president.
She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran.
And of course, President-elect Donald Trump expected to travel to Washington to meet with President Biden at the White House in the coming days. As President-elect Donald Trump, of course, also entitled to receive classified intelligence briefings. And this morning, we are told that as part of this agreement to accept this role as chief of staff, Susie Wiles wanted to make certain that she could still play the role of gatekeeper, keeping some oversight over who has control or who is going into the Oval Office, trying to avoid some of the chaos that we saw in the first administration, George.
And Rachel, we're seeing a group of Democratic governors mobilize. They're saying they're trying to Trump-proof their states.
Yeah, Donald Trump has not been sworn in yet into office, but already you have a handful of Democratic governors that are really trying to brace for any potential policies of a Trump administration. So California Governor Gavin Newsom, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker saying they are ready to call lawmakers back into a special session, trying to safeguard any type of curtail against reproductive rights, gun reform, and also any environmental regulations, George.
In an address to the nation yesterday, President.
Also, here's Nancy Pelosi blasting Brandon on New York Times. Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race, Ms. Pelosi said. But this is also blasting Kamala, too, by the way. And she's right. Had the president gotten out sooner, there may have been other candidates in the race, Ms. Pelosi said during an interview with Lulu Garcia-Navarro, the host of the interview, a Times podcast she added during the interview, which will be published in full on Saturday. The anticipation was that if the president were to step aside, that there would be an open primary. How about the primary? Why did they not even allow a primary to take place? Because they were worried about a 2016 style primary where a progressive voice would probably do fairly well, and it would actually hurt Biden in the general. It would openly show in full display that Biden had lost his step. Okay? And that's the reason why the Democratic Party did not want to have a real primary at all. That's why the only people running against Biden was like fucking Dean Phillips, Uncle Cenk, and Marianne Williamson. Ms. Pelosi went on, and as I say, Kamala may have. I think she would have done well in that and been stronger going forward, but we don't know that. That didn't happen. We live with what happened, and because the president endorsed Kamala Harris immediately, that really made it almost impossible to have a primary at the time. If it had been much earlier, it would have been different. I think that the Democratic Party should not have been so cowardly and allowed Biden, a person who was like very clearly mentally deficient for the role, to continue out his selfish desires of going forward with the second term. The Democratic Party did not have to. The Democratic Party also didn't do anything about Biden picking Kamala Harris, the Democrat originally, even though she was one of the weakest candidates in the 2019 primary. Okay? She didn't even make it to 2020. The Democratic Party allowed Biden to choose her deliberately for openly identitarian reasons that he demonstrated. He was like, oh, I want a black woman, Jack. It was like one of the silliest things I've ever heard. Like, Kamala Harris had the background to be vice president. That much is clear to me. I mean, she'd played a role. It's just that she was from California. Okay. It's not a state that is a must-win state, right? It's already a lock. And I think that the reason why she chose Kamala Harris was specifically because you could back pocket her. It would be a contingency plan for anyone that wants to get Biden out of the race at any point when he was running for office again. Okay, and no, I will not be listening to Tim Walz speaking because I will not be listening to Tim Walz speaking now. I'll listen to different takes. I'll listen to his speech in a second because right now I'm going to be talking to Astead Herndon of the New York Times. Okay? At 1. Anyway. Now, there's, of course, in this New York Times article, there's, of course, a whole litany of silly things that she said as well. She took issue with the comments this week from Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent progressive from Vermont, who suggested Ms. Harris's defeat had come in parts because the Democrats were too focused on identity politics at the expense of economic concerns. Bernie Sanders has not won, Ms. Pelosi said. With all due respect, and I have a great deal of respect for him, for what he stands for, but I don't respect him saying the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families. She suggested that cultural issues were more to blame for Democrats' losses among the working class. Guns, gods, and gays. That's the way they say it, she said. Guns, that's an issue. Gays, that's an issue. And now they're making the trans issue such an important issue in their priorities, and in certain communities, what they call God, what we call a woman's right to choose. First of all, this is a false interpretation of what Bernie Sanders' message was as well. Bernie Sanders didn't say drop the identity politics. Bernie Sanders said focus on universality in your message. Focus on social safety net expansions. Focus on direct policy prescriptions to the harm that people are experiencing. There has never been a moment where Bernie Sanders, at least since 2016, has been like anti-trans or anti-black or any number of different things that people smeared him as. Cynically, as a matter of fact, Bernie's method is to not unnecessarily hyper-target specific marginalized populations. That's it. And that is a successful strategy, in my opinion. Okay? You do not have to compromise with the right. You do not have to compromise or write out trans people from the coalition. That is ridiculous. At the end of the day, the things that Bernie Sanders was advocating for would have disproportionately helped some of the poorest people in all of the different demographics. Okay? Trans people or black people are not magical, mystical beings that are not experiencing the shock of material shortcomings. Okay? They are not sheltered from not having access to health care. They are not sheltered from the impact of the housing market. Okay? But the issue was when Bernie communicated a universal message, they tried to cynically turn it into, oh, he's just saying all lives matter. That's what he's doing. He's all lives mattering the situation. It's like, no, dog. It's so fucking stupid. And there's no better representation of this, like, back and forth within the establishment of the Democratic Party than Jim Clyburn coming out and saying Bernie is, like, racist, alluding to the fact that Bernie is racist and that Joe Biden is not. Of course, Why was Jim Clyburn saying that? Well, one, because he was in the tank for Biden, but two, it's because Bernie Sanders had always been uncompromising in his battle to give every single American health care, okay? Free health care. Jim Clyburn, on the other hand, had different opinions on that issue. Despite being a representative of one of the poorest districts in the country, okay, Jim Clyburn was never an advocate for expanding Medicare, okay? He was not. His constituents would have benefited greatly from Jim Clyburn's expansion. Oh, anyway, hold on. I'm joining the video call with Astead right now, and we're going to get started on some of these issues. We're going to be talking about a bunch of the stuff, including but not limited to what I'm talking about currently. Hold on. Astead?
Yo, how are you?
Hey, what's going on? I thought you were going to be in your car. What happened?
No, I'm saying I'm finally back home, you know?
Oh, nice.
He's giving me my life back in like some way, so at least I'm back.
Okay. You want to put your camera on landscape so that I can...
Yeah, that better?
Wait. Oh,
Okay,
boom. There it is. That's perfect. What? Oh, nope. It still went horizontal for some reason. You might need to...
on.
If you put it... Oh, no, it's good. It's good. All right. Perfect.
Let me do this. All right, here we go.
Damn, your nails are looking insane. That's
I started. One of my friends convinced me this year to start getting manicures, and it's been a real relaxation piece. So just me and Caleb Williams on our clear gel tips.
That's crazy. That's like my shit is busted. It's so bad. My dad is always trying to get me to go out and get a manicure and a pedicure. I've never done it. I don't know.
Listen,
why.
I gotta say it changed the game this year. So one endorsement here.
Hell yeah. All right. So Astead Herndon, everybody, of the New York Times. You might have seen him on CNN numerous times, host of the Run Up podcast, a fantastic reporter that has been accurately communicating some of the issues that have been happening. I think your voice is very important to have in mainstream media, especially now when I feel like a lot of, dare I say, the consultant class is utilizing this opportunity to basically defend themselves and defend their positions and defend their strategies, many of which are former Republicans, by the way, which is always interesting, to claim that the Kamala Harris campaign actually failed because she said Latinx too much, which is weird because I never heard her say that ever.
Yeah.
Or that they were too leftist and too woke, as a matter of fact. So
it's the same hobby horses a lot of these people have done for a while. I mean, for so many of that group, I think you're right to kind of name it as the consultant class. Every loss ends in the same lessons. And it's the lesson to blame the left. And I just don't think that's credible this time around. Yeah. As we talked about the last time on here, she made a kind of explicit pivot to the center that wasn't just with Liz Cheney or refusing to break with Biden on Gaza. But when we talked to Mark Cuban, he said that was his big difference with her, from her to Biden, is that he felt that the Biden administration wasn't open to them and that she was calling CEOs and she was calling Silicon Valley and crypto and leaning into kind of big business. And so I don't think anybody can say that they ran to the left. It's the opposite.
Yeah. So I read parts of the Atlantic piece that came from Biden World because, like, there are numerous different camps here, right? You have the consultant class that are, Clinton heads or Obama heads that are defending their own version of like what went wrong, and many of them are basically running the same route, which is ironic. They all sound like a Ben Shapiro video from 2016. Like the things that I've heard Joe Scarborough say about like how his daughter is afraid to speak up in college campuses because of free speech or whatever is just like, it's I guess it's shocking to hear that on MSNBC so prominently in display. But on the Atlantic piece, you had the Biden World also running their own version of events, saying that like Biden could have won potentially, which demonstrably was not true. So not true that he had to drop out. But one part of that I saw that you just brought up as well with respect to Mark Cuban was that the Biden administration, in my opinion, ran an anti-corporate populist administration, more so than even the Barack Obama administration. This was something that I talked about quite a bit. And there was one assessment that I actually agreed with in the Atlantic piece where they said Tony West, Kamala Harris's brother-in-law, came on to the campaign and directly told her to cut it out. Tony West is a Uber lobbyist, or I believe, is he an executive at Uber or lobbyist for Uber?
I'm pretty sure like one of their senior officers. Like he's not just, he's a big boy there.
Yeah, Tony West, big boy at Uber, came up to Kamala Harris directly and told her, cut it out with this anti-corporate stuff. We want corporations and like corporate executives to be on our side, be on the campaign side. And if you do this like anti-corporate messaging, if you hit this anti-corporate slant, you're going to get punished. And she cut it out. And then she brought in, obviously, Mark Cuban to calm the masses and to say like, no, like corporations, like Kamala Harris loves corporations. There was all this back and forth about like Lena Khan. Is she going to get fired? Is she not going to get fired? That like drew a lot of discourse. And it always felt like they were just pointing to the donors and being like, don't worry. We will not harm you. And I think that played a role in her campaign. I think that not focusing on that sort of stuff that plays very well to the broader public was another misstep, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that when you look back, there's the macro failure of the Democratic Party's refusal to break with Biden 2 years ago, and there's the micro failure of Kamala Harris's refusal to do it in the last 3 months. And both of those matter a ton. I think the first one matters a little more, in my opinion, but the second one was the last opportunity they had to really fix and understand the desire for change, the distaste with the administration, the unpopularity, and they just refused all of the evidence on that front. And I think what you're pointing out is important, but as someone who's covered Harris for a while, this has always been the kind of contradiction from her. She has, kind of progressive roots in some senses and a real connection with, I think, a progressive academic nonprofit ecosystem, even through her sister Maya Harris. But at the same time, Tony West is a huge influence for them too. And they have a lot of ties with kind of California corporate dollars, the kind of big donor ecosystem of Democrats also. And so she's always been someone who's less than choosing one side or the other, has tried to be both at the same time. And we saw that really not work for her in the 2019 presidential race.
Yeah.
And I would say it kind of didn't work for them now either. And I just think that you can't backdoor your way into the presidency. And people want a sense of who you are, what you stand for. And some of that requires hard choices. And honestly, in my opinion, I think the Democrats overrate how much of that is ideological and how much of that is just about authenticity, period. There's one way to view Bernie Sanders as a hard progressive, and there's other way to view him as guy who talks about broken system and gets money out of politics, and that's not really easily on right or left, period.
Yeah.
And I think that they just refuse to see that there's some stuff that they could say and own that speaks to people's distaste for how government is right now that they just don't do. But I think you're pointing on the important point. Maybe the reason they don't do it is because they don't want to. Because the donors don't want that message, right? The corporate class doesn't want that message. It will require pissing them off. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're going to have to try to be everything to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's ironically, the worst instincts on both ends. You're burning the candle from both ends. When you do the NGO style, corporate, when you apply the corporate heuristic of I guess I don't want to say DEI culture because I feel like that term is very loaded.
Yeah.
But there is a level of inauthenticity associated with hyper targeting marginalized groups, which Kamala Harris didn't really do, but she had done that in 2019. Yeah. And I think it haunted her throughout this campaign, where it's very aesthetic, it's very optics focused, and it's not necessarily even identifying or or really looking for adequate solutions to any of the problems facing.
Like, representation's a big example here. I think
Yeah.
even more than DEI culture, the good faith version of that is how Democrats have talked. I think when they talk to people of color mostly in the last 4 years, they're mostly talking about including them in elite spaces. And that's that kind of, the Biden administration is the most diverse ever. Harris as VP, Ketanji Brown Jackson as Supreme Court Justice. And I think that that's a fine message for some people of color. But I think to your point, it's not a material change. And so when you get results like this, where a group of people clearly want something different, and that cuts across demographic groups,
Yeah.
I think you have to ask yourself, like, were the messages that they were giving, particularly people of color, landing? And I think the answer is clearly not for a lot, not for as many as they needed. And so much of that, I think, is a holdover from the Obama administration, where they basically still have the idea that if we appeal on this kind of like racial essentialism lens first, then in the end, we'll win over Latinos, we'll win over Black folks, we'll win over these groups. And I just think that, like, more and more, they talked about race without talking about change. It was just race for race sake. And I think that applies to a lot of things. Race, gender, sexuality is the thing they talked about the most. And so I said this like in another place, but they have to expand the ways they think about identity. And if it's just landing with them now that people of color who come from different places have different ideas, that Latinos that have different countries of origin come to politics in a different way, like, that is an embarrassing late game realization.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously, like, left unexamined was the same resilient anger that everyone, regardless of their racial background, across the board, felt towards these institutions, right? Like, the infallibility of our institutions and the defense of our institutions, and centering the conversation around like civility and protecting said institutions, when on the ground people felt like it was not working for them. I think was such a hollowed out message that just did not resonate with many people, which I think many of which just stayed at home. Like, a lot of people are talking about people flipping party loyalty, right? But I think that, and we'll have a better assessment of how much that happened eventually when all the votes are tabulated and counted. But what actually is interesting, I think, or what actually is like very illuminating here, is the number of people that just sat at home, that just did not go out. Like, one thing that you and I had talked about on numerous occasions throughout this truncated campaign was that we both expressed somewhat of a fear that Kamala Harris was going to have the bottom fall out. Like, the normal groups that would come out and vote for the Democratic Party, that are like an active part of the coalition, were going to hear her consistently communicating towards this like moderate position, dare I say right-wing position. We're going to not respond to this message in a positive way and just choose to sit this one out. And that is precisely, it seems, what happened, especially in comparison to past performance in 2020, which was a COVID election. So obviously it's different. There was always going to be higher turnout across the board. But it seems like Donald Trump did not hemorrhage as many of his base of support from that time frame as the Democratic Party did.
I don't think there was anyone who came into this, like, even before we know how many votes there are in total, the fact that Donald Trump won the popular vote means that they can't really tell themselves this is just one type of story. Like, he increased in rural areas, and the drop off in urban areas is one that is so noticeable. The collapse in places like New York City, the fact that AOC is getting more raw vote totals than Kamala Harris in her district is a searing indictment of people who see and live in Democratic places. And so I think that I saw some stats about how Kamala Harris did in her own home county in Alameda.
Richard Torres got less votes.
Yeah, and so I'm saying there's these stories that are really clear for them that I think has to tell them that their message is just not completely not hitting for even the people who see and understand Democrats the most. And I wouldn't really went back to the democracy argument because I think it's an important one. Like, they speak from this place where they act like there's this shared assumption of America's ideals and that Donald Trump is this aberrant figure who broke them. And what I feel like I hear on the road is a lot of people who say government is not working for them. And they may not like the way that Donald Trump is actually doing something about that. But what I don't think I've ever heard is Democrats actually start from that premise and say, here are the things we're going to try to do to make government work better for you. And so, like, there's a way that's completely outside of ideology, right, left, whatever, that they could say, hey, this is about money in politics or gerrymandering or term limits or whatever you want to do, like about that kind of front, just something that actually speaks to people's concerns, that they don't think a current system is actually responsive to people, is something they never really did. What they did was the kind of Liz Cheney version of the argument, which says that the American democracy or political system was going fine until Donald Trump blew it up and January 6th happened.
And without examining why people wanted Donald Trump to blow up the system in 2016 when he won.
That should have been the informing original point, right? Like, Donald Trump has never been the person of stability, right? The disruption was already chosen one time, and they just had a failure of belief to think people would do it again. I was saying this on CNN, but I can't help but think about when I went to the DNC winter meeting in early 2023. This is the first gathering of party officials after the midterms. And they were putting South Carolina first in the primary order, a thing Joe Biden asked for, not even Jim Clyburn, but Joe Biden asked for that specifically because it would make his road to nomination easier. And we were asking them, why are you doing this with the evidence of Joe Biden's age being such a problem, his unpopularity, inflation? And what we got was, people would, to me, only some people would even acknowledge those signs. But of the ones who did, there was a belief that Donald Trump would be inherently unelectable because January 6th and the legal problems. And so it did. So some of them even said, it doesn't actually matter this time around because we're going to be going up against someone who the American people already see as incapable of holding the office again. But there was nothing that was actually telling them that was true except their own hunch, And so it was such a big risk on the party's part. And even in their own strategy at that point, they were basically banking on the fact that when people tuned in a couple weeks before the race was over, that they would be freaked out by the reality of Donald Trump. And at the minimum, that was a strategy that just hampered them into only one way of winning. And it just blew my mind that nobody decided to question it. Like, whether Joe Biden wants to act in his own interest or not is one thing. But these are all political actors with agency. And before the midterms happened, there was a discussion in a lot of political circles about if someone was going to run against Biden and his mass unpopularity and the fact that he was too old, right? Like, it's not like they didn't have these thoughts. It's just that they suppressed them once it didn't match up with their own political ambition. And so the only thing that I feel like I've been trying to do in the reporting side is like try to tell folks like this was not inevitable. Like this was not like some march that ended with Donald Trump. It had to end with Donald Trump. I think it was made easier I think the Democrats made that pathway a lot easier because they lived in their own reality and just frankly just assumed it was true by just agreeing with them amongst themselves.
Yeah, I noticed this when I had, for the first time in my career, like direct insider access to the DNC when I went to the DNC. And I recognized that it was actually quite alarming to me where it felt like, one, their attitude did not match with the reality that I had seen. Right. They were doing victory laps with the initial momentum that Kamala Harris had gotten, making it seem like this was in the bag. But beyond that, I also noticed that it is a bubble. It was the first time I remember thinking, this is the least I've been aware of what is happening in the world when I'm directly in the center of what people are paying attention to. And that really stayed with me. And I think that is part of the reason why I really like talking to journalists such as yourself who by trade go out to the real world and talk to real voters. Like, Dave Weigel does this as well. Like you have a dramatically different perspective than I think the type of perspective that, op-ed writers who never really leave New York or never really leave DC have, because you're seeing what like normal human beings are suffering on. You're seeing like where the material harm is and what their experiences look like.
Yeah,
And
I had this like formative moment after the 2022 midterms where I remember being at Christmas with a friend's family, and this was like, this like a working class family who were like all Black and Latino, and they were asking me like, okay, they doing the like ask their friend who's a reporter like, so what's gonna happen in the presidential election? And I was like, oh, it's probably gonna be Biden and Trump, and I just said it kind of flippantly because in our political ecosystem everybody knew that, right? And so I was like, it's probably gonna be a Biden Trump rematch, and there was a shock in this room. Everyone was completely shocked. And it wasn't just a shock about Donald Trump, which I had heard before, because of January 6th, because of all that stuff. But everyone was shocked that Joe Biden would be running for re-election. And there was a feeling that, like, didn't he tell us he wasn't going to do that? And I know that there is, like, questions about whether that promise was explicit, but it was certainly implicit, right? And I think that so many people held on to that, and they did, and that was the reason they talked themselves into a Biden vote in 2020.
Yeah.
And I had that moment at the midterms where I was like, oh, the surprise in this election is not just about Trump's return. It's about a dual distaste for the candidates, and that is reflective of a political system that people aren't liking.
Yeah.
And it was this moment for me that I really informed the work we did over 2023, because I was seeing this like completely disconnected conversation between all the insiders we talked to and I'm around for work and my life. And in my life, everyone was being like, are you serious? There's no way this is happening again. And in the journalistic and political world, everyone was just kind of like silently marching toward this thing.
yeah.
And so I just feel as if, to your point, like it can be such a bubble because the people who end up making the decisions are people who are oftentimes completely disconnected from the electorate. Like when Joe Biden's deciding whether or not to drop out, the electorate is not in the room at all.
Yeah.
And that's been one of my big realizations in this process is like, oh, take those voices and bring them to them, because you can't just assume that they're asking those questions. Like in a lot of cases, they aren't.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a couple different things that I wanted to point to here. In our conversations, I still, while criticizing Kamala Harris's campaign and like the active messaging that they were engaging in and how it clearly was not resonating with voters, especially in the swing states, given the polling data readily available that showed that after $30 million of ads in particular TV markets, like the polls had not swung in her direction at all, which implied that, in my opinion, that the message was not resonating because it wasn't a good message. But in spite of that, I still maintain the belief, looking at past performance of high propensity voters, the normal whites that were grossed out by all of the trans panic, crime panic narratives that they just didn't really subscribe to, and that did care about, at the very least, like the civility narratives. Looking at the 2022 midterms specifically, I thought that this older 2016 Democratic agenda statement from Chuck Schumer was potentially going to hold in the upcoming election. I'm going to share my screen with you real quick, and I want to show you this, and we can watch it together. And I want to know if you also agree that maybe this was a failure, that the progressive people that had been very critical of this back in 2016 can maybe now turn around and say it. Let's take a look.
This is the second point. For every blue-collar Democrat we will lose in Western PA, we will pick up 2-3 moderate Republicans in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And you can repeat that in Ohio and Illinois and Wisconsin. The voters who are most out there figuring out what to do are not the blue-collar Democrats. They are the college-educated Republicans who lean Republican or are independent and in the suburbs.
So this is the method. right? Like they very actively communicated that this was the method in 2016. It failed. And that in the aftermath of that failure, it seems like with the COVID situation, there was a brief moment, a brief glimmer of hope for the Democrats to say, no, actually it did work. See, Joe Biden won by 42,000 votes in across key states, but still won overall. And then the 2022 primaries that turned that was supposed to deliver a resounding defeat to a president that was overseeing historic levels of inflation actually turned into a red puddle. So I think that really solidified the Democratic Party's position that this was the method, and that's part of the reason why they ran in this direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think that specifically you're talking about bad lessons they took from midterms. And I think this is important for like folks to get, and something that I think Nate Cohn at the Times helped me understand a lot. Because I would ask him, like, we're seeing these special elections, we're seeing this midterm electorate, like you're seeing abortion rights really take precedent. And he laid out for us on the run up, like the composite of people who vote for presidential elections is completely different, and how they're thinking is pretty much fully dictated by who's at the top of the ticket. And so it's not a thing that you can take a direct lesson from the midterms to the presidential. And so part of the reason we were asking those questions, even back in early 2023 at that winter meeting I'm talking about, is because it was very clear that the midterm results changed everything for Joe Biden and Democrats. When the folks who follow the numbers and the kind of the pollsters and all those folks were saying, that's not equal, those are not extrapolation you should make. And I think this is the problem with kind of what he's talking about. And even if that suburban person came to Democrats in 2018 or 2022, it's not set that that person's going to stay with them, right? Like they're not like a full member of the party. And I think what we saw over the last 4 years was that Joe Biden, like the distaste for Democrats, just became greater than the fear of Donald Trump. And so in seeding that blue collar worker in for the sake of winning that Republican voter, now when that Republican voter flipped back to Donald Trump, they've just lost both. And I think that that is the thing that I really don't get, is because there could be, and this is where the primary matters so much, because I think that is the way that you really find a message that includes all pieces of that slice. They didn't have an open conversation of where the base wanted to be on immigration or wanted to be on all of those issues. They didn't fight it out. And so at the minimum, there was a feeling of unheardness, I think, from a certain group of Democrats. And I don't think they're wrong in feeling that. Like, I don't think the party acted with those people in mind.
I mean, there's an even greater example of this that we also had talked about, that the Democratic Party's attitude on Israel-Palestine was going to be a deciding factor in a state like Michigan, for example. And when I kept seeing the way that they were operating, including kicking out an Arab delegate that they'd invited, right, to a speech, and sending Richie Torres to Michigan to tell the Jewish voters there that, don't worry, we actually love Israel and we don't care about these Arabs at all. And then sending Bill Clinton to do like an Itamar Ben-Gvir style speech talking about Judea and Samaria and King David or whatever the fuck. Like, all of that was actively pushing away not just the Arab voters in Dearborn, which is a massive constituency, but beyond the Arab voters in Dearborn, it was clearly very frustrating to a lot of people who did care about this, and plenty of polls showed that reality, and they just openly refused to reckon with it. And as a matter of fact, not only did they openly refuse to reckon with it, they simply were acting like they could win without these constituencies. And I don't know how echo chambered you have to get. Like, I don't know how hard you have to be in the DC bubble, basically, to believe yourself
to believe that, this was not you could win without these voters. But it seemed to me at that time that they were like deliberately trying to write out this base of support that had in the past gone to Joe Biden by like 70 to 80%, as a matter of fact. And I think that the one thing that flipped me from, they're deliberately writing out these people and they actively want to give people the permission to like openly be bigoted and openly say, no, only Arabs care about this. This is sectarian violence. It's the classic trope of like, this is a 1,000-year religious war. Don't worry about it. You can still vote for the Democrats. Like, that's what I thought they were trying to do. But then I saw Kamala Harris apply the NGO optics style speech only after Donald Trump went to Dearborn, where she, for the first time ever in months, turned around and placed Palestinians and the Lebanese as the victims of violence without immediately contextualizing it as Israel's right to defend itself and the October 7 attacks and Hamas, doing brutal things. Like, that was the first time I ever saw her do that. And that's when it hit me that like, no, this is DC bubble shit. Like, they genuinely did not realize that this was ineffective messaging until Donald Trump went there and actively courted those Arab votes.
I think you're exactly right. And what they end up doing is losing both sides of the coin. They had drop off among Jewish voters and huge drop off among Arab Palestinian voters. And so, obviously that's going to be a problem for Donald Trump once he has to govern or whatever. But I'm saying what he was a vessel for distaste against the Democratic policy and messaging that was not working. And I would say even more so than kind of revealing the DC bubbleness of it all, I think her refusal to break with Biden specifically on Gaza was the litmus test for, are you different or are you not? Like the broader question of like, does she represent a new way forward? Does she represent something that is beyond a different face on the Biden campaign? I think was most clearly articulated when she failed to answer that question on The View.
Oh, yeah.
And then which was a moment. But then also I think just generally for young people, for folks who care about that issue, it was like, I'm getting a different person, but I'm getting the same Democratic Party. And it didn't have to be like that. And so I guess one thing I think, though, is this is where like vision and leadership matters, is because if you this is one thing I learned in covering these presidential campaigns in the primary in 2019-20, is that it requires a candidate who knows what they believe in, and then a campaign is kind of working from that premise. And so I would say that in that primary, that was true of Bernie, that was true of Warren, that was probably true of Joe Biden too. And they all had a set of beliefs that really their campaign was working to implement strategically or message-wise, whatever. But it wasn't that you were just giving up your beliefs to this weather vane of consultants. And I think one thing that Harris has been fairly guilty of is being more so reflective of where the Democratic Party is than trying to lead the Democratic Party's conversation.
Yeah.
And that was true even on criminal justice, an issue she's dedicated her whole career to. And I just think that at some point, that really starts to reflect poorly on you because voters don't have a sense of who you are. And I think even in interviews and things like that, you're looking for the right answer rather than just saying what you believe in, right? And so I think some of this, when you talk about the kind of consultant class and others, sometimes I'm just baffled that they just aren't working from a premise of what do you actually care about? Like it would seem to me that's the easier way to run, is to actually set off like a set of beliefs and work from that premise. But for her specifically, that's not what they did. I would say one more thing too, like if Joe Biden's refusal to acknowledge his age as an issue starts with his selection of Kamala Harris. Because they knew at that time that a lot of Democrats did not think she was a leader, she was the person to lead the party in the future. And so when I was doing a profile of Kamala Harris last year, one of the big questions I had was, did they pick her with the future in mind? And the answer was kind of no. And that was from Biden's own people. And so all I'm saying is like, that's how far they were from reality, even at that time, is because they were planning they were operating from a kind of two-term assumption even back then.
No, it was
And
very
so
selfish.
I'm saying, so like, if like, fine, like, let's say you didn't think Kamala Harris, like, in that selection process, they should have known they were choosing the person who was who was likely to be the next Democratic standard bearer. And so if you think that's Gretchen Whitmer, choose Gretchen Whitmer. If you think that's whatever, choose that person. But they didn't do that. They were only basically thinking about how to win the current election. And then I think it plays out between a weird dynamic with the VP, because I don't even think she was set up for success, honestly.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. This is something I noticed early on when they made her the border czar, right?
That's not something you do if you think the person's going to be running for president.
That's cleanup duty. You put her there specifically because you wanted her to do side quests that were unimaginably bad, and you had no care or consideration in propping her up as the next leader of the Democratic Party. They did that deliberately, and I think that was because Biden is a truly spiteful and somewhat selfish person who wanted to become president since 1988 and never gave up on that, and was probably very upset with Barack Obama, who told him not to run in 2016, where he was correct in thinking that he would have won against Donald Trump, because I think Joe Biden would have defeated Donald Trump in 2016, and he never forgave anybody for that. So he basically cast aside like a lot of the pillars of the Democratic Party, for better or for worse. And I think that was the reason why he was like, no, it's Biden's time now, you know? And
and I think that you're really correctly landing on some of the Biden mythology that's important here. Like, I think one of the things that I learned that I don't really have a full grasp on before I started doing this reporting is just how important the kind of unelected emperors around a candidate are, and the stories they kind of tell themselves.
Yeah.
And one thing that's really important about the Biden world is they thought, I mean, before this week, they thought that they were kind of unappreciated figures of history. They thought that they had been, that Obama did not give them the credit they deserve, that Biden was someone who was completely underestimated, and that they were uniquely positioned to beat Donald Trump, as they showed. And that even in the primary leading up to that, people did not see them as being the people, the kind of salt of the earth connectors that they were. And so partly all of that leads to them being so convinced of their own correctness that I think it stops them from answering the very obvious things that were in front of them. And so I'm like, they can believe all that if they want, but to think that America was electing Biden in 2020 under the assumption of 8 years is just wild to me, you know? And so partly like that's his decision to run for re-election. But even before that, I think it's his decision to select Kamala Harris, because they should have done something with the knowledge that that person was the very likely next party leader. And if they wanted that to be her, they could have set that person up for success.
But
if they didn't want that to be her, they shouldn't have chose her.
They did not want the vice president to potentially overshadow a very old president, because then it calls into question like how replaceable he is. And I think it was a very well calculated and disastrous decision overall, which I think carried on to Kamala Harris's campaign. I mean, it is without a question that like one of the major issues here, because there have been a lot of incorrect assessments, and then there have been some very correct assessments. For example, talking about like no unpopular incumbent president has ever won re-election when people have, when 60+% of the population is saying that they want change. And Kamala Harris did not represent that change. No unpopular incumbent president has ever won regardless. And Joe Biden was the least popular person. He was out of the trio with Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. His disapproval rating was the highest. It's over at that point, right? So
it's over if you don't acknowledge that. It's over if you don't do, and so all I'm saying is it would be one thing to me if it was it would be one thing to me if Joe Biden was like a 50-year-old person who was kind of unpopular or whatever. But he had already laid out a possible escape route for this thing, where he had said that he would be a bridge to another generation, et cetera, et cetera. And so when we would talk to people, this came up with a voter I talked to 2 weeks ago. She was saying that, like, yes, she's going to vote for Kamala Harris, but she still resents the fact that that is a choice that was put on her rather than the choice that was across the Democratic Party. And no one made that, no one forced that to be true besides Biden, the folks around him, and the lack of political courage for the party at large. Because technically, it's the party's job, right? Like, technically, Biden can say whatever he wants, and other members of the party and the party writ large should be the one responding to voters' concerns. And so that's why we were at the DNC, because I was like, I know you're doing this because Biden wrote a letter telling you to do this. But have you considered that no, people don't want this? And it was just so unfathomable to me. That it was not really unfathomable because we know that that's kind of politics. But all I'm saying is they were comfortable even admitting that that was a decision that was made without the public in mind.
Yeah. Which is interesting because like now Nancy Pelosi is coming out and openly admitting it. Like if Biden had dropped out sooner, things would be different. We could have had an open primary. And it's like, well, instead of an open primary, what about just a primary, right?
Yeah.
Like how about just a normal primary that wasn't completely shut off because Jamie Harrison and everyone else, which were Biden loyalists for some reason, refused to even acknowledge that like anyone else was going to be the candidate for the reasons that you pointed to. I want to take a step back from the campaign and actually talk about the administration, because obviously this past year of the Biden administration has been mired with, I guess I'm going to use a loose term here, controversy, right? And a lot of discontent. Having said that, however, I think that the Biden administration, I'm doing my best Ezra Klein right now. I'm trying to be like him. Having said that, however, I think the Biden administration did a bunch of remarkable things that I, as a leftist who always feels a level of discontent with the party, was shocked by. Biden's NLRB did a fantastic job. Biden's IRS went after tax dodgers and actually recovered millions of dollars of taxable revenue from tax dodgers. And Biden's FTC, obviously with Lena Khan, had done a fantastic job as well, going after trust busters, including but not limited to Amazon.
Yep.
And one thing that I always found very strange, including actually something that the media roundly criticized as a disaster, was pulling out of Afghanistan, like demonstrating political courage to do something, even if it was a continuation of Trump's negotiated withdrawal that Trump punished him for quite effectively. Actually, not even quite effectively. I don't think the Trump's Afghanistan withdrawal point was that as prescient as people would suggest it in the media. But the thing that I was always frustrated by, if we go back in time to October 2023, before October 7 and before October 5th, where Biden actually unveiled his right-wing border bill, leading up to that moment, this administration was slated to be the most anti-corporate populist and most progressive from an economic standard administration that I had ever seen in my lifetime. And that includes the Obama administration as well. Biden walked a picket line. That was historic, right? And the UAW stood by him for that reason. Now, these are very important things that Biden did. Why did they not talk about it? I never understood. I mean, I know as someone who covers politics and has been doing this for 10 years, like Democrats do not campaign year round. Republicans do. And they have this incredible connection with their media ecosystem all the way down to independent content creators and Fox News, certainly. They're always connecting with their base and they're always re-upping their narratives, the Republicans do. Democrats, on the other hand, never chose to actively campaign year-round and communicate to the public all of the things that they were doing. One example of this that really frustrated me was the overdose deaths from opiates. The Biden administration is the first administration in the past couple of decades where the number of overdoses from opiates actually declined. Now, fentanyl has been a point of contention nonstop on the Republican side. And yet I never heard from the Biden administration that, like, we actually took a shot at this and with the, widespread, readily available over-the-counter distribution of Narcan and many other policies, we actually were able to lower opioid overdoses for the first time ever. And it's shocking to me that they never communicated that. It's shocking to me that they never communicated the fact that the Afghanistan withdrawal was, yes, mired in controversy and the media pummeled them, but that it was the right thing to do. It was not only the right thing to do, but that the Republicans cynically weaponized the 13 active duty service members that were killed in the process over and over and over again. And yet 13, while not a single, soldier dying is appropriate, right? But 13 was the final number of the amount of active duty service members that were killed in Afghanistan because they did successfully withdraw from Afghanistan. Whereas under the Trump administration, 67 soldiers had died in Afghanistan because he never withdrew from Afghanistan. So, like, there are so many gimmies throughout this entire process, throughout this entire administration, where they could have just stood 10 toes down and been like, no, this was the right thing to do. How dare you actually weaponize, death of our beautiful soldiers to try to make this, like, cynical argument. And maybe even sicked Pete Buttigieg as an attack dog on all of the media sources that were yelling at the administration over and over again. He's a fantastic communicator. I don't agree with him ideologically. I'm terrified of him, but, like, he is good at chirping. They never did that with the railroad strike. They shut off the railroad strike, but then they went back to the railroad companies and openly negotiated with them and delivered results for the railroad unions. The only reason why I know that is because I read the union publications. That was the only place that this was communicated.
I mean, I think you bring up a bunch of important points because it is true that Democrats had come into the Biden administration with the belief that good policy will be good politics. That if they simply do the right thing, quote unquote, that voters will reward them. And so I think it might be an unfortunate lesson that they take from this loss, that voters did not respond to that and voters did not reward them electorally for those policies. But what I would say is I think that's a little overly simplistic because even though they were doing good things, it is not as if they had a messenger to sell that progress to Americans. And so when I was out on the road, you would hear people say that Biden's done nothing on climate. And then I would mention the IRA and they would, like stuff like that. This would happen all the time, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that he was this filter that people were seeing the administration through. And so even things that would have been defined as quote unquote progress, we're not seeing this progress because the part of politics that's also important besides just doing good things is telling people what you have done and then and getting that to them. And so I don't think they really did that effectively. And I would also say, and this is obviously going to be rich coming from the Times, but they made a very specific war on mainstream media over the past 3-4 years. And I think that was part of their desire to insulate Biden. And I think it was just a very bad decision because a lot of the things that I think you're talking about are messages they could have taken to traditional and legacy media, are messages that that Biden could have, done, but he was not going out. He was refusing those type of interviews, and they were making a point to say that you all don't matter anymore. And I guess that I just find it really, really like a self-inflicted wound on their part, because not only, like, obviously the media landscape has changed, but a lot of times when narratives are setting in, particularly in those early points of the administration, when the public isn't really tuned in, they could have started creating a narrative of their political accomplishments. And they simply left that on the ground because they wanted to stick it to the New York Times. They wanted to stick it to the Wall Street Journal and all that stuff. And then they started, and then as those places, including us, were reporting on his unpopularity through things like age, they used their allies to try to say that that was part of some grand mainstream media conspiracy against him.
Yeah.
That the Times publisher was coming down and telling us to ask these questions, which isn't true, right? And so I'm saying it's like both a problem of, I think, the fact that Joe Biden was not a good messenger for even the things that they were doing, and the fact that they were not taking that message to a lot of the more traditional places simply because they thought they were over it. And so by the time they get to the, Harris campaign side, when she's doing all these podcasts and she's doing all of this type of other stuff, I kind of think they're at a 3-year deficit because either they refused to do it because they didn't want to, or they couldn't do it because Joe Biden couldn't. And either one of those is a bad answer. Like if you don't have the type of messenger who can tell you why the policies that the administration are doing are good, if you can't take that message to the American people and against Republicans, that's the job. Like that's literally the job of the president in the political context. And so the fact that he wasn't up to it, I think frankly just stopped them from being able to pitch that story to the public. But I think you're right, that story was there. It was not a policy question. I do think and as I said at the beginning, I think an unfortunate impact might be, though, that they take the lesson that good policy doesn't help them.
Yes.
And so what is the purpose?
Yeah, that's precisely the reason why I wanted to talk about this issue, because I am very fearful that Democrats are either deliberately, cynically, or unwillingly going to learn the wrong lesson. They're going to look at this and be like, what are you talking about? Biden was incredibly progressive, and look how the voters rewarded him.
Right.
Voters obviously don't care about progressive, a progressive legislative agenda. And there was certainly, I'm not even saying like the Biden administration did everything perfect, right? Like, it's shocking that it was someone like myself who was quite adversarial with the Democratic administration, who still is honest enough to like openly examine the things that they've done and compare it to prior administrations. Like, I'm one of the only major outlets, I guess, as an independent content creator that regularly spoke about not only Lina Khan, it's like me and the Majority Report. Like, we were some of the only places where you could hear some of the accomplishments of Joe Biden. And I, like I said, there is a wipeout after October, the month of October, where he interestingly enough, unveiled his right-wing border bill. And then also October 7 happened and he bear hugged Netanyahu. But like, it was always shocking that they just did not, I guess they were just like truly terrified of the right-wing animus that they would cultivate, or the donor pressure that they would get if they just came out openly as like an anti-corporate populist administration.
Yeah. And I remember asking some Democrats, again, at the beginning of 2023, like, what changes then? All right, if he's unpopular right now, what's going to give? And they said, the policy accomplishments will set in, and that will kind of change the narrative about this administration, and people will become more happy with Biden. And that gave us like, okay, so when does that need to happen before the alarm bells kind of kick off? And though I used to ask that question to a bunch of people, and we blew past all of those deadlines. Folks would say the summer. They would say the end of the year. They would say the beginning of 2024. All of this. And it didn't change. None of it was changing. And even though the actions did not change, they did not take that as a sign that the unpopularity was deep-rooted, nor did they do anything particularly different. But I really think that it's a huge messenger issue. Like, the Biden we saw at that debate stage is not a messenger who could have told the country why Lina Khan should be defended, right? And so...
No, he wasn't the guy for sure. He's too old.
He wasn't the guy. And so partly it's like even the strategy is working around the fundamental problem, which is that he wasn't the guy. And so I think one of the things that might come from this, though, is if I put on my Democratic consultant brain, I bet you a lot of them are going to say, what's the purpose of pissing off our donors for Lina Khan if we aren't rewarded for it?
Yeah.
And I just think that is a very convenient explanation for a certain group of folks, but it would not surprise me if that's where they land.
Yeah, no, that is exactly what I think is happening and exactly what I think is going to happen. I think that there are a lot of careerist people with like inherently and genuinely right-wing attitudes about the way that the economy is supposed to work. And this is their authentic belief, right? They're not just like saying they're pro neoliberalism. They are pro neoliberalism. And then outside of that, this is, I think, the reason why they want to maintain their careers within the Democratic Party's infrastructure as like consultants. So they're rushing to television. They're rushing to every TV network they can to talk about how, Kamala Harris wasn't sufficiently pro-Israel enough, which is an insane thing to say. Like, I liken that directly to QAnon. And I was shocked that like David Axelrod and Van Jones were talking, that were openly saying that in direct response to like what the exact opposite was happening in reality in places like Michigan specifically. Or they were too woke, that Kamala Harris was far too woke, or that even the anti-trans ads, right, that the Republican Party routinely pumped into every TV market, that by my estimation, in a country where 64% of the population, regardless of whatever kind of like underlying implicit transphobic opinions that they might have, still believe that trans people are being disproportionately discriminated against. That kind of messaging might be effective for like, Matt Walsh's fan base, but that is extremely online. It is extremely online, and it's not the type of message that like causes people to go out and vote. And it's not like Kamala Harris was like defending trans people outwardly anyway throughout the entire campaign. And yet they're now talking about how wonderful that ad was, how successful that ad was, both on the Republican side as they're running victory laps, and even on the Democratic side, where I talked to a bunch of consultants off camera, off the record, where they also genuinely thought that was a good ad. Like, they were shocked when I tried to describe to them, like, no, this kind of stuff didn't work in 2022, and this kind of stuff just does not work. It might prime up like a certain minor, tiny percentage of the base that already has this like incredible amounts of outward transphobia, but for most people, they just kind of find it to be weird. Right? They find it odd.
And I think that like the Republican attacks work better when you aren't laying out a competing vision, right? Like, and so I remember in the profile that I had about Harris last year, one of the lines was that that she had been a vessel or a vacuum of negative space, and that for supporters and detractors to fill as they choose, because she's refusing to do so herself. And so I'm saying part of the reason that they were susceptible to some of those Republican attacks was because they're not defining themselves in a clear way. And so I also think like it's weird to me that they think that it is an easier solution to throw trans kids under the bus than to say that money in politics they should get rid of money in politics, right? Like there are so many things that actually clearly cut across groups, that clearly motivate people, that make it clear that you understand that politics doesn't work for folks in the way that they want. And it's just not that they're doing it. I'm noticing how dark I am. I'm gonna turn on the light.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Your apartment is crazy nice, by the way. I'm not like pocket watching or anything, but it's like very, very tasteful.
I got like a crazy pandemic deal, and I made apartment therapy, and those are my two big successes in life. So yeah,
it's incredibly tastefully decorated. You have like the perfect amount of plants and everything.
I appreciate this. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you always got you got great style too. So, that's another, I'm giving you your well-deserved props on that.
Thank you. It's been a wild one, but I feel like really completed by the end of this year. Like, I think that we've been on this journey, and one of the things that's been hard is like, I don't know how to cover politics without being out in the world.
Yeah.
And so like, I remember after the last 2020 race, I came back and I was like, oh, I haven't spent any time at home. I want to have a real apartment that reflects my taste and interest. Like, I'm going to make an intention to do that. But even this time around, like, I frankly was on the road all the time, because I think, to your point, like, it's impossible to really get a sense of the way this stuff is landing without being there. And I just think the disconnect between campaigns and DC and parties is so big right now that like I would it requires travel. For me, it like requires, if you're going to do it in a journalistic way, like it requires getting that kind of direct sourcing, because the assumptions of what is hitting is just, it's becoming like, it's worse and worse. Like, in my opinion, like there should not be that many reporters at a campaign event, you know?
Yeah.
Like you, at this point, you know, the people coming there are a very specific type. You can get the message from watching television. Like the amount of journalistic energy that goes to following the candidate every place, we know is not predictive of result or anything like that. Campaign stops don't even show that. And so I just think that one of the things that has been a lesson I've taken, and I think a benefit of like a newspaper, is a belief about being out in the world. And I think it's really served our work.
Yeah. There was a couple things. I don't know how much time you have. It's always wonderful to have you.
I can do a couple more minutes.
Okay, perfect. So there was a couple other things that I wanted to talk about. So one of the things that a lot of people do is like point to correct analysis, but I think they end up missing the broader picture. And the correct analysis on this campaign, outside of like Biden, offering the worst possible situation to an incoming campaign that was supposed to replace him in such a short time frame with Kamala Harris, was also the obvious reality that Kamala Harris is a black woman in a country that is, of course, still very much racist and sexist. And while that is a real issue, right? While that is certainly going to be a hurdle that the campaign must clear, I was of the mindset that the way to clear that would be by becoming an authentic and earnest communicator who could present themselves that way, and also make up for it with like decent policies that meet people where they're at, including the economic hardship that they were experiencing. And we've talked, of course, about Kamala Harris's opportunity economy narratives, or how much she loves small businesses, and how she was going to offer $50,000 in tax cuts to small businesses, to new startups and whatnot, and how I think devastatingly bad of a message that was. But one thing I wanted to ask you is, like, do you feel like people are missing the forest for the trees here, where they are focusing on the obvious like racist and misogynistic tendencies of the population? Because what frustrates me about that argument, and I hear this, like there was a community member earlier today talking about how like he goes to Howard and his classmates are like devastated, and they are repeating this as well. And I have black content creator friends in this space who are very progressive, who are also focusing on this. And the thing I don't like about, the thing I worry rather about this narrative festering is that the solution then is to only run a white man. And I think that's silly. Like, I don't think that, that we should be shutting off like potentially black or brown women from their political ambitions of running for the highest office, specifically because, like, oh, sorry, we just have, America's just like too misogynistic, too racist. So I wanted to hear what your opinion on that is.
Well, first thing I think about is back to the 2020 primary, and this stuff does have big impacts, because the lesson of Hillary Clinton was so taken as one of sexism. Clearly, I remember in that primary, when people talked about electability, they were really just talking about white madness. They were just talking about that the only candidate who could eventually go up against Donald Trump would have to be someone who, when they would say electable, they really meant white guy. And like that helped Joe Biden get the nomination for sure. And I think partly folks aren't really seeing, to your point, how that narrative puts those people in a box. And so we're not thinking about Hillary Clinton, or we're thinking about Kamala Harris. We are just thinking about them through their lens of identity. I also think the map is too broad and sweeping to really say it's just one thing. So like, in the same way I wouldn't just say it's racism or sexism, I wouldn't say it's Latino men, or I wouldn't say it's white women. I wouldn't say it's black men. I think it's all of the above. I think that there was a drop off from the administration that cut across so many groups that you can't really just say it was one of those things. But when I also think about my own reporting, we did an episode of the show that was about young men and Gen Z. We went to a University of Wisconsin football game, and we talked to all of these tailgating young men and women about the gender gap and how they're thinking about the election. And one thing that was really clear to me, and I think you've talked about this before, is a group of young men who are increasingly in an ecosystem that talks to them about masculinity from this right-wing lens.
Yeah.
And so you would have these guys. I mean, one of these guys was like, oh, I logged on to X yesterday. And he was like, I had to delete my account because every time I get on, I'm just pushed these messages. He was talking about this anti-circumcision ad being his last kind of straw. And he was like, I'm sick of this, right? And then there was a bunch of
An
other
honorable
guys.
cause. We are intactivists in this community.
And there was other guys who were talking about how Donald Trump was this model of masculinity, how, all of the kind of businessman success things, but also just like the fact that he pissed women off was an attractive quality to them. There was a guy who told us he thought a woman should be president because he thinks that men built the country, right? And so I think that if the place in which I saw it matter most clearly in results is that there's very clearly a shift among young men that brought them closer to a Republican Party. And I think a lot of that language has been based in the kind of Me Too backlash, has been based in the kind of traditional masculinity return. And they would talk about how they found the left and liberals to be framing masculinity as toxic. And that came up and that type of thing. And so that makes me think there is certainly an impact obviously to sexism. There's certainly an impact to a lot of the messages about gender that have filtered down to those people in particular. But I don't think it's true to say this is a reason why she lost. And to your point, I think in saying that, you actually create the conditions for those type of people not to be able to win again. And I think that's really dangerous. I just think I don't think the lesson of 2016 and 2024 is that a woman can't be president. But I do think a lesson is that, there are ways in which identity matters in politics. And I think that we know that, But I would say in just the ways that Harris and Clinton have lost, we've seen women win, historic races in a lot of other places.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a Democratic bench that I remember talking to Elizabeth Warren about this. She was saying that the benefit that younger women in the party have is that there are so many of them, they're not forced to fit into a mold, and that they are freer to be themselves. And I think that type of authenticity matters as they come up. And so we're still dealing with politicians at the presidential level who have been shaped in the mold of the Clinton era, shaped in the mold of the early 2000s, and I think the people coming up are post-Trump, and they behave and they go about things in a different way. And I think that matters a lot. One thing I would say is I haven't told you the story, but Kamala Harris's second debate in the presidential race in 2020, the debate after she kind of went at Biden for busing, she was a total different person. She was and it was kind of weird. Everyone was like, wait, she just went at him last time. Now she's super jokey and smiley and all this stuff, and was not going on the offensive altogether. And I remember asking her consultants, whoa, and campaign people, what was that? And they told me they were fearful about her being stereotyped or kind of branded as an angry Black woman, as a hard-charging Black woman. Whatever. And one of the things I thought at that time, and I still think now, is there's ways that those kind of consultants can presume you have to be and take you away from who you are. Because if there's anything I know about Kamala Harris, it's that she's a fairly direct Black woman. She's a hard-charging Black woman. That's a prosecutor. That's actually the times in which I think she makes the most sense. You can see that on the debate stage. And so there's a prism sometimes of who you need to be to work. I think the party needs to blow up and lean more into letting people be their authentic selves, particularly in the Trump era. Then be who the focus groups, the consultants tell you need to be. And I think that matters most. That falls the hardest on women and people of color. They will tell them that certain parts of their identity are incompatible with the electorate, when I honestly think the electorate is more willing to forgive people. Not forgive is not the right word. The electorate is more willing to accept people who they have a clear sense of who they are.
Yes. I'll give you an example.
Tim Walz. Tim Walz has a noticeable marked difference when talking about offering healthcare, paid family leave, fixing the housing market, versus when he's talking about foreign policy and is like nuclear first strike, letting Israel nuclear first strike Iran, or even when it comes to immigration, like you can tell that is him trying to communicate what people have told him to say, and the passion isn't there, and it takes away from his authenticity, which has caused him to be such a fantastic communicator of even Kamala Harris's policies overall throughout the entire campaign trail. And this is a guy who does have a pretty solid anti-war foreign policy record in Congress. So I think when you think about that, it's very obvious, like exactly what you're saying is happening to every single person within the Democratic Party, where they're like, do not say anything out of step, do not say anything out of line, or if you do have an out of line moment, it has to be like, clearly focus tested.
I was thinking about the I forget the person's name, but the big federal execution that took place a month ago, and how Kamala Harris, one of the things that has been most clear through her career is that she was anti-death penalty. She was anti-death penalty like before kind of the prosecutors of that type were. She took a lot of political heat for it. And then you're running for president in a moment where people are trying to get a sense of who you are, and you don't say anything about it as the party's removing anti-death penalty language from the agenda. And I think that's one of the things where you can say, okay, like they're trying to project themselves as tough on crime or whatever, and they may think that being against the death penalty is like insufficiently tough. But one thing it is Kamala Harris's history, right? And so sometimes I'm like, I don't really understand the choices here, because it doesn't seem to me like the political benefit from backing off and kind of seeming like you're flip-flopping or being inauthentic is worth it. And what you could do is tell a consistent story about yourself and ask people to accept that. And I just think that there is some level of honesty they need to deal with, that the kind of like Frankensteining of a perfect candidate isn't actually working, right? Like Barack Obama wasn't just a consultant collector. He was an early opposition to the Iraq War, right? Like he had an authentic position that people came to him with that gave him validation as an outsider or someone who wasn't thinking about the establishment. And so I'm saying, like, whether you morph into that in office, as a lot of folks do, is another thing. But one thing I don't get is like they will have people like Tim Walz arrive to the point by being who they are, and then once they're in the position, try to change who they are. And I don't really think that works.
It certainly doesn't. And I think that you can see that with the individual approval ratings of candidates or people who have campaigned in the past or people who have won their races. Like there's a reason I think that Bernie Sanders, regardless of whether or not you agree with his worldview, is a profoundly popular congressperson in a sea of very unpopular congresspeople. And that is because he is authentically himself, and he has always communicated his desires openly and has demonstrated messaging discipline on it. And I think that plays a massive role, like regardless of policy, right?
Yes.
Like,
but can I say something about Bernie
huge.
though? His numbers in his reelection were pretty bad.
Yeah, no,
and
he got worse.
It reminds me, though, of how age can complicate some of this stuff. I think it's similar to a story of Biden, where you can be consistent. I think Biden actually had a record of consistency that most Americans felt they understood in terms of bipartisanship and such. But there is something about hanging around the party, hanging around the bar a little too long, you know, and people wanting something else. And so I don't know, Bernie's going to win in Vermont until he decides not to.
Yeah.
But I did find that drop off interesting.
He underperformed. Yeah, he underperformed Kamala Harris at a time when like everyone else under Bernie's wing, like the Bernie-crats, if you will, overperformed the top of the ticket.
Right. And so I don't think that's a belief problem for him. If I could bet, I bet that's an age thing. And I think that is a reminder of the problem with Joe Biden is like it can become a filter for people, and then it becomes the most important thing they care about. And so that's the ways I think like a more like healthy or responsive party, particularly at the top of the ticket, has to recognize those type of things and at the minimum directly talk about it. Like remember the week after Biden's debate when he was actually trying to say, yeah, I lost the step, or like, I might do this, but I still whatever. That could have been a premise they were working from a long time, at the minimum of talking to people about the thing that they care the most about him. And they took the opposite route, which was to kind of wave their hands and pretend it wasn't true.
Yeah. One final thing before I let you go was something that I thought was really awesome that you openly stated on the Daily, when you were on the Daily, when we talked about the demographics of destiny being like an inherently racist concept that like liberals also believed, and that it was just patently untrue, and this election like has openly shown that reality. And I personally really appreciated that you were like, no, it's just racist. And they try to give you an off ramp there to be like, what do you mean by that? You're like, no, it's just racist. And I think that also plays into like the mindset of the liberals in general. I do feel like there is an inherently reactionary way that liberals approach politics, and it's not reactionary in the same way that like conservatives are, right? But it's still ironically reacting to conservatives being reactionary and then retriangulating off of what they're saying. One example that I saw was when Tim Walz was chosen as the vice presidential pick. Republicans immediately were like, "Oh, you guys are so stupid for doing this. Like, you're done. Everyone is going to think he's a radical communist. Like, we got him." And it's because they genuinely believe that. They genuinely thought that like someone like Tim Walz would be considered too radical, right, for the national campaign, which is ridiculous. And I saw Democrats also respond in almost a similar manner as well, where they were like, yeah, maybe we did mess up by having this like radical guy. And I think Democrats really need to stop talking to or hiring Republicans, because it truly changes the dynamic of the party itself. Like all of this like Lincoln Project stuff, sure, they're like old school fighters or whatever, and they might have been profoundly successful when they were working with the George W. Bush administration. But like, I think that the entire consultant class to a certain degree has been almost completely captured by former Republicans. And you see the ideological remnants of that within the party's messaging, what they're choosing to omit, and how consistently they run scared, and how consistently they try to detangle or decouple, Republican voters in the suburbs and pull them away from the Republican Party's base of support. And I think that there is not only obviously this racial depolarization that clearly happened even in 2016 to a certain degree, and has definitely happened this time around. It frustrates me that the Democratic Party is not looking at the warning signs of their like normal base and just simply relying on Latinos will always vote for us because the other guy's racist.
Yeah, I mean, Republicans do not care what Democrats say about them. They are completely disconnected from the idea that what Democrats say about what they're doing really matters. And one thing Republicans is work from the premise of their most loyal supporters and basically dare the soft R's to leave them, right?
Yeah.
So they will dare Nikki Haley voters to go vote for Kamala Harris and function, and this is obviously the big impact of the Trump era, and reflect the message and live in kind of the language of their base. The Democrats do not do that, right? Like they work kind of from the opposite premise.
They tell the progressives to like, get the fuck out of here.
They tell their base to suck it up for the purposes of appealing to others. And it is not, and it's a choice that I don't like. It's a choice that they have decided to make, but Republicans do the exact opposite. And I think it's also so interesting. And I think there's one caveat I would say in Democrats' favor, which is like their base is more diverse. And so it is a harder task for them to find a unifying issue or find a consistent message across those things. And the Republican task is a little easier because they're more homogeneous. So like, I think that's important to say. But to the point about diversity and the kind of assumptions of demographic destiny, like the reason I called it racist, and I believe that, is like, what have we learned over these past 8 years? That Black people also have class concerns, right? Like that Latinos, like their country of origin matters. Like that, you know, like all of these things are not actually that revelatory, like the revelatory. Like they are actually kind of basic understandings of how folks function. And so when we thought about a diversifying country, why did they assume that all those people come here would work in a very specific context? I have some guesses. I really think that Democrats, like my theory here is that Democrats' relationship to race has mostly been defined by African Americans and by a kind of Mexican transition in California.
Yeah.
And because those groups are uniquely American, frankly, and uniquely invested in kind of political structures the way they are, and uniquely democratic, they took a lesson from those people and said, of course, if there's more Black people or if there's more Latinos, they act like these two groups.
Yeah.
When, of course not. You know, when we're in El Paso talking to a bunch of Mexican folks there, they're like, why do they keep referencing Miami Cubans? Like, why do they think I care about these other groups? Like, I do not see myself in a kind of collective group across a diaspora. And so I'm saying the assumption that has undergirded a lot of their beliefs is simply, I think, an impact of treating people like poll respondents and not like full people. Because the difference is the poll will tell you that there's a unified belief among Latinos, right? The poll will tell you this or that. But if you actually go talk to those folks, you know that there's a different belief set among those groups. And so, of course, a diversifying nation means different ideas. Like, of course, more Black immigrants will think differently about politics than African Americans who have been here for 100 years, right? Like, the idea that stuff is a surprise to Democrats just shows how distant they were and how much they took those new arrivals for granted. Because I think for everyone who knows those communities or has been around those communities or grew up in one of those communities, that's a baseline fact. That's a very like normal way to understand things. And so like the only way that like I see that as a new lesson they're learning from Donald Trump beating them twice is their own racism clouding their ability to see that. And so that's why, you know, it's funny because I think sometimes, particularly in like white liberalism spaces that often the New York Times can be reflective of, there's an uncomfort with naming some of that. And I think that it's important to say, because it wasn't, I think Republicans, a big change in Republicans from 4 years ago to now is they know now they can pick off some of those voters, right? Like, they used to think that those demographic destiny would make them a toast party, that they could never win.
Yeah, because they're racist too. they're
right?
outwardly
and
racist.
then they realized, and between then and now, one thing that they were telling us in Georgia was like, oh, we don't have to change our message to win these people. Like, we can actually bring our message to them. And I think Democrats just weren't ready for a Republican message that wasn't fearful of those people, but targeted them.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like it is inherently white nativist sentiment expressed in a way to present like economic change. It still responds to the economic issues that people are facing. So there's a class component associated with it, but it's actually like inherently a racist, non-class based way of dishing out violence towards a group of people. And it is very revelatory because like with the Haitian migrants with TPS, which Donald Trump himself had actually offered Haitian immigrants as well, and actually re-upped on his way out for Venezuelan migrants, which he shits on now, was this idea that like they also recognize that TPS means proper paperwork, so they're technically not undocumented immigrants, but they communicated about them as though they were, and I think that directly says like, oh, you just think everyone that is an immigrant in the country, paperwork or not, is undesirable and shouldn't be here, and that regardless of that underlying sentiment, Republicans realize that they can still be like, oh, you know how we're going to fix the housing market? We're going to deport 20 million people. You know how we're going to fix the economy? Deport 20 million people. Deport 20 million people over and over again. And if the alternative on the other side is to just simply not say that the economy is shit and we have to fix it with like direct action, whether it be an expansion of the welfare state, like the existing welfare state, or tackling price gouging, which was, again, I keep repeating this because that was such a banger of a policy that they just kind of abandoned with the first sign of pushback. That Republicans succeeded in saying we're going to shake up the system with an inherently racist message that was still broadcasted as like an economic solution, and they had no way of combating that. And they thought that it would carry them across the Democrats thought that it would carry them across the finish line to just be like, it stands on its own. It's just racist, right? Like, think about how racist this is. While they also were simultaneously pushing for a watered down version of that exact same principle with their right-wing border bill, which stemmed from the same white nativist attitude towards migration patterns and towards immigrants, born out of right-wing hysteria and panic, and not actual data that shows that, you know, undocumented migrants are actually contributors to the economy, and that they are not responsible for a significant share of the crime that Americans are experiencing.
I think you called this out really early, but when, Democrats have, ceded a lot of the ground of this race to Donald Trump's issue of choice, right? They did not stand on the stage and say, what you are doing about immigration, what you're talking about migrants is not factual, and we think that they are contributing, whatever. They were saying, yes, there is a problem. We're just better folks will be a better solution to the problem. And what they did in doing that, I think, was put the race on terms Donald Trump was most comfortable with, and that was certainly a choice that they made. And I just don't. I guess I'm just like, they have to ask themselves whether they want to be a working class party or not. Because if I think about the issue that does crawl across their very diverse base, it's money in people's pockets.
Yes.
Do you want to go up against right-wing, pseudo-populism with a left-wing pseudo-populism? Or do you want to try to do some version of racial, gender, sexuality kind of identity markers and try to calm people together on cultural issues? And I guess to me, they have shown that latter is ineffective. What I don't know is if they're frankly willing to try a version of the former. I don't know if that's what they want to do. And so I think that's what the fight that's going to play out over the next year or so. Because I remembered in 2017, after the first shock of Trump's victory, there was so much debate between Democrats about race versus class. And frankly, I think kind of race won in their message that they ended up saying about Donald Trump, right?
Yeah.
We hear a lot more about white supremacy. But what I think this election shows is the kind of futility of that debate in the first place. It's both. It's always both. It's always and not or. And so they clearly have to find a way to not only speak to people's concerns about identity in the broader sense, but actually speak to the things that folks are voting on. And they're clearly prioritizing things like the economy, things like money in their pockets. And I think that is a lesson they can take from this week, because that is across racial groups. So if I'm a Democrat, anyone engaging in a kind of it's all race or it's all one thing is not really that serious.
Yeah.
You can't look at that map and say it's all one thing.
Yeah.
And they have to come up with a message that cuts across more of those groups. And I don't see how they can do that without it being kind of, populist driven.
I think that there is an avenue here, which someone who I never would have considered being in agreement with myself, David Brooks, even openly recognized. Your colleague, David Brooks at the New York Times, wrote about the left-wing populism and its necessity and the way that the Democratic Party communicates about things going forward. Now, The wrong lesson to learn here is to abandon marginalized groups in its entirety and then outwardly communicate like anti-trans messaging because you're in a panicked state, or just being like racist yourself. And that I'm fearful that is the lesson that the Democrats are learning. The right lesson is to still be an uncompromising defender and find ways of deflecting the attention when Republicans try to constantly pick apart the, trans panic button, constantly hit that trans panic button. You're like, you don't care about this, and neither do I. These people are our neighbors. You're being fucking weird and gross. Shut up. This is not going to put food on your table. And I think Bernie, like, while I do have my disagreements with Bernie Sanders, I think that one thing that the Democratic Party broadly and the media as well, to a certain degree, did was they kept talking about his policies, his universal policies, and his left-wing economic populist messaging as though it was like all lives mattering, Black Lives Matter. And I thought that was like very cynical. Maybe some people genuinely believed it, but it was very frustrating because like racial violence oftentimes is dished out on the boundaries of class. Like it's still class violence at the end of the day. I'm not saying that you should abandon Black people. Of course not, right? But I think that at the end of the day, Black people, trans people, Latino people, they're not magical, mystical beings that somehow transcend above the economy and that live in a bubble, right? They still have the same, they still face the same economic pressures. And especially when you talk about like a war against poverty style message, a economic populist message, and you are able to successfully show that you are earnest in this message and that you want to genuinely solve the material harms that they're experiencing, you do actually provide a solution for many of the problems that that underserved communities go through. And that, I think, is a message that also will not leave a bad taste in like a lot of people who are maybe, let's say, I want to say like racially incurious, but a lot of people who would normally like when they hear something that is like specifically targeted towards Black people would immediately be like, oh, they don't care about me. They only care about Black people, which is inherently like it's implicit white supremacist ways of thinking. But I think it's like baked into a lot of people's minds because we do live in a white supremacist nation at the end of the day. I mean, its fundamentals are white supremacists, and you see that racist attitude still in every orifice of society and all of our systems. So I think that, like I'm saying, the left-wing populist economic message would not only solve a lot of the underlying problems that every marginalized population experiences, but it's also a very successful method in maybe bringing back some people who automatically feel a level of resentment that whenever you go through the Democratic Party's the way of communicating these problems, like, oh, how are we going to win back Black people, Black men specifically? Or we're going to protect Black men's crypto assets if they've graduated from HBCU and have 3 years of work in an underserved community. It's like that's the most insane thing I've ever heard in terms of like any kind of policy. Like that is just I don't understand. Like who is this for? Is what I always ask.
But the thing I would say, and this may be the last thing I say, is like, I think that you come up with those type of galaxy brain solutions when you are avoiding the direct answer, right? If you don't want to talk about poverty, if you don't want to talk about reshaping the way government works, if you don't want to talk about getting rid of money in politics, like the things that I think are like direct answers that you can take to anybody, then you end up coming with these solutions that feel contorted because they are, And I think that if there is something I expect, like, I think that like a person, and I think Bernie's an imperfect messenger on this because I do think he has some uncomfort in people of color spaces. I've seen him in there, and you can tell this is a guy who spends his time in Vermont, right? So I'm saying, like, I think the next version of that, or a better example. Because I've been with Rashida Tlaib a couple times in Detroit, and that is someone who I have seen take the same message to every corner of her community. And it is very clear to me why they can't beat her in that district. Because that's someone who's been consistent, that's someone who's been authentic and has taken the same message to lots of different types of groups. And I remember her saying, and this was the time when it was her first run for the race, and it historically had been the John Conyers seat, a historically Black seat, and all this stuff. And she was getting all these questions about, is she the right person to hold that seat? And I remember her saying, like, the legacy of John Conyers is justice, is fighting for people, is uncompromising, willing to say what you believe. It's not just being Black. And those are the type of things I think sometimes Democrats need to see and be willing to kind of stand 10 toes down on a belief system. And I think there are a lot of examples to say that voters will reward you when they feel that level of consistency. And so, like, they have tried to run the Black woman's city council president. They have tried to, folks have tried to kind of do that there. And I always remember saying to people, I'm like, I'm not saying I don't know if it'll never be successful, but I know that woman, I know that she has like real roots in that space. Like, those folks love their congresswoman. And like, that's the work that you got to do. And I think that sometimes there are, particularly when we think about progressives or things like that, there is a faux choice that folks present to say, you can't go to the old Black church and talk about a war on poverty. And I'm like, who says that? That's not true.
Okay, the only people that say that have never been to a Black church in general. So
that's what I'm saying, like, you go there, you're presuming something that I don't think is real. And so, like, I imagine that whoever is the standard bearer for this next version of democratic populism will understand that and will be much more like the type of politicians you've seen coming up than I think the type of politicians who we've had at the national level for a while, whose thinking is still based in a kind of 90s, early 2000s, at minimum Obama era style of racial politics.
Yeah. Astead, thank you so much for coming on. I know I said a couple more minutes, and I just kept you here for like another 40. But this is always a delightful and very enlightening conversation. Before you go, where did you get your shirt from? Because one, there's a lot of Spurs haters here.
Oh no, I haven't seen the chat.
Yeah,
I did put it on thinking like, let me rep Spurs on this moment. I got the shirt from like a very well targeted Instagram ad, and which is a horrible answer. But like, if there's one thing I'm a stand on, it's both my journalism and Tottenham. So might as well roll with it.
Yeah. So if people wanted to figure that out, and also apparently. Now, I'm not a Galatasaray fan by lineage, I guess. Like, my family is Fenerbahce fans. I don't really care about football or soccer that much, but apparently Galatasaray ripped. Yeah, apparently Galatasaray took out your mans.
Yesterday I slipped from the office and watched that loss at a bar in person. So yeah, a very unsuccessful trip to Turkey.
All right, well, thank you so much, Astead. What do you want to promote before you leave? What do you want to promote before you leave? Where can people find you?
Oh, well, the run-up is in its last couple episodes. That's the podcast that we do for the New York Times. So follow me on Twitter or Instagram at Astead, ASTEADWH, which is not stand for White House. It stands for my middle and last initial. I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do next. But I really like doing this, so let's keep on. Let's do it again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on.
Cool. See you later.
It was Astead Herndon, everybody. One of my favorite guests. Always a fantastic contribution to the stream. He's great. Look, one thing that I have noticed in my own personal experience is that I love talking to journalists that are constantly roaming the United States of America. I often talk to journalists who don't do that as well, but their analysis is always very different than what you hear from the people that are just like sitting in their DC apartments, right? Dave Weigel is another great example. Donnie O'Sullivan is another great example. Like, these are the guys who are on the front lines. And I think that those communications that they have with real Americans, that offers them a different kind of insight. Comes off a big copium brain on Bernie, to be honest, will probably be better than whoever comes next. The guy protests segregation firsthand. I know what he means when he says Bernie sometimes comes across as uncomfortable around like people of color. He's an old guy. You have to remember, like, he's 80 years old. You can't, it's difficult to be like authentic in that regard when you have been a white guy for, 80 years old, like that, for 80 fucking years from Vermont, I get it. I get what he means by that. It's like when you see him do when you try to see him like dab up somebody, if you've ever seen Bernie Sanders around people, like, that doesn't mean he's like racist or anything, but he's just, it'll be like, like it's not landing is my point. There is like something about it where it's like, yeah, he's fucking 80, he's just an old man. Anyway. Like, I don't think he's a racist person in general, but anyway. So, yeah, he is the wokest old man you're going to get. But even then, speaking of like, here, I'll give you another example. Someone who is genuinely racist, who I think is at least better at presenting himself around people of color, is Joe Biden. Joe Biden, straight up, is so good at that shit, regardless of the fact that he has aligned with segregationists for a big chunk of his fucking career, his political career. Straight up. Yeah. And also, like, I mean, black people do love Joe Biden too. That's another thing. But anyway. Yeah, even Bill Clinton, who, pushed alongside Joe Biden, some of the worst fucking policies that devastated the black community, but he was like, anyway, we're going to get into more news in a brief moment. I have to go pee real quick.
President Joe Biden.
Here is Biden calling for unity and pledging peaceful transition after the Trump victory. You know what? I'm gonna
the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says he will
Powell.
not resign if President-elect Trump tries to force him out. He spoke after the Fed's latest policy announcement, which is the focus of today's Money Watch. The Fed cut interest rates again by 1/4 percentage point. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady has more from the Fed chairman.
The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state and remains solid. Inflation has eased substantially from
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is seeing the signs of a strong economy, but there's a disconnect for consumers.
Many average Americans are still not feeling the strength of the economy in their wallets. So what's your message to them on when they might expect relief?
You're right that we say the economy is performing well, and it is, but we also know that people are still feeling the effects of high prices. It takes some years of real wage gains for people to feel better. That's what we're trying to create, and I think we're well on the road to creating that. We completely respect what they're feeling. Those feelings are true.
This first rate cut 2 days after the election will impact every American consumer, potentially reducing the cost of borrowing. Those small savings can add up. On a $35,000 auto loan, a quarter-point cut would save you $240 over 5 years. On $5,000 in credit card debt, it shaves $1 off your monthly interest bill. For small business owners like Javon Kashif, who uses credit cards to buy essential supplies, the cuts can't come soon enough.
The cost of borrowing money is so high. Lines of credits come with the restrictions and liabilities that we just can't handle on a regular basis.
Kashif runs a luxury nail salon in Washington, D.C. She hopes to buy a new building to replace the lease she's outgrown.
We're suffocating by staying in this particular space.
What does it mean for your business if you can't expand?
So I haven't thought of the business in that regard. It's almost a dire need. We are the only Black-owned salon in this area, and we provide such a necessary service in this community.
Now, we pressed Powell on whether Trump's win could impact efforts to bring down inflation. He said the election has no impact. Powell informs his decision with data, and we don't have hard facts about what a Trump presidency will do to the economy.
All right, Kelly, we appreciate you. Thank you.
We're going to turn now to the reaction around the world to Donald Trump's victory.
Putin says New World Order is taking shape in speech after Trump victory. Holy moly. What? Hey, HasanAbi, I'm a trans woman who started following this year. I want to start by saying thank you for all your support for the community and speaking out for us. I'm worried about losing my rights to HRT as a trans woman. Can they take away my HRT as an adult? Will living in Colorado help me? What do you suggest me to do? Thank you again for all that you do. I think that if you're in a blue state, that there will be some protections for you. I assume that there will be some protections for you. A lot of blue state governors are currently already starting this conversation. I would certainly urge you to, I don't know what like groups there are out there, like some community groups that are out there that could apply some pressure in an effort to try and get some legislative protection. But yes, even at the federal level, I don't want to fearmonger here. I don't want to scare you, but yes, even at the federal level, they could technically compromise your access to medication by using like antiquated laws. And then create but blue states seemingly are looking to fight and maybe even create a constitutional crisis. So we shall see. But yeah, there are local queer organizations that you can become a part of that will hopefully try to apply pressure ahead of time, gearing up for Trump administration. This is something that I've been reading about a little bit in terms of like what Gavin Newsom is saying about like providing sanctuary to people that might be deliberately written out of existence by way of federal legislation or actions that are taken by the Trump administration. All right.
Victory. Vladimir Putin is among the global leaders congratulating the president-elect as speculation grows about how Trump will handle issues like Ukraine. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is tracking the latest from London. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. You can almost be forgiven for thinking Donald Trump was already in office, judging by the amount of international attention he's getting. He's spoken to around 70 world leaders, but conspicuously missing from that list is Vladimir Putin. The Russian leader giving a major speech overnight, sounding upbeat in the wake of Trump's victory. The Russian president claiming a new world order is now taking shape. Putin congratulating Trump, though, saying he's ready to meet the president-elect, also praising his response to that attempted assassination, saying he was courageous and a real man. Trump, of course, has committed to ending the Ukraine war, the haggling already begun, but Zelensky saying it's unacceptable to make concessions to Russia in exchange for a potential peace deal. Trump also, of course, promising to bring peace to the Middle East, but I think his victory is likely to be seen by Israel as a green light to continue its wars. And last, but certainly not least, is China. Trade and Taiwan stand as thorny issues. Xi Jinping calling Trump and telling him that the US and China gain from cooperation, lose from confrontation. But Trump's campaign promises seem to make confrontation all the more likely.
Ukraine this morning is wondering what comes next after the election of Donald Trump, who has repeatedly said he can reach a deal to end the war with Russia, said he could do it in 24 hours. The fighting is not going well right now for Ukraine. Kyiv says it is battling North Korean troops supporting Russia. MTS Taib is talking with Ukrainians and tracking the latest violence.
Ukrainian first responders rescue a child and a woman after an overnight Russian attack on the eastern city of Kharkiv. President-elect Donald Trump repeatedly vowed on the campaign trail he'd end this war within, quote, 24 hours, but hasn't said how. Across Ukraine, feelings about what might come next were mixed. I like Trump and the policy he introduced during his previous term, the soldier says, and I think he will certainly try to reach a deal with Putin, but I think he will fail. At a meeting of European leaders from nearly 50 countries in Hungary, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made it clear Kyiv would not be dictated to.
It is up to Ukraine to decide what should and should not be on the agenda for ending this war.
While in Russia, President Vladimir Putin heaped praise on Trump, calling him courageous for surviving an assassination attempt, and said he was ready to hold discussions with him.
President Trump has said that.
Are you going to address the pogrom in Amsterdam? Yeah. I will. I'll get to it in a little bit. But there's some conflicting reporting on this. The pogrom.
He can end the war here in Ukraine.
I think that chatter simply said that, by the way, just so you guys would react this way so they can clip it and be like, see, his community doesn't consider it a pogrom because they're anti-Semitic. It's like there's nothing more ridiculous than looking at a bunch of fucking soccer hooligans who are insanely fucking violent across the board. This is the one thing that transcends ideology. And being like, it seems like this time, this battle that took place amongst soccer hooligans is actually, a unique one. Okay. I'll get to that.
Hours.
I haven't covered it because I was talking to Astead Herndon of the New York Times. And that I will be in a little bit talking to whatchamacallit. Yeah, this is the funny. Yeah, this is correct. Soccer fans beating each other up. What has happened to Europe? It's my assessment. When I first heard about it, I was like, wow, I'm shocked to find out that soccer fans are fighting. It's a bit more than this. Yeah, it is. But in many ways, it's also not. This story has no Jews. It happens every week in Europe. Yeah, but there is definitely you seem hesitant to discard any claims of anti-Semitic hate fueling this attack when we all know very well what how Israelis are. No, it's not even like how Israelis are, dude. And also, when you say stuff like this, people will absolutely fucking use this against you and against me as well. Like this is first and foremost primarily football fans. Okay, that's the first layer of complexity. All right. Anyway, here. All right. You know what? Fuck it. Let's talk about it. I got 30 minutes before Osita comes on, and we'll do it. Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans chant racist anti-Arab slogans ahead of match in Amsterdam. Let the Israeli army win. Fuck the Arabs.
This morning, Israel says.
And then every other outlet, of course, in the Western world, I think, didn't necessarily cover that aspect of it at all, like, or what events that triggered this back and forth clash, and instead specifically said that this was a racially charged anti-Semitic pogrom that was conducted. Violent attacks in Amsterdam tied to anti-Semitism from the New York Times. Reporting on the racist Maccabi Tel Aviv fans is exactly what you expect. The New York Times just basically published an Israeli press release not mentioning once that the Israeli mob was chanting about killing Arabs and mocking slaughtered Palestinian children. I think originally the way that this story unfolds is that there is a match between Ajax Amsterdam and Maccabi Tel Aviv. At the beginning of the match, there's a 1-minute silence observed for those who died in the floods in Spain. The Israeli hooligans refused to pay respect and tried to break the silence by behaving shamefully and inappropriately. Is like what Ajax. Okay, sorry. And then the chants that you heard were repeated all around. It bugged me that I couldn't find the video of the entire genocidal song, but then came Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. They arrived at Ben Gurion Airport fleeing from the fake pogrom and started singing the entire song. Yeah, one of the lines is, "Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children left there." The song that they're singing, full lyrics of the MTA fan song from Maccabi fans' website. Second verse is, "Why is there no school today in Gaza?" Okay? There are no children left there. The site as the song is used specifically in games versus Palestinian team B'nai Sakin or depending on the security situation. The Judeo-Nazi ultra fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv march around Amsterdam singing, "Let the IDF win, fuck the Arabs." The police seem to be cool with it. I can confirm they had like 50 people working to change up the entire article. Top-level editors made them move up paragraphs that were buried about them tearing down Palestine flags. I think this was total oversight and pushing out a story too quick. Yeah. So the ole, 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 like that's a very common chant. It's a very, very common chant in soccer. It's international. Everyone has their own version of it. It seems like the Israeli Maccabi one is, you know, insanely fucking racist. So how do we get here? Was this just like unrestricted anti-Semitism overflowing, filled to the fucking brim? In order to continue framing the anti-racist counterattacks on the Israeli football fans as anti-Semitic, any news organization will have to explicitly ignore or spin the video evidence that clearly shows that they were racist and a violent mob. Video has emerged of the crowd swearing and chanting anti-Arab slogans in Amsterdam amid a violent incident in which Israeli football fans were targeted, including but not limited to tearing down Palestinian flags. Which is exactly what the New York Times did in its first reporting of the incident early this morning. Slogans versus slurs. This was an interesting point from the Reuters. Videos on social media showed riot police intervening in clashes with some attackers shouting anti-Israeli slurs. But some footage also showed Israeli supporters chanting anti-Arab slogans before Thursday's evening match. So if you're saying something anti-Israeli, that's a slur. If you're saying something that's anti-Arab, that's a slogan. The anti-Israeli slur is, of course, Zionist. The anti-Arab slogan is, you know, calling them barbaric monsters. But that's besides the point, you know? One is clearly significantly more important than the other, it seems. Okay? Now, let's take a look at what TRT reported on in the dark side of Maccabi Tel Aviv Championship League match. But overall, the point is they ripped down Palestinian flags. They were chanting anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab shit, being incredibly fucking racist, as, for the record, most football fans are. Okay? Just so you understand. Just so you understand. This is not exclusive to the Israeli football fandom. Okay? If you think that this is exclusive to the Israeli football fandom, you got to understand it's not, okay? Like fucking Italian flags will throw bananas at their own black players, all right? Ultras across the board, hooligans across the board make up a massive amount of neo-Nazi paramilitaries even. Azov Battalion, which originally started as a neo-Nazi brigade, is comprised originally almost entirely of football fans from Ukraine that were neo-Nazis themselves, okay? A lot, like football hooligans across the board have incredibly bad politics with some exceptions, right? You'll see like some Irish or some Scottish ultras that are like fucking Marxist Leninists or whatever, but like usually it's very commonplace. Here it is. Football sounds over Argentina's racist chanting is deafening and damning. You got SS Lazio in Italy. Okay. And also, they love to fucking fight. They love to get drunk. They love to get belligerent. They love to get racist. And then they love to fucking fight. So, yeah, Lazio, also known as Nazio. This guy says, I went to Amsterdam recently and left in one piece because I respected the locals and I didn't chant about killing children. And this guy responds, locals. Local in Amsterdam means tourists. Dutch people are like 5% of the people you encounter. Those damn Jews deserve it, says Stop Jew Hate. If I would have went around shouting about killing people's kids, I would have gotten smacked and I deserved it. Make of that what you will. Years ago, Croatian team's fans were banned from attending games for a while due to the grass on the pitch having a swastika being cut into it. So just normal football fans things. Oh yeah, it's just how it works. So, seems to me like it's a bunch of fucking rowdy, incredibly racist fans of footy behaving in the way that they normally do. Now, of course, it's fucking unacceptable. And at first I thought this was like, again, somewhat of an anti-Semitic canard when people were like, dude, Mossad was with those guys. When someone in my chat said Mossad was amongst them, I was like, shut the fuck up. Come on, dude. And then it turns out it's true. Just in case, Mossad agents joined Maccabi Tel Aviv Football Club trip to Amsterdam from the Jerusalem Post. In the first year of the revamped format, the yellow and blue currently sit in 34th place out of 36 teams in the Europa League with 3 losses from 3 games. I don't think most hooligans laughing about children. No, what? They absolutely would. What are you talking about? Hello? Don't act like, do not fucking act like these guys, the fans of like Maccabi Tel Aviv Football Club are uniquely racist. The only difference in this circumstance is that like they are upholding like current existing genocide. Okay? But no, this is every guys, I'm Turkish. I think maybe that's the reason, like, I'm speaking to Americans right now, and I don't think they understand. Like, they think, oh, like, the Bills Mafia. Like, no, this is, like, We're talking about direct links to organized crime, direct links to like fascist, real existing fascist movements. We're talking about people who are straight the fuck up like brown shirt paramilitaries that operate within that framework and will genuinely dish out violence, okay? Racialized violence. So the idea that this is like simply a, football hooligans don't operate like this is ridiculous. I tried to explain to you, Italian fans of their own fucking club will throw bananas at black players, okay? Like, this is, this is not unique, which is why it's kind of funny that people are like losing their minds over it. But yeah, an Israeli politician has more accurate analysis of what happened in Amsterdam than most of the Western media. The spirit of Israeli fascism has reached Amsterdam. Fans go on a violent rampage, beating, tearing up, my goat, Dr. Ofer Kasif again, beating, tearing up Palestinian flags in the streets as if they were an occupying force and shouting Nazi slogans in favor of the extermination of a nation and whining when the situation degenerates into complete chaos and violence returns to them like a boomerang. Any violence is obscene and unacceptable. Both sides should be held accountable for their hooliganism, and the Israeli media, as usual, approaches, hides, and distorts reality in the service of the authorities. And it's not just the Israeli media that's doing that. It is, of course, the damn near entirety of Western media seemingly doing that as well. I like that this is also very, very cool. The Dutch Moroccans, not Ajax fans who attacked them. Yeah, dude, it's those fucking disgusting, like not real Dutch Moroccans, right? Thanks, Chatter. Thanks, Chatter, for the insight. Yeah. Come on, dog. Ajax, my bad. They rolled into town with Mossad agents, started shit, and is now a pogrom because they lost a traditional Euro-style soccer fight. No, I'm not reading the fucking article. The article's open. How do you get rolled up with operators watching your back? I feel like if an English soccer team had SAS backup, they'd at least be able to fight anyone else to a draw. The entire bogus recounting of what happened must be a wannabe jihadist. Getting a real group. Oh my. Okay. Anyway, Owen Jones apparently had really good coverage on it, and we can look at that, or we can look at like hooliganism in Israel. Beitar Jerusalem fans, here we are. We're the most racist football team in the country. The Dutch king compared it to the Holocaust. Oh my God. Dutch king, we failed the Jewish community during World War II last night. We failed them again. I'm done, dude. I'm fucking so done. Does anyone have Naftali Bennett tweeting this too was organized? It must have been planned by Iran. That's fucking fantastic. Okay. Does anyone have the Owen Jones coverage of this? Just send me the Owen Jones coverage. Don't show this, bro. There are Celtics fans in here. You don't want them getting a hold of this? Oh, shit. I forgot. You're right. Celtics fans are about to look at this and become so much more racist. Anyway, here's Ayala Kobe. Breaking. Middle Eastern migrants continue to hunt down Jews in the streets of Amsterdam. I love that, like, everyone that is in defense of Israel will just immediately be so insanely Islamophobic. Like, there's no way of interpreting the situation with, like, football hooligans clash or anything. It's like, these fucking barbaric Middle Eastern migrants. Ah! It's like, dude, you're a Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi. The way you talk about people. Holy shit. God damn, dude. You are such a fucking ginormous, monstrous pieces of fucking shit. Why are they always like this? Why? Why is every supporter of Israel immediately like, let me analyze the situation with like a breath, with like, you know, after taking a couple breaths, okay? Where are the police? Where is Europe? Europe has fallen. Anyway, here's the person. I'm the creator of this video. 1, you're spreading fake news. This is a group of Maccabee supporters starting a fight and beating one Dutch man. 2, delete this content. I didn't give you permission. AFD's Beatrix von Storch thanks the Greens for not adopting the AFD's position on imported Muslim anti-Semitism in the new anti-Semitism resolution to be passed on AFD support. Her granddad was a final head of the Third Reich. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, she is like a current existing neo-Nazi with direct ties to, the OG Nazi movement, talking about how Muslims imported anti-Semitism to fucking Germany.
And Western politicians are lying to you. Well, police are shamans, you might think, but this is a very specific case study, and it is deeply illustrative and deeply alarming. Yesterday, racist Israeli football thugs rioted in Amsterdam while publicly inciting genocide, a criminal act under the 1948 Genocide Convention. This is the proximate cause of the violence. Now, to be clear, I'm not a vigilante sort of guy, and I'm not going to pretend to know exactly what happened in Amsterdam. I wasn't there, I'm not on the ground, and nor would I ever justify violence against anyone unless in self-defense. These are important caveats. I'll always stick to the truth and always be morally consistent. What matters is you can say all that without erasing what we know happened in Amsterdam, because we can all see and hear for ourselves. Now, the narrative being pushed is that there was a pogrom against Jewish people in Amsterdam yesterday. A exceptionally serious claim. One of the most serious things you could possibly say. Now, the King of Netherlands declares that we failed the Jewish community as the country did during World War II. And to be clear, the Netherlands suffered the worst impact of Nazi occupation of any Western European nation, with 3/4 of its pre-war Jewish population exterminated by the Nazis. It is absolutely obscene to compare what happened to Amsterdam to that.
A pogrom, for those of you who don't know, is a mass lynching, historically usually against Jewish people that have faced like a tremendous number of different pogroms, but it's not like, it's oftentimes not directed by the state, but just like a, yeah, it's usually not directed by the state. It's but the state will like turn a blind eye to it, right? It's more so like people on the ground just through racist through racial animus engaging in like this fucking insane spontaneous lynch mob. And obviously this, especially when talking about like Jewish people, throughout Jewish history, Jews have faced a tremendous number of different horrific pogroms by people basically saying like, you know, you're stealing our babies or whatever the fuck, like blood libel. Yeah, it is not directed by the state, but it's sanctioned and tolerated by the state usually. Now, the reason why it's a significant thing to say, a significant, like a very important word to use in this circumstance, is because they are trying to take football hooligans fighting one another and deliberately turn it into a sequence of racialized violence that is born out of anti-Semitism. You know? They are, and specifically, like, the Dutch king was invoking the Holocaust. For the record. So let's watch.
Abomination. Now, the headlines across the media simply portray the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans as victims. Israeli soccer fans attacked in Amsterdam, authorities say, is a typical such headline. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the EU Commission, says, outraged by last night's vile attacks targeting Israeli citizens in Amsterdam. I just spoke with the Dutch Prime Minister. I strongly condemn these unacceptable acts. Anti-Semitism has absolutely no place in Europe, and we are determined to fight all forms of hatred. She has shown more outrage here, I would note, than she has for the mass murder of tens of thousands of Palestinians by the Israeli state. And she says all forms of hatred, but there was very specific forms of hatred being expressed on the streets of Amsterdam, we'll come on to, which she clearly did not condemn. Now, this is Naftali Bennett. He's the former Israeli Prime Minister.
At this very moment in Amsterdam, Jews are being attacked at multiple locations with brutal force. It's a pogrom in action. I call upon the Dutch authorities, the Amsterdam authorities, to act immediately to prevent further injury and to prevent the loss of lives.
Now, before I put that in context, this is Sky News talking about Kristallnacht, the murderous Nazi pogrom of Jews across Germany in 1938.
Some of those people who perhaps live in Amsterdam, those Jewish people there, were remembering Kristallnacht, which was a pogrom that happened before World War II, where Jews were targeted, of course. You can understand how upset, how angry, how afraid they are that this happened in their own country in modern times.
Now, as the Israeli analyst Mayre Zonstein puts it, comparing what is happening in Amsterdam to the Holocaust or to pogroms in Russia is absurd, offensive, and a cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism that undermines Jewish safety everywhere, all things that will become further normalized in a second Trump-Netanyahu period. The Israeli leftist politician Ofer Kasif, a lone courageous voice amongst Jewish Israeli politicians in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, offers far more accurate coverage than the vast majority of the Western media, saying the spirit of Israeli fascism reached Amsterdam. Fans go on a violent rampage, beating, tearing up Palestinian flags in the streets as if they were an occupying force and shouting Nazi slogans in favour of the extermination of a nation, and whining when the situation degenerates into complete chaos and violence returns to them like a boomerang. Any violence is obscene and unacceptable. Both sides should be held accountable for the hooliganism, and the Israeli media, as usual, approaches highs and distorts reality in the service of the authorities. Well, not just the Israeli media, to be very clear. What actually happened? These racist Israeli football hooligans went on the rampage. Firstly, at the stadium, they jeered through a minute's silence for victims of Spain's floods because Spain has recognised the Palestinian state and spoken in support of arms embargo. Do you know what they were chanting there? There's no schools in Gaza because we killed all the kids. What do you even say? What do you even say at this point? This attempt to turn the world on its head and reality upside down, this just simply cannot carry on. This gaslighting. They tore down Palestinian flags in Amsterdam.
Damn, dog. That's crazy. Motherfuckers out here always, dude. You can't do that. Like, I mean, this is not unique to like Israeli fandom, but like, you just can't. You can't just like operate like this. You know what I mean? You can't fucking be like, yeah, no, I see a Palestinian flag, it's mine now. Okay. Like, you're not in fucking Tel Aviv, dog. You are not in the West Bank, okay? There is no IDF to come and pack up everybody that like you're pissing off and actively targeting. Like, you can't go to you can't go to someone else's country and just pull this shit thinking that the IDF is coming. You know? The IOF is going to be there to defend you.
They chanted death to the Arabs and let the IDF fuck the Arabs, which is incitement to genocide and a grave criminal offence in all countries which have ratified the 1948 Genocide Convention, which of course includes the Netherlands and, I might add, Israel. gets worse. The BBC headline was Israeli football fans attacked in Amsterdam, officials say, with a clip of this purported attack. Indeed, you can see this clip for yourself. It does indeed look disturbing.
Turns out it's actually Israeli fans beating the shit out of a random Dutch guy.
Just a minor issue here. A Dutch photographer responded to someone sharing this clip with the following: "I'm the creator of this video. You're spreading fake news. This is a group of Maccabi supporters starting a fight and beating one Dutchman. Delete this content. I didn't give you permission." I mean, that just sums it up, doesn't it? That just sums it up. The attempt to turn reality on its head. Literally sharing a video of Maccabi fans attacking a Dutchman and then portraying it as though it's Maccabi fans, Israeli fans, football hooligans being attacked. And as dire as the vast majority of the coverage has been, even Sky News posted this.
The thing I don't understand is like, do people not realize, like, am I crazy? Like, there is already underlying, pre-existing, unexamined anti-Semitism in many of these Western nations. Okay? So many of these countries already have this attitude where they are already like kind of anti-Semitic, right? So when Israel is like going on defense mode after seeking their fucking football hooligans on foreign soil, and then crying foul after they got their fucking ass beat to be like, this is an anti-Semitic pogrom, you're literally just, you know, making people more anti-Semitic. They'll be like, okay, what the fuck? Like, I don't think this has the intended effect. I'm sure some people will look at it, especially Islamophobic people, will be like, oh, this is, you know, a bunch of monstrous Arab pieces of shit doing what they do best, which is like, you know, hate Jews. But overall, I think there's probably a much larger, there's probably a much larger group of people that are like, one, not even anti-Semitically, but like straightforwardly seeing this for what it is and going, oh, this sucks. Shut the fuck up. Because it's also annoying. Like there is a level of arrogance and a sense of entitlement that comes across with like a lot of these smear campaigns in general, where you're like, no, this is not like football hooligans duking it out and getting their fucking ass beat. Okay. This is different. This is an anti-Semitic pogrom, and people are like, come on, dog. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, for as many people as you convert into legitimately believing that this is like a specifically targeted anti-Semitic operation, I feel like there are a shit ton more who look at this and they're like, yeah, this is undermining the overarching goals that you might have. There's a picture of Maccabi football hooligans throwing mayo at a man who tried to flee from Dam Square, Amsterdam, because he shows support for Palestine. Dam Square is the national monument that remembers the deaths fallen in World War II. This happened on Thursday afternoon. You overestimate people's critical thinking skills. I can't wait until Bill Maher spreads this misinformation. Yeah. I think it's so fucking shameless. Like, it is so gross and so shameless the way that people who want to defend Israel's utterly unconscionable, immoral actions will just so cynically, consistently say that this is anti-Semitic. And even look at a situation like this one where even if there are like very obvious, like commonly held, you know, examples of back and forth fucking violence, you got motherfuckers being like, oh, this is a pogrom. This is a pogrom. This is an anti-Jewish pogrom. Darzex, our Israeli chatter, says, ironically, this might be part of the Zionist trap. The more Israel makes the world anti-Semitic. No, it is, by the way. That is what it is. The more Israel makes the world anti-Semitic, the more promise of an exclusive shelter is endearing to said Jews who fear pogroms and violence. I've talked about this before, where there's a reason why people like Benjamin Netanyahu are so closely associated with like fascist movements, some of which are openly, deeply anti-Semitic, like fucking Viktor Orban, right? Because it works in his favor. Benjamin Netanyahu wants all the Jews all around the world to feel less safe, so they fuck off and go to goddamn Israel. Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? Like, if you are, the greatest threat to Israel's safety is not Hamas. It's not Hezbollah. And it's not the Ayatollah. Okay? The greatest threat to Israel's safety is fucking Boca Raton. It's Sherman Oaks. It's Brooklyn. Because as long as Boca Raton and Brooklyn and Sherman Oaks exists, okay, why the fuck would anybody be like, yeah, I'm fucking off and leaving and living in a goddamn settlement, okay? That's it. Nobody wants shitty techno music blasting every goddamn day of the fucking week. Okay? They don't want to hear psytrance when they're going to eat whatever the fuck they're eating for breakfast. The thing is, there's not many to blame alive right now. Zionism has outlived most of its creators and has become a self-sustaining parasite at this point. Besides a few politicians, it's deeply ingrained in our society. No, I know, and it's like deliberately ingrained in American Zionism as well. Zionism is deeply ingrained in the social conditioning of American Jews as well, especially with like we watched the Israelism documentary. And one thing that came out of that, I wanted people to see it because it was very instructive of like how Zionism has almost become like a different version of, like it's become like a religion almost in and of itself. So like even if you're a Reformed Jew and you're not necessarily like all too interested in anything outside of like Yom Kippur or whatever, like Israel is the cultural signifier that you associate your identity with. And it's deeply ingrained from an early age. Yeah, it's like a civic religion, exactly. It's just, I hear you say it makes you mad, and it's the same for me, but there's really not much we can do about it. That everything is anti-Semitic crowd. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, dude, they've been fucking saying I'm anti-Semitic again because he says Hasan Piker learns about the ongoing pogroms against Jews in Amsterdam while live streaming on Twitch. He gives all of 20 seconds of consideration, even saying it's kind of funny. He then goes on to cover something else. Pay attention to the chat. Base, so base, too base. All this in response to organized armed violence against Jews on the streets of Amsterdam. This is the biggest progressive streamer on Amazon's Twitch. More than 300,000 people watched this live coverage the other day. You know what's really funny about this? They clipped it out of fucking context. I literally, like, he clipped 52 seconds of this where I'm like talking about something different. Someone sends me a link. I don't know what the fuck it is. I openly say, I don't know what this is about. And then move back to my normal coverage of the Israeli UN guy forcibly removing children's drawings from the United Nations. Okay. The problem is, the lie goes much further than the fucking truth. Okay, look. The OG video is me, artwork by Gaza school children after... Oh, this is the same one. After complaint. What? The Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are getting attacked right now in the Netherlands after ignoring the minute of silence for Valencia victims and singing racing chants about the extermination of Arabs. Dutch Moroccans are making them aware that this isn't...
It's for the children! For the children!
What the fuck? What is happening? They were like, see, his chat is saying based. And it's funny because chat is still responding to the earlier thing I was covering, saying fucking disgusting, Sag. Okay, bro, what the fuck, man? And I'm reading them talking about, like, you know, how evil it is that Israel is, like, getting children's drawings taken away. Okay? So the clip that they fucking tried to present this as doesn't show the reality that they want to show. Is this ceased to be funny and now I'm in a bad mood? I mean, it's still kind of funny. That it's, and this is me responding to the children's drawing story. Like, well, not this. I don't know what the fuck's happening. They do this all the time in the Western world, all around EU and the US. And then I go back to, and then I obviously go back to the fucking Guardian article that I was covering. Artwork by Gaza. And they still, bro, the screenshots of the chat don't even show the emotes. How the fuck is anyone supposed to interpret his chat there without the context of what emotes mean? People are typing sludge, but the screenshots show sludge in text. Like, what the fuck? My family member sent the tweet/clip to me, by the way. Yeah. Now, if this was like already an indefensible thing, like if this was truly a fucking pogrom, right? Then obviously it looks bad that these guys are so fucking clearly trying to be like, look at Hasan making light of this like horrifying violence, even though like I clearly wasn't, because I don't know what the fuck is going on. I openly communicate that. Okay? But it's also additionally ridiculous because it wasn't a fucking pogrom anyway. Dumb fuck. But yeah, once again, I'm so close to doing tactical fat phobia. Here, spam the fucking context of this, because obviously the context of this story does not get the same level of fucking motion as the goddamn fake bullshit. Okay? There it is. There's a complete lie. I was talking about how it's funny that people were complaining about artwork done by Gazan children at a hospital. Literally 2 seconds after you cut the clip, he says, not this. I don't know what's happening here. Amsterdam has a very deep connection to Judaism and a big Jewish community that has had problems with anti-Semitism, but they don't get the news that is provoked by the Tel Aviv hooligans. It's an easy story to spin around. Yeah, but it's just like so gross. It's so gross for a couple different reasons. One, because like we do live in a post-truth world where like narrative is significantly more important than the truth. And especially on fucking Twitter, you could just like lie. Right? You could just straight up fucking lie, and people are too dumb. They don't really like think about it at all. Like, you can show a video of me eating chicken and title it, Hasan is saying in this video that he hates Jews, and people will literally fucking believe it. Like, they'll promote it because it is, you know, they don't give a shit. Most people just don't care. Nobody cares. And it's fucking nuts. Anyway, let's finish the story while I hit up Osita. This is why I didn't want to get into
the
it.
BBC coverage, its live feed is the following. The BBC has spoken to a fan who went to the match last night, who reports seeing Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters on the Amsterdam metro going up and down the carriages 3 or 4 times looking for a fight. Connor says everyone was going into the city, so everyone knew what was going to happen. He adds he's shocked by the betrayal of the incident in the media, adding that the attacks were completely provoked and Palestinian flags were torn down the night before. It then adds in italics as a disclaimer below it, though. As a reminder, authorities in the Netherlands have condemned anti-Semitic attacks on Israeli fans, with Amsterdam's mayor reporting Israeli supporters were actively sought out for violence across the city. Look, anti-Semitism is real. It's a danger. It's rising. It has to be confronted. The constant attempt to dilute its meaning is beyond irresponsible. If Russian football hooligans had chanted their way through a minute's silence for the dead victims of a country which had taken some sort of stance against the invasion of Ukraine, by chanting in support of the mass murder of Ukrainian children, if they had rampaged through a city ripping down Ukrainian flags, if they were chanting death to Ukrainians, if they violently attacked residents of that city, if they then suffered violence, how would the media frame it? You know the answer to that question.
Yeah, straight up. Yet again, the intentional pairing between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism rears its ugly head and actually endangers Jews. Being told that Zionists expressing violent Zionism internationally is actually specifically anti-Semitism increases the chances of the overall Jewish diaspora, such as myself, continuing to be targeted because of Israel's reputation in the world. Yeah. But that is beneficial for the interests of Zionists. Because if the underlying unexamined anti-Semitic tendencies of Western nations is brought to the forefront, okay, or even heightened, or even cynically people say that it's happening when it's not, even though it is, right? That creates an unsafe place for Jews that are not living in Israel. That reconfirms the primary function of Israel. Without Israel, there's no safe space for Jews. You have to come to Israel to be safe. That's it. That's why I'm saying it's like a self-serving psychopathic thing that ultra-Zionists do on a general basis. I spoke with Jews in Amsterdam. Were Jews attacking the streets? Yes, but those Jews were also violent hooligans, one told me. This is from Forward Magazine, dude. And then another article. How bad is anti-Semitism in Europe? Amsterdam pogrom following rising hostility. How the Amsterdam pogrom is and isn't like Europe in the 1930s. Anti-Semitic hit-and-run squads. Amsterdam temporarily bans demonstrations after Israeli soccer fans attacked by street mobs. It's like it is a fucking perfect story for Americans who also don't know how football hooligans operate, right? So in their minds, they're like, oh, wow, this is like very out of place. And if you knew anything about fucking hooligans, if you knew anything about how football hooligans operate, you'd be like, this is the most normal story of all time. What are you talking about? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Why are these dipshits not held accountable for writing these articles with false claims without doing any sort of investigation? First of all, I think you need to understand something. They're writing it like shit on purpose. There's a deliberate reason why they're writing it like that. Maybe some journalists don't want to fucking read too much into it and they just like are lazy. But for many others, this is like very deliberate. What, you think like fucking Drew Pavlov or whatever the fuck clipped me out of context on accident? No, he just like very clearly and very deliberately wants to smear me as an anti-Semite when everybody knows that that is not the fucking case. These guys are ginormous pieces of shit, okay? Also, it doesn't fucking matter. That's the other thing. It does not matter. Their lies do not fucking matter. Anyway, I'll get back to the pogrom story after I talk to Osita Nwanevu, who is joining me now. Hello. Hello, hello,
Hey.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, Osita? Do you have your camera on or no?
Let me see if I can switch it on. Yep.
Perfect. Is still loading. Oh, boom. There it is.
There we go.
Okay.
How's it going?
It's going all right. It's just going, you know? It is what it is. Osita, thank you so much for coming. We are going to be doing the real autopsy of a failed campaign here today on the broadcast. I earlier had Astead Herndon on to talk about, some of these issues. And I wanted to continue talking to you about them as well, because there were a couple things that you said throughout the campaign that I heavily agreed with. I had also said that I think are very prescient. I also want to look at some of the silliest aspects of the consultant class desperately trying to run defense for their own, in order to preserve their own careers, and also their ideological third-way neoliberal positions overall. But one thing I want to start off with is by talking about your take on specifically institution defenders and civility. I don't have the exact tweet here, but I remember you tweeting something about specifically the obvious reality that many people are suffering financially in the United States of America and have no interest in preserving the legacy or the integrity of these institutions, and as a matter of fact want to blow it up. And I agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's a lesson I think we should have learned from 2016. I think people are just getting it now. I don't think it should have taken another Trump victory to bring us to that point. But look, the bulk of the Biden campaign before he dropped out, and the bulk of the Harris campaign were both focused on this idea that Donald Trump is a novel threat to American institutions, that he was going to come in, bust up our norms, bust up our democracy, lead us to authoritarianism, and the right thing to do was join together with people we disagree with, like Liz Cheney, and sort of create this popular front against this guy who was such a threat to politics as it should be, politics as it used to be. I think that is a message that appeals to some people. It appeals to Democrats and liberals. It appeals to some moderates. It appeals to people who read The Atlantic. But if that were a compelling enough driver of public opinion at this point, Donald Trump wouldn't have won the election in 2016 in the first place. And as we see now, he wouldn't have won this time around either. I mean, people came into this election without any kind of illusions about who Donald Trump was. They didn't need to be told by Kamala Harris that he was violating American norms. But the reality is that there are people in America who don't really see any reason to believe that politics in Washington works, that we have a democracy in the first place, that ordinary people can have their say in. I think a lot of people in America believe that, as bad as January 6th was and as bad as trying to steal the election was, it's not like wealthy people don't already get what they want in Washington over and above what ordinary people want anyway. So what's the difference? I think there's a lot of cynicism. And the Democrats never came up with a message, I think, that spoke to that very obvious reality. I'm not saying that's like most people in the country, but certainly it's some of the people who are hurting economically in this country, and in raw political terms, it's some of the voters who mattered the most for the purposes of winning the Electoral College. So, I think that people are only now coming to terms with the fact that there are people who don't respond to a kind of civics class representation of American politics and what American politics should be. People are tired of ordinary politicians. They're tired of hearing the same homilies over and over again. They're tired of being told that Washington works well and that there are good people there and they're just doing their best. They're tired of all that. And they react to that in all kinds of ways. There's some people who react to that by joining up with the American left, people who like Bernie Sanders and who read, the things that you and I read. But there are other people who are going to respond to that in different ways, right? And if you don't speak to that constituency, I don't think you can be too surprised that elections aren't going to work out the way that you expect. The norm stuff can only go so far, and I think the Democrats are kind of at the end of their rope on it.
The norm stuff can only go so far if people feel the norms are benefiting them and the institutions are actually, when they're working fine, are defending their best interest. And large swaths of Americans understandably do not feel that way and have very openly communicated that the first time around in 2016. And not necessarily just in the general election where Donald Trump defeated Hillary Clinton, but also in the primary, where the Democratic Party's base, out of nowhere, said Hillary Clinton, an establishment figurehead, was so like the worst person for the time that they were willing to go out and vote for an old Jewish man who had said he was a socialist since, like, you know, the fucking 40s. Like, it wasn't just Bernie's incredibly successful message that carried him to surprising victories in the primary early on. It was actually the fact that people just despised Hillary Clinton. Like, he didn't activate out of nowhere a lot of Americans who were like, oh my God, I'm a card-carrying socialist. There's still a lot of resentment towards that sort of thing due to Red Scare propaganda. Like that, this is the United States of America, you know? We're not a socialist country, we're a capitalist country. But that's how much they fucking hated Hillary Clinton. So the nothing will fundamentally change campaign from Joe Biden was like shocking. But I guess expected from the Democrats because they just have this inability, this refusal to reckon with the reality, and they would rather die graceful winners and I think consistently champion their ideological project that has died at this point, died time and time again, instead of offering concessions to populist left-wing economics and maybe even offend their donor class, their corporate benefactors.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. I think there's just been a lot of unearned confidence. I think that they misread why they won the 2020 election. I think that people thought that, oh, you know, Biden tried this message on democracy and Donald Trump being a threat to our norms in that election, and he won, so that means that there's something to it. Well, I think that there was an economic crisis in 2020 that people kind of blamed Trump for, and there are other things going on. I think that we see very clearly now, actually, that that message probably is not what won the election for them in 2020. They believe that anyway, to the point where
can I
they were willing
I
to
stop you there for a second? Sorry to interrupt, but there was one other thing that Joe Biden did that Kamala Harris didn't do, which was communicate counter narratives against Trumpian policy that was objectively unpopular at the time due to like relentless media attacks and relentless attacks from the Democrats. Joe Biden ran on amnesty for migrants living on U.S. soil in the first 100 days. He ran on ending the camps. Now, of course, he didn't do any of that, but he was one of the few candidates that actually never tacked to the center, but instead ran to the left in the aftermath of the primary process.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the only candidate that I can think of who began their general election further to the left than they were when they started their primary. You're supposed to move to the center. That's conventional wisdom in politics. You're supposed to move to the center after the primary. Once you deal with the base, then you deal with the general electorate. And he was criticized for that, I think, all throughout that campaign. I remember when the Floyd protests started, people were on him to Sister Souljah, Black Lives Matter, and don't just denounce violence, just talk about how progressive activists suck and are bad. And he didn't really do that. So I think there are a lot of different lessons that we can learn from 2020. But I think that the one that won out for Democratic policy professionals is, well, this message about Donald Trump being a threat to our political institutions is the thing that really resonated. I think that they saw success, you know, in midterm elections, and midterm elections electorate is very different. I don't know. I feel like, you know, they were so confident that this was going to work that they're willing to put Biden forward as he was falling apart visibly before our eyes, you know. And I think that speaks to the level of solipsism that exists within Democratic policy circles. So I don't know. I'm curious as to whether we actually see any kind of real reckoning here. You're hearing interesting things from David Brooks, who is very belatedly talking about Bernie Sanders. So I don't know if that's real. I don't know if it goes anywhere. I would not be surprised at all if we just put up the same house of cards again. But I do think that more and more people outside of the Democratic professional class know what's what here, and understand that trying to resurrect the defining mode of politics that shaped the Democratic Party since at least the Obama years That's not going to work. It's not going to work reliably. I mean, maybe it carries you in a midterm election, under Trump or whatever. But when you talk about the need to reconstruct a governing majority here, Donald Trump is now presiding over a majority Republican Party. If the popular vote result holds, and I think it will, that is an existential crisis for the Democratic Party, and I think it forces everybody, or it should force everybody, to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've seen, aside from the funny David Brooks quote that you mentioned already, which is like, we got to do left-wing Bernie-style economic populism, what the fuck, is the Democratic Party's consultant class and their desperation in immediately rushing to every mainstream television outlet that will have them and screaming from the rooftops that the mistakes of the party and the mistakes of the campaign were simply that they did not, and this might shock you, Osita, go right enough.
Yeah.
The most right-wing campaign from a Democratic Party that I have seen ever, really, where they conceded on this idea, this false notion that immigrants constitute a national security threat. Kamala Harris ran on being tough on the border. She rarely ever brought up trans people, and when she was forced to answer on it, she basically said, like, well, the law is the law. There was a point where the Kamala HQ literally was like, well, Trump is not killing trans people either. Yeah. Do with that information what you will. Routinely saying she wants a Republican in the cabinet, and only talking about focus group messaging of over means-tested policies that were inherently neoliberal, that were either tax cuts or deregulation. And that made me lose my fucking mind. That she was like outflanking Joe Biden on being progressive. Joe Biden, for all of his faults and failures and being a genocide dare, had one of the most left-wing, anti-corporate, economic populist administrations I have seen in my lifetime, if not the most, as a matter of fact. And Kamala Harris did not do that due to, I guess, Tony West, her brother-in-law. But it's, I guess, both unsurprising but still very maddening to hear these Democratic consultants lie about what the campaign didn't do. Hitting the true centrist attack to the center has not been tried yet. Like the idiotic takes. So I don't know. I don't feel very confident in seeing a different attitude from the Democratic Party in spite of this resounding defeat.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the same familiar voices are trotting out the same familiar prescriptions. I don't know how much further right they could have gone without just being Republicans straight up. Maybe they should have said slurs. Actually, Donald Trump was right to try to steal the 2020 election. I don't know. Like, what more could they have done? I mean, the thing I've been thinking about too is, we're seeing these polls. There's a YouGov poll about, how Biden would have done if he had stayed in the race, and like Trump was ahead by like 7 points. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if this is the pivot to the right conversation we're having now, what if Biden had stayed in and did even worse? Like, what would the pivot to the right conversation be like then? Would you have Democratic electeds just like volunteering to drive immigrants to the camps? Like, what, like at a certain point, you have to just touch reality here. This was a moderate campaign, extraordinarily disciplined moderate campaign. There was not a single thing that she could have done differently without just becoming a Trumpian Republican, to be more, of a kind of doctrinaire centrist. I think one of the things I remember the most was like every time she was asked about being a woman and like being the first female president, she'd be like, no. Like, I think I'm a woman, but yeah, I'm also an American. And she was like on the ball, doing all of the things that you're supposed to do as kind of like an anti-woke centrist.
And they celebrated it.
Talking about owning a gun,
They
talking
celebrated
about the most lethal military.
They were like, because Joe Biden killed wokeness, first of all. Like, everybody talks about that, but like, you had an 800-year-old white dude who worked with segregationists for most of his fucking career
he had already killed wokeness. He wasn't going to do like, NGO academia language. Like he is physically incapable of doing that. And also simultaneously, he still was like defensive over trans people, which was good. That at least 3 quote comes to mind always. Like the Turning Point USA troll comes up to him and he's like, Mr. President, like how many genders are there? And he's like, at least 3.
At least 3, yeah.
He did a pretty decent job at that sort of thing. But there was no like annoying pandering, like corporate speak at all. And Kamala Harris is not a white woman like Hillary Clinton was. So she did not have that same level of arrogance that she could like run on her identity alone in the way that Hillary Clinton did. No, I'm with her messages were ever displayed, because I think Kamala Harris, being a black woman, knows, most Americans are not going to be like, oh, you're a black woman? That's awesome. I'm definitely going to vote for you now.
Right. I think that part of the campaign was like, it made sense. But like, I think the point is, she did everything that she was supposed to do from a moderate perspective.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. Her best polls of the campaign came right at the very beginning when she came into the race. Before there was like a huge policy platform, before she did all this moderate stuff, the only thing people knew about Kamala Harris at that point is that she was a non-white woman from liberal California, right? And that she was not Joe Biden. And that was the best period of the campaign for her. And as soon as she tries to start developing this kind of like woke or the moderate, kind of anti, whatever we want to call it, approach to replicate the Biden approach, the race starts narrowing. I want to say that it's because she moved to the center, but it clearly wasn't enough to prevent Trump from rising.
I can say that. I will say that.
Yeah,
you don't have
say
to.
That. I'm being very, very generous.
I'm saying that.
I think I've written about in my column today on the election is there was never enough moderation. Like real moderation has never been tried from the perspective of Democratic consultants. This idea of creating a more centrist Democratic Party is not a novel idea. It is not something that you have to create from scratch and has never been tried before. I'm still kind of old enough to remember the early Obama years, right? So Obama comes into office in 2009 with the Democratic governing majority that includes Democratic senators from Alaska and Arkansas and Nebraska and North Dakota. The reason why people have been talking about this over the course of this election, the reason why they didn't codify Roe under Obama, even though he said he was going to, because at that point there were so many more pro-life centrists in the Democratic Party, right, that they couldn't pass that. You had the Blue Dog coalition, right, in the House, so all of these moderates and all of these kind of like swingy districts. There was a more centrist Democratic Party 15 years ago, right in the years before Trump came onto the scene. And over the course of Obama's presidency, all those candidates get wiped out, basically, in midterm elections and in the congressional side of the presidential elections. And moderates, I've been writing since 2016. We had this debate over and over and over again. Moderates have never actually offered an explanation as to why that happened or to sort of defend moderation from that electoral record. It's as though it's as though like the reason why Democrats are losing is actually because they keep trying to run the squad in Nebraska and they're not trying to like it's completely.
Oh, by the way, that would be successful for the record. Like as recent evidence has shown, running the squad in Nebraska would be successful. Like it would not be an unsuccessful strategy at all. I'll take it one step further. You don't even need to go back that far to the Obama administration, where there was the same rotating villain structure that they had, Joe Lieberman and the like, right? Or the Blue Dog Coalition. Look no further than the Maggie Hassans, the Kirsten Sinemas, and the Joe Manchins of the world that operated in the exact same way under the Biden administration, taking out what I would say was a rather ascetic agenda for what was necessary at the time. And consistently undermining it, taking out certain parts of it. And yet no one, and I mean, not a single person ever turned around and was like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Like, can you defend this position? And
a Green senator like Kirsten Sinema was rewarded for this like spectacular failure. Like basically strapping a fucking suicide vest on and imploding a bunch of the Biden administration's agenda. She was seen as a bipartisan compromiser and as a Green senator wrote this like key legislation. And I found that disgusting and also stupid. And, you know, I think it's just goes to show that they genuinely don't care. Like they only care about, you know, business as usual politics and not necessarily accomplishing things and even winning for that matter.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even to the extent that like, oh, you know, okay, so Obama did have that majority and it was like, there were a lot of moderate Democrats in it. And, you know, the argument was, well, this is how you win. And these are the people that you need to actually control Congress. Well, having those people who are right wing in your caucus, as we saw with Joe Manchin in the course of Biden's term, is going to be an obstacle to you actually using that majority to do anything useful and productive, right? It's like a kind of junk food approach to politics. We're not building anything durable. You're taking this kind of path of least resistance, you know, choosing the moderate candidates in these kind of like moderate districts and like eking out these like majorities, and not being able to use majorities to do anything. And then, by the way, after a while, those candidates get wiped out because you've been spending all that time making right-wing arguments. And voters in these districts say, well, hell, maybe I should just vote for the Republican then. Maybe if it's true that we should oppose government spending, if it's true that we should tear about the budget deficit, if it's true that we should be more social reactionary, and I'm hearing this from a Democrat, you know, even they're saying that, then why the hell aren't I a Republican? Like, why the hell shouldn't I take an interest in the right? I don't know, I just feel like it's so plain and obvious to me that things need to change, and that this has been a crazy strategy. And the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, right? I mean, that's where we are. And maybe this wakes people up, maybe this doesn't. I don't know. But I feel like I've had conversations with my friends, and you know, this mood where we're always like, oh, you know, I hope the Democrats do this, or the Democrats should do that, or blah, blah, blah. Like, at a certain point, like, we need to just sort of understand that the movement has to be built outside of this party. And we can't be kind of like begging and pleading and prostrating ourselves before these people, trying to get them to see reality, when professionally they're invested in not seeing things differently. If you are a Democratic consultant and your thing is moderation and your thing has been helping candidates position themselves as moderates, you have an interest in keeping the party exactly where it is, because that's how you make money, you know? If you're a donor that wants to keep their taxes low and doesn't want regulatory scrutiny, you're going to fund Democrats, you're going to fund outlets, and you're going to fund people who are going to try to keep the party in the same place, right? They have to be forced by an actual popular majority of people to change the way they think about politics. It's not going to be people making arguments that are right, just sort of in the abstract. The left has to build enough power that it is listened to by force. You know, that's the only thing that's going to change anything.
Yeah. No, absolutely. This is why I always talk about like developing outside power, ensuring that like the union movement is not, the union movement is like growing, and not even like union interests that are completely aligned with the Democratic Party, because some unions do operate as like basically loyal servants of the party, given the leadership structure. Like one example that comes to mind is I think like the Culinary Union in Nevada, both with its early attacks against Bernie Sanders in the primary, but also like the Culinary Union was basically used as like the door knocking operation for the Kamala Harris campaign, this entire race. And it's kind of crazy because like there's a shit ton of people in the Nevada Culinary Union who have immediate undocumented family members. 1 in 15 in this country is living in a mixed status household, and the Kamala Harris campaign, without offering any concessions whatsoever to the membership, with the exception, I guess, of once mentioning that she would raise the minimum wage, and also, famously said she would do a no tax on tips policy, Or not,
Yeah.
sorry, didn't say that she would raise the minimum wage. I apologize. She said that she would ensure that there was no, what's it called? The wage that's sub-minimum wage. She would eliminate the sub-minimum wage to ensure that like people would have to get minimum wage and then also be tipped on top of that. And that she would eliminate tax on tips. So outside of that, like, you know, what kind of concessions do you offer to that union at all? And then they went and door knocked for her the entire race. And I feel like the American Union movement is like also somewhat powerless.
Oh.
And there is no you know, there's no momentum, there's no motion. But I don't know. Sean Fain has said that he wants to do a general strike in 2028, and is trying to align people's contracts deliberately for that time frame. I don't know how promising that is, and I also do think that they would probably kill him before that happened. But who knows? I can't really see any way out of this though. Like, have you seen anything that is promising in terms of the Democratic Party potentially looking at this autopsy and moving in a positive direction?
No. I think I've been surprised by the extent to which over the past couple of days, I mean, we're seeing like these stories of people are kind of backbiting and leaking to the press now. But like in the immediate aftermath, being online felt like it was just like progressives and the left just kind of like destroying everything, and you weren't hearing from the consultants as much. You weren't hearing from Democratic leaders. Like Kamala herself didn't make a concession speech until what was it, like 4 p.m. on Friday.
Yeah,
I think people were kind of in this.
She skipped the Howard speech she was supposed to give, which was crazy. It was
That's
like
right.
a big fuck you.
I think the initial response was just this kind of like stunned silence, where I think the people had understood. Maybe the Selzer poll made people a little bit more optimistic than they had any right to be. But I think that I don't know. I felt like people were more surprised than they should have been. It didn't have an immediate response, and I think people are only now kind of picking up the pieces. But I've not seen any real indication from Democratic insiders, official Democratic Party representatives, leaders in the party that there's going to be any kind of organized rethinking of what they do now. Maybe that changes. It's still early, but again, like irrespective of what they decide, you know, I don't think we should just sit on our hands and kind of like wait and hope that they've finally seen the light. Maybe they come to a different place. I think that, you know, maybe losing in this way pulls the scales off of some people's eyes. Maybe, but I don't think that we should pin our hopes to that. You know, I think we have to start speaking to people in this country directly as the left with our own vision, our own policy perspectives, our own kind of understanding of what this country could be about, and just go from there, which is exactly, and I've made this point over and over and over again over the last several years, that is exactly what the American conservative movement did, right? They didn't just wait for the Republican Party to sort of move to the right and you know, beg and plead with people to adopt more right-wing positions. They built a movement. They built institutions outside the GOP.
Well, to be fair, they did have billionaire backing, so there is
they did have
structurally
money.
different.
It's structurally different, but you know, I think that we have more people on our side, and that's what we have to do. Now, they had more money, sure, but like I don't see what the alternative is. I think that kind of outsider approach to politics is going to pay off, more than just hoping that you know, we write the articles that make sense and Democrats will read them and they're like, oh, you know, maybe the way I've done politics for the last 25 years doesn't make any sense. I've tried that. We've all tried that, and it hasn't worked. You know, and maybe it's a little bit different now, but you know, I don't think I don't think the real power is going to come from doing that. I think we have to try to build it on our own.
How do we take over the role of David Shore? How do we trap him into a room and then we just like communicate with the Democratic Party as though we are David Shore, and we reinvent popularism to be just populism?
Well, it's going to take a lot of ketamine, I think, if the reports are accurate. But I don't know. I just I don't know. I don't think it's I don't know if it's a matter of positioning ourselves in that kind of way. Like, I think that we just have to sort of go out into the country and start winning races. Don't make any arguments to Democrats about this is what you should do to win this way or that way. Just in different communities in this country, start with locally, start at the state level. Just do what you can to start winning on a progressive agenda. Find out what the arguments are that work. Be curious and think creatively about how to message as leftists. Don't just assume that. And I think this is going to be difficult for people to hear, but like, if it were just a matter of just like having the right policy positions and like having the right perspective on the economy and like having the right perspective of capitalism and just telling people that, we would have already won. Like there are all of these, I think, barriers to convince people that we're worth listening to and we're worth investing their hopes in, that we have to think about overcoming. I don't have all of the answers, but I think it's ultimately going to be demonstrating to people that we can win by winning. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah.
I don't think logic and reason is going to work. I don't think reason is going to work. I think the thing that works is power and building it, and forcing people to acknowledge you as a constituency that matters.
So your solution is not to get like Pod John's politics, but with Hasan Piker aesthetics and flood the market with a bunch of liberals.
Not growing like a liberal Joe Rogan in a vat, I mean, I think that there are benefits. I think we can also think too about like how we reach more people who aren't plugged into traditional media, and that's an important part of the story, obviously. But it's really not purely a messaging thing. I think that you have to go into districts and go into communities and actually start winning elections. And that's partially messaging, but it's also organizing. It's honing in on the issues that matter in those particular communities. And I don't know. It's I don't have I don't have the kind of overarching solution here, but I don't think we're served by thinking of this as purely a problem of communication and argument making, and I don't know. It's not really, I think, what building power is going to be about fundamentally.
Okay. Are there any final notes that you would like to bring up that I might have missed here? Because we've been running the autopsy for the past couple of days, and I feel like I am almost like responsible, because there aren't really a lot of voices out there. Like everything that I've seen from mainstream media is like incredible. Like every single outlet, I think, is deliberately lying because it's chock full of consultant class people from Obama world, from Hillary world, that are desperately trying to hold on to this like obviously dead idea of third way neoliberalism and like attack to the center moderation. And it has failed yet again and has opened up the floodgates of American fascism. So now they have to be like, no, you don't understand. It's the wokeness that tanked this campaign. It's actually AOC that tanked this campaign. AOC's DNC speech is something I heard that tanked the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I'll say here to leave off is you're hearing that message about moderation being the answer. I think one of the things that's interesting to me is that you're also hearing people in the media, in Democratic policy circles saying, well, I think we should just give up on America. Like, I think what actually happened here is America is irredeemably broken and evil and racist, and that's really all there is to it. And there's no messaging approach, not moderation, not going to the left. There's nothing we can do. Like this is what the American people wanted. They like Donald Trump, and they deserve what they're going to get. And that shit has got to stop. Like that is not the way to engage this moment. And I think that we on the left have to be really serious about rejecting that loudly. We're going to hear all of this blue exit stuff again in the next couple of months. I guarantee you. The stuff about the national divorce and, the rest of Americans live in like dumb Fuckistan or whatever. Like we have to if we care about democracy as much as Democrats said they did, and pretended they did, and that, you know, if we really care about what that word means, I understand that it's not easy. And there are points at which most American people, many American people, can make decisions that we don't like, but you have to engage them, and you have to make arguments to them in the pursuit of winning power that's going to improve the lives of all Americans, even Americans that you don't like, right? And it's like a very simple idea, but I see so many people, and frankly people on the left too, kind of get into this place of, oh, you know, everyone's stupid or everyone's evil, and, you know, that's just the way it is, and, you know, I just, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it. We can't allow ourselves that kind of nihilism. This was a winnable election. You have, you know, this pattern of incumbents all around the world. People have said, you know, are doing badly. I think that's true, but like, I do think this was a winnable election. I do think that, you know, there is room to craft a left-wing majority in this country. And if you don't believe that, you should get out of politics. You know, if you don't believe that, then you have no business doing this work. There's no point to it. You should do something else. I believe that. If it's dumb and if it's not true, whatever, we'll find it out. But I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep working. And that's all there is to do it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and let fucking immigrants get sent to camps. I'm not going to sit here and let the climate crisis upend civilization without a fight. No. Like, I'm going to do everything I can to win a durable majority, to craft a durable majority in this country. And I'm not going to give up on this country. Period.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
No, that was a fantastic take, and I 100% agree with it. It is so goddamn annoying seeing Democratic consultants be like, America's an irredeemable, racist, sexist shithole. And it's like, there is some truth to that for sure, but you can't say that, okay? Other people can. Like, I see anonymous accounts being like, we're going to do a sex strike on men or whatever. And then, and you know, they want to potentially do like a 4B movement, but in the United States of America. And that aside, like that's one thing, right? Those are people who are understandably angry and responding to the real momentum that, like, especially in their immediate circles, like on Twitter and whatnot, that they're responding to what they're seeing. But if you're a consultant, you can't ever fucking say that. Like, that's the entire purpose, is to make sure that those guys who might even have those opinions do not lean into that and instead vote for you. So fucking stupid.
Anyway, that's all I've got.
Where can people find you, Osita?
OsitaNwanevu.com, just my first name, my last name.com. I'm at the New Republic and the Guardian as well. Also, I have a book coming out next year on democracy. A fuller, I think, more radical, more ambitious conception of what it means and what it can do, and why we shouldn't give up on it. So look for that, I guess, the summer of next year, too.
Hell yeah. All right. Osita Nwanevu, everybody, thank you so much for coming on. This was fantastic.
Awesome.
Bye.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Osita Nwanevu, everybody. Love this dude. The anger and apathy from leftist progressive liberals, whatever, so frustrating. Like, fight for yourselves to try and win. Yeah, I mean, that's real leftism. I think all I'm going to say is this. Okay. I don't fault my peers for feeling emotional in this time, or saying that, like, you know, racism and sexism played a big role in this. It did. Right. And I think that, you know, everyone's heart is in the right place. It's understandable that when you see an entire country look at someone like Kamala Harris and be like, nah, like, match up someone like Donald Trump. It almost feels like a flex, if that makes sense. It feels like a misogynistic flex. You know what I mean? To be like, no, this incompetent fucking asshole is still better than a competent woman that you're going to put into this position of power. You know? It's like a fuck you. It almost, the reason why like I fucking hated that Nick Fuentes clip is because it almost just drops all pretext, like all notion of like civility, and just openly, no optics focus whatsoever, openly says it exactly like it is, that it is a fucking, not a glass ceiling, but a brick ceiling. And then you're fucked. Like you're never, your body, my choice. You're never going to have this. And I totally understand why so many women feel this way, where they just are taken aback by like exactly how misogynistic America is. So I get where people are coming from, but it's not, you know, time will pass, and I hope that everyone will then move back to organizing. Why do you glaze up Hasan Nasrallah? Why do I glaze up Hasan Nasrallah? Are you talking about Noam Chomsky? You must be mistaking me for Noam Chomsky. Someone's got to have that clip. Talking about the Ethan Klein video that came out last night. Okay, dude, chill. To be honest, the Harris laws was more clearly a misstep in the fundamentals of marketing than any other no. I see too many queer people pussying out on our queer elders have spoken. They say keep fighting. Yeah. As a new Ethan talking point, hold on. Talking about this guy. Chomsky hails Hezbollah. Hosted by Hezbollah, left Professor Noam Chomsky ended his visit to Lebanon with a tour of Al-Qiyam prison, where he declared the group's success in removing Israel from the south was a victory for all the peoples that fight injustice and oppression. In a broadcast by Hezbollah's Al-Manar television Sunday, translated by the Middle Eastern Media Research Institute, Memory Institute, Chomsky was shown embracing Hezbollah leader Nabil Quag al-Qiyam, where Israel kept prisoners during its occupation of southern Lebanon. Hezbollah was credited with liberating the area after Israel withdrew in 2000. On Saturday, Al-Manar quoted Chomsky responded to Hezbollah's designation on the U.S. by the U.S. as a terrorist state. The professor said that if the U.S. was to stick to the clear and precise definition of terrorism in its code of laws, it would be the leading terrorist state. Al-Manar said Sunday, Chomsky insisted on staying inside of one of the prison cells for a short while. He commended the perseverance of the inmates during the years of cruelty and pain, stressing that this prison was no different from Guantanamo. The news reader said that the leftist intellectual chose to stand in front of a destroyed Israeli vehicle and declare that all prisoners in the world must be released, whether in Israel or in American prisons. Chomsky was asked about the Lebanese expatriates who recently honored U.S. Ambassador to the UN, a famous name, John Bolton. Well, you know, they have their own choices to make. There is pressure they have to deal with, he said. When Japan occupied Asia and committed atrocities there, some Asians honored Japan because they were subjected to imperialism. A reporter asked Chomsky how the U.S. views his visit. I don't know what their response will be, and I don't care, he said. Referring to Israel, Chomsky said, the imperialistic forces do whatever they want as long as Washington allows them to do so. Wait, 12-month subscriber? Ew, gross. I just fired on this guy. 12-month subscriber. Wow. How the fuck did that happen? No, I have a politics sign on, my friend. Where are you watching this? Zach Rower streaming it with a lot higher or clearer high fidelity. Like when you order French fries and you got an accidental curly fry. How the fuck did this guy go from this to just like, why aren't you banned type shit? I'm gonna unban him. It's because of your no clipping by anyone other than subs policy. What? That is from How I Met Your Mother, the accidental curly fry. I know that. Why did you fucking come in here to chirp about what category I'm in? Are you band baiting? Is that what it is? Anyway, let's continue. On Saturday, Chomsky said Hezbollah's insistence on keeping its arms is justified. I think Nasrallah has a reasoned argument and a persuasive argument that the arms should be in the hands of Hezbollah as a deterrent to potential aggression, and there's plenty of background reasons for that. Chomsky asserted that until there is a general political settlement in the region and the threat of aggression and violence is reduced or eliminated, there has to be a deterrent, and the Lebanese army can't be a deterrent. Yeah, Chomsky. Chomsky called Nasrallah the most intelligent political figure he ever spoke to, defended Hezbollah's right to armed resistance against Western terrorism. If the U.S. stuck to the clear and precise definition of terrorism, it'd be the leading terrorist state. So, as I have talked about, although I do still consider it to be unproductive, Hezbollah is, at least in its like domestic affairs, in its ideology, at certain times, specifically with Hassan Nasrallah's individual ideology on like homosexuality and whatnot, is not in agreement with someone like myself. I'm a progressive person unconditionally, right? Having said that, however, Hasan, don't. What? Should I be homophobic? Because Democrats are being homophobic now? Is that the method? Damn, he got clapped. Oh, Ethan Klein made a video of you talking about this. Yeah. I thought he was saying like, Hasan, no, you can't be defending gay people. Remember, the Democratic Party is retriangulating to the right again. Anyway, my point is, I think he meant don't side with the terrorists. Brother, I'm a political commentator who is anti-imperialist. Everyone who is an enemy of America is automatically a terrorist. Me contextualizing where that designation comes from, or me contextualizing how this violence begins, is not universally declaring a support for a group of individuals that America considers to be terrorist. America is the arch terrorist if Americans' standards for terrorism were to be applied universally. Just letting you know. Analysis is not justification. Having said that, however, historical context is very important for many of you to understand how we got here, including you too, by the way, according to some Islamophobes. Yes, Islamophobes will say, I'm a terrorist. It is what it is. Guess which one of your favorite content creators went further down the Nazi spiral and made an hour-long video about Tommy
United
Robinson? Britain, where free speech is illegal?
Where free speech is illegal.
Ugh. Dude, this guy is literally just like a principled neo-Nazi at this point. Why can't you accept Leninism into your heart? What do you mean? Why? I have a space for Leninism in my heart. What the fuck? Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Did you watch Tyler's vid on Germany? Not really, because I feel like it's so gross that I don't even fucking care about it, you know? Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about the Maccabi Tel Aviv Football Club trip to Amsterdam. The Maccabi Football Club. That's right. Ladies and gents, Arizona Jones finishing off the story talking about football hooligans. The real terror was on the pitch. 5-0. The Maccabi Tel Aviv showed once again that the Iron Dome is surely a matter of fiction. Penetrated through the goalkeeper of the Maccabi Tel Aviv Football Club. Terror on the pitch from the Ajax Football Club in Amsterdam.
Even though it's a total hypothetical, because Russian football clubs are banned from these competitions, correctly, unlike Israeli football clubs, even though that country is committing genocide. You are being lied to. You are not being told the truth. Our media will consistently bend reality when it comes to Israel. That happens over and over again. And they're showing more outrage and horror at what happened to Israeli football hooligans than they have for the mass slaughter of Palestinians, including so many children. The children these hooligans relished murdering. Something's got to give, guys. This is a disgrace. And we cannot let our media consistently gaslight and lie to us, not least concerning one of the grave atrocities of our time.
This is so funny.
Incident.
The world's most racist football club in the world, Beitar Jerusalem, are 6-time Israeli Premier League champions and one of the best supported teams in Israel. But the club has always been tarnished by their far-right supporters group La Familia. Wait, but this is different. This is a different. This is a different football group. But it is so funny that they're like, guys, this is the most racist football club in the world. Oh my God. Dude, this is like saying that one football club is the most racist football club in the world is like saying this Nazi is the most anti-Semitic Nazi in the world. You know what I mean? It's like every fucking football club is so racist. They're always like, it always feels like there are two different competitions happening at any given moment, okay? One on the field and the other on who can be the absolute worst racist, okay? Why are both of the unimaginably racist hooligan clubs coming from fucking Israel? What is going on? Don't throw shade on Celtics. I mean, everything is a spectrum, right? So by definition, there's a gayest person in the world, a most racist football club in the world, etc. That's so funny to think about. Who is the gayest person in the world? It's not Austin Show. Y'all are crazy. It's fucking JD Vance, dude.
Anyway,
After
here.
Maccabi Tel Aviv's Champions League match against Ajax Amsterdam concluded, things got ugly. Maccabi hooligans took to the streets of the Dutch capital and began chanting racist slogans directed at Palestine's Gaza and Arabs in general, and ripping off Palestinian flags from homes. The shouting and taunting eventually led to violent clashes with locals, leaving 5 people hospitalized and 62 arrested. But there's more. Dutch publication De Telegraaf reports that Israel's intelligence agency, Mossad, had sent agents to accompany the team amidst potential security risks. The Israeli football club is no stranger to controversy. It has an openly racist fan base that regularly targets Arab players, even those on their own team. Since 2009, under Canadian Zionist owner Mitch Golder, the number of players of Arab origin has dropped significantly. Known as Maccabi fanatics, the team's fans aren't only about football, they are also
Canadian Zionist owner is such a funny designation. Yeah, dog, he owns a fucking Israeli soccer team. Like, you don't have to say that, I think.
the vocal supporters of PM Benjamin Netanyahu and have gone after anti-government protesters in Israel.
It's like saying Jews control the media in Israel. You know what I mean? It's a weird way to describe events, you know? Just seems redundant, but also suspicious that you just said it like that. You know what I mean? This is the national broadcaster for Turkey, so.
Israel. In 2015, they displayed an anti-refugee banner at a match, and in March, they attacked someone carrying a Palestinian flag during a fixture in Greece. Following the recent riots in Amsterdam, pressure is increasing for UEFA to impose more drastic measures rather than mere fines on both.
Pro-government hooligans is wild. No, it's not. Fucking Ukraine, brother. What are you talking about? And everywhere else, really, not just Ukraine. The football hooligans are ultra-nationalists. Like, they're ultras. They are almost always, no matter which country they're in, they are ultra-nationalist, far-right, with some exceptions that are famously far-left, and that's it.
Both Maccabi Tel Aviv and its violent and racist fans. Will we finally see a change, or will UEFA continue to allow this extremist behavior?
Yeah, one thing is that they have Russian ones have crazy ties to Putin. Same shit. The overwhelming majority, what is this? Will you watch this e-video with so much audience overlap? I feel like it would be beneficial for everyone to watch if you were to contextualize some of the statements you made that he clip-chimped. Like, I'm kind of dumb and live in the West, so it's pretty hard for me to find any alternative perspectives on someone like Hasan Nasrallah. No, I don't care to do that. Why the fuck would I extend the drama? Let him fucking chirp, dude. Yeah, he's like HasanAbi, Hasan Nasrallah. Okay. Yeah, it's just bait to get me to watch the video so that, like, I'm sorry, dude. Look, make up your own mind, okay? I don't know what he said. You know what? He's right, okay? Whatever he said, he's probably correct, and I am that, okay? Yes. Someone who is a radical extremist terrorist, anti-America, radical socialist, pro-terrorism, pro-Islamic terrorism specifically, because I'm like, I have a lot of underlying secret anti-Semitic opinions, and I fostered an anti-Semitic community. If you want to believe that shit, you know, go ahead. I can't stop you, okay? That's it. Turkish fans attack Armenian players all the time. Like you're saying there's a problem in all football. Yes, 100%. It's a super common thing. Anyway, sarcasm much? No, it's not even sarcastic. I'm like, genuinely, I'm giving up. You know what I mean? I'm giving up. I'm throwing my hands in the air. Like, if you think that I am these things, can someone please nerf Islamophobia? Oh God, one day. I wish. If you want to think these things, like, you can. You also could just listen to what I have to say. You know what I mean? Like, why would you go out of your way? Why would you go out of your way to
listen to someone else's like biased perspective of what my political opinions are. What? An ex-E-fan made a joke about exactly
Shout out
this?
to my fellow radicals in the United States who believe crazy things like.
Yeah. My point is, at least look at this hilarious thread making light of the situation. How it started versus how it was going. A thread. New Hasan fan channel upload. Pulling out the rhyming dictionary. Hasan and his little campfire. Okay. Hasan Parker's a wheezy little boy. Okay. Look, my point is, all jokes aside, I'm a political commentator, right? I talk about politics pretty much 8 to 10 hours every single fucking day, right? 8 to 10 hours every single day, 7 days a week. If you can't make up your own fucking mind about my perspective and you need it like soft pedaled to you from a completely filtered, unnuanced, like clipped out of context framework, then, you know, go ahead, believe that. I can't stop you. You know what I mean? I'm done. You know, it's so dumb. That's it. You're either going to figure out, yeah, the Israeli pogrom tweet is a perfect example of clipping out of context. They don't care. Exactly. Like, if you are duped by that, I'm sorry, you're kind of stupid. Like, dude, things like that can give them clips. I don't want you to go away. It's fucked up, but in my opinion, sarcasm isn't that way. And is it helpful? Yes, you should be able to, but they're watching, not telling you what to do. It's just a suggestion because they clip it like crazy. No disrespect at all towards you. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, there's nothing I could do. It's not going to stop. There is no mechanism of pushback. I have already, on numerous occasions, including the occasions that people clip out of context, am offering like a longer analysis on the subject matter itself. And then in the response to it, there's already another clip in order to extend the drama and the smear campaign. So why get, I guess the question is like, if you find yourself seeking out a filtered perspective of what I mean, instead of coming directly to me and hearing what my position is, or watching the longer videos in which these clips are coming out of, then you're maybe not that invested in what the truth is. And you just want to fucking, you know, just want to make up your mind that way. I think not defending yourself is extending the drama, but I know even if you did, I did defend myself. That's the funny part. I did. I sufficiently did. I addressed all of the talking points, ironically enough, and it didn't matter. And it doesn't matter to you either. Like, that's the reality of the situation. It does not matter. It does not matter at all. People only care about politics from the framework of like, they only care about politics from the framework of drama, like influencers yelling at one another, crying, all this shit. And so, you know, if you care more about like the personal ego and the fragility of a content creator, and you want to go along with it from that false framework, then go ahead. I can't stop you. I don't care. You know, it is what it is. You did defend yourself, but this isn't what they want. They want you to stop broadcasting. That's it. Exactly. To me, when Ethan went along with like Destiny's Brigade
and even highlighted Richie Torres's like congressional letter with the Congress header, legal header from Congress, which of course was so fucking stupid. That to me showed me everything that I needed to know. Like 4 days before. 4 days before the fucking election. Like, this is what everyone was busy with. It showed me what people's ambitions are, and it showed me what people's motivations are. It showed me everything I needed to know. Like, I'm not going to sit here and defend myself against false smears of anti-Semitism because I am an anti-Zionist. My position on this issue is clear, and it always has been clear. If you have any sort of fucking confusion on the matter, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Stop crying about it. Make up your own damn mind. Anyway, Moin Rabbani says, because anything and everything Israel and Israelis do is by definition legitimate and an act of self-defense, Western media and politicians have now collectively determined that racist, genocidal football hooliganism is in fact rather cute and admirable. Because Israelis are, regardless of the circumstances, by definition the victim, and particularly so when bearing the consequences of their actions, the events in Amsterdam are being portrayed as Kristallnacht in 2024. Yeah. No need for surprise. It's a well-worn playbook with dozens of examples over many decades. Western media and politicians performing exactly as expected. This is not a debate. They want you to publicly humiliate you and see you defeated. I think chatters that don't realize this continue to make you talk about it should be timed out and banned. I agree. And this chatter right on the fucking dot goes, bro went absolutely insane, man. Said you are Hezbollah. Like, he immediately, okay? Take an hour off, dumbass. Okay, but that's Cal Cunningham, and he's annoying as hell. I know. What happened to Rashida Tlaib coming on the broadcast? I was wrong on the date. It's actually going to be next week, next Wednesday, and not today. Even Forward was like, were Jews attacking the streets? Yes, but those Jews were also violent hooligans. Yeah. Even Forward magazine was like, come on, guys. These guys are repugnant. Like, they're insane. Zionists are now trying to get the prominent Dutch football player Ziyech banned by UEFA for posting the following about the hooligans in Amsterdam. If it's not women and children, then they run away. You censor chatters who disagree with your beliefs? Okay, motherfuckers are aching for it today. Today he was saying you're a champion for terrorism. I have not and will not champion American imperialism, which is the leading party for terror at the global stage. I have not and will not champion the Israeli occupying force either. Okay? Bernie Sanders' former foreign policy to making no sense of the issue. It's absolutely abhorrent and unacceptable for Jews to be attacked in the streets, regardless of the fact that some racist Israeli soccer thugs picked a fight. Wait, what? Israelis must never be allowed to lose a fight. It is unconscionable that these football hooligans went out, did some racist ass bullshit, and then people fought back. And the part that I have an issue with is people fighting back. Okay. Yeah, no, I saw Felix's tweet on this. He said they rolled into town with Mossad agents, started shit, and now it's a pogrom because they lost a traditional Euro-style soccer fight. Ladies and gentlemen, fire up your engines. We must send in CENTCOM, okay? Where is the aircraft carrier? Why is there not American operatives Navy SEAL Team 6 out and about murking every random Arab adjacent person that they see on the streets of Amsterdam. This is an unconscionable crisis. Football hooligans are getting their asses beat after doing racist shit. Any other circumstance, like the Russian one that Owen Jones presented, would be cheered on, okay? Everyone in the media would be like, what an incredible day. An incredible day of celebration. Russian neo-Nazi football hooligans who were talking about how like Ukrainian children must die got their fucking shit packed up, okay, by Ukrainian football hooligans who were like, no, the fuck not. That's not happening. Literally every single person, myself included, would be like, what an incredible achievement. What an incredible day. Everyone would be doing this. They'd be like, wow. Wow. People would be going, Slava Ukraine is what people would be saying. Okay. But holy shit, when it's the Israeli football hooligans, it's like, whoa, whoa, dude, this is Nazi Germany. Suck my fucking dick, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself everywhere except on the football pitch. Lemau 5-0, hold this L. Exactly. What are they, like the 35th out of 36? 3 games in a row they've lost. I don't even give a fuck about soccer, and it's making me care about it just to watch the chaos unfold. Oh my God. If they pull this shit in Istanbul, oh my God, it's going to be an international incident, okay? It is literally like against Beşiktaş, oh my Lord. Like the fact that, oh God, I don't even want to know what the fuck's going to happen, okay? If they show up with that energy against Beşiktaş, who has like some of the most insane hooligans in the Turkish, at least when I was growing up, in the Turkish soccer leagues, like Beşiktaş literally has some of the most unhinged fans, okay? They have, I remember this from when I was growing up. There was a news story, famously, of Beşiktaş fans stabbing each other and murdering one another over who was more of a Beşiktaş fan, okay? Like, these guys are not normal, okay? They are not normal at all. If you go into that environment, and you're like, oh yeah, you know, fuck all the Muslims, fuck all the Arabs, whatever, you know, let your village burn, all that shit, they're gonna fucking fight. And I don't know if they will just keep it to fisticuffs. You know what I mean? Matches move from Turkey to neutral. Streamer HasanAbi fantasizes about Jewish pogroms. Yeah, sure. What was the Jew hunt announced on the app Telegram? Brother, why are you asking me this question? How the fuck am I supposed to know? You're acting like I'm a fucking Dutch citizen who was like, what are you saying, dog? What are you fucking saying right now? Like, I'm an American, goddammit. I live in the United States of America, okay? The fuck? You think I have a Telegram? What are you, stupid? Bro was asking if you organized Crystal Knock too. Yeah. Like, dude came in here and was like, listen, your name is Hasan, be honest. Why did you start a Telegram group titled Jew Hunt? Like, he said, this you, fam. Yeah. Do better. Hey, just asking questions. Why did you do this thing that I made up in my mind of you doing? Yeah, dude, it'd be really fucked up if I participated in that. You're right. Half of the chatter's anger and resentment towards me stems from like the classic I imagined you I saw you in a dream cheating on me, so like, you know, now you have to address that.
Streets with around 200 people at the same time. They would take down Palestine flags everywhere which they would see them, and we have footage of them singing a song that there are no schools in Gaza anymore because they burned all the children. Simultaneously, they also attacked a cab driver who spoke out against them. We all knew that this was going to happen because the football club already stated before the match, before coming here, that they were going to bring Israeli Secret Service, the Mossad. So we knew that they were going to be violent. And we also knew that amongst them supporters, a lot of them are IDF soldiers who have on their Facebook footage of being enlisted in the same army that's committing genocide. Who it is, we requested the municipality, the football club, to cancel the match or at least allow the supporters here. They were violent.
For the record, I think that those guys should have been arrested on the principle that they were IDF, Israeli occupying force soldiers that participated in the Gaza genocide. And I do stand on that. Like, you could say that's like anti-Semitic all day, every day till the cows come home. But like, if fucking ISIS militants are openly posturing on their social media accounts about how like they fucking instituted the Yazidi genocide, and then they're just like they're getting free roam to be like, yeah, we're going to do the same here. Okay. You'd be like, no, you're going to fucking prison, dog. The Hague is down the street. Like, thank you for showing up at my fucking doorstep, brother. What a fortuitous turn of events. You know what I mean? I'd be like, okay, well, let's pack you up then. Oh, thank you for coming here to the country where, you know, the Hague is. That's great. Fantastic. What is wrong with the microphone? Is it fucked up again? Why are people saying microphone, microphone, microphone? No, it's fine. Oh, these people are fucking lame. All right. Stop swinging the mic. It's crackling when you do that. Okay, shut up. It's fine.
And violent as fuck. No media outlet responded to this. The only way we know.
It's so gross, dude. It's like, it's so gross. It's so deliberate. It's so obvious what the fuck's going on. There's just no interest in the truth whatsoever. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares about like what actually happened. No intellectual curiosity whatsoever. Everybody just wants like an immediate, comfortable narrative. Muslims are anti-Semitic and bad. They're doing bad anti-Semitic things. They're doing pogroms. You already know, you know. Let's just go along with that, please. Make no mistake. That is what's happening, okay?
Is because as a movement, we got quite good at sharing footages with each other. Back 2 days when they were being violent, the moment they harassed one of the taxi drivers, they got a response. Thing is, the taxi drivers here, as I think all over the world, are quite well connected with each other. So within no time, over 100 taxi drivers came to the city center and chased the hooligans away. Chased them towards the casino, or some of them would jump in the canals. What do you expect if you come to our streets and sing about burning Gaza down? It was all before the match even happened. Yesterday, the match happened. And I remember driving to my work at 9:30 in the morning. And I was driving on the highway and like 5 or 6 buses from the riot police were passing me. 9:30 in the morning, the match was at night. The whole city was tense. After the match, there were clashes. On one hand, the Zionist hooligans, they were also again burning shit down in our streets because they lost the match with 5-0. I mean, I'm still upset with Ajax for their responding to all of this shit, but at least, you know, they fucked them up on the field. So they were upset about their loss. They came to our center, shut shit down. And there were responses. We had protesters clashing with the Zionist hooligans. But hey, in Amsterdam, a Zionist hooligan can fuck up our streets, can burn down Palestine flags, can sing songs about burning Gaza down. But the moment you respond to them, the riot police emerged. They arrested over 50 protesters. And as according to the Zionist playbook, of course, this morning, Netanyahu sent out a statement, called up Prime Minister. He said that he sent out airplanes to pick up the hooligans because it was too dangerous for them. Interestingly enough, Schiphol, our airport, doesn't know anything about this. But yeah, instead of fact-checking Israel, of course, our media just follows them. And all of a sudden, all over the news, it was about how the hooligans were harassed by protesters, how it was about religion as well. It was never about religion. There was.
Why is the media behaving this way? What do they gain from it? I think it's just like, I don't fucking know. Guilt? No. I think there's just a lot of people who don't give a shit. Like, they're not gonna fucking cross-reference, fact check, and beyond that, there are people who are like ideologically invested in maintaining. Maybe you're just wrong. That's why you don't know why the media would do this.
Was a clash with
yes,
them.
You're right. Like, no, actually, you're right. I don't know anything about fucking football hooligans. You're right. I don't know how any of this works. It was actually a fucking pogrom. You're right. You're right. My bad, dude. You're right. They literally were doing a pogrom, but also like a Muslimic style pogrom, very different than like the Nazi style pogroms and a Muslimic style one instead. Because they were like, we are Arab and we hate Jews. That's what they were saying. Or maybe the entire Western media also has the exact fucking same Islamophobic attitude towards, I'm not too invested, is fine. What? Okay, thanks. So you're not invested? I'm defending a pogrom in your mind, like an anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic pogrom, okay, where people were deliberately targeting Jews to murder them, and I'm defending that action in your mind, but you're also not that invested? Like, this doesn't make sense, dumbass. The fuck do you mean? I'm just here for the election. Okay, good. It's just so funny, like, that this guy folded like a fucking napkin immediately. Was like, yeah, no, I don't really give a shit. I just wanted to talk my shit.
Because they're part of a genocide. According to the Zionist playbook.
Yeah, also, why do you think there's like people who don't ever want to question a narrative that is like, that is immediately presented as like anti-Israel? I wonder why. Perhaps when you do that, despite being a fucking loyal soldier fighting against anti-Semitism regularly for your entire fucking career, people will cynically and mercilessly and consistently call you a terrorist and an anti-Semitic Jew hater. Okay? Yeah, anyone that even goes, hey, maybe this isn't the case, will immediately be considered like the banished. Okay? And if you don't get banished, then, you know, people lose their fucking minds over it and just like keep relentlessly fucking chipping away until something falls, you know? They don't care if you oppose anti-Semitism. They want you to stop opposing them willingly and will use manipulation to achieve their goal. Yeah, it's just like, ugh. Why lie so much? I don't understand. You just say you engage with chat, but you just look over me intentionally. You're right.
Of course, you only focus on the counter response instead of the context in which it happened. So the media followed the complete narrative of Netanyahu that it was anti-Semitic. Secondly, most of our politicians just followed Netanyahu on this, making statements that anti-Semitism is not allowed, completely omitting the fact that the night before, Zionist hooligans fucked up our city, attacked people, completely omitting that fact. Going completely into this discourse of it being unsafe here for Jewish people. Come on, even the Socialist Party went with this narrative. And as some
Yeah, it's not just the Dutch politicians. Most Western politicians immediately went with it because everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from, you know, the Israeli government's open fucking genocide in Gaza and its bombing campaign in fucking Lebanon. This shit is so annoying, dude. I hate it so much. God damn. The gall of people. Holy fuck.
somebody from Amsterdam.
Like, think about how much back and forth this story is going to get in comparison to the 100 Palestinians that have been killed every single fucking day for the past month in North Gaza. Okay? Trapped in North Gaza, locked away, black bagged, numbered, executed, and like not a single fucking peep. But God, holy shit, you're going to hear from Jake Tapper for 8 hours on this. You'd be like, dude, this is crazy. The amount of anti-Semitism that has taken place in this football hooligan fight. Like, that's what's so nutty about it. It's not like these guys are like random people. They are basically a fucking neo-Nazi movement, okay? Not even basically, they are. So many different fucking examples of this. It happens virtually weekly in Europe. And all of a sudden, this is like a big story. Like, what the fuck? We're talking about an actual gang, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Meanwhile, nearly 70% of Gaza war dead are among children. Women and children, UN says. The ages most represented among the dead were 5 to 9-year-olds. Yeah. Meanwhile, while this is popping off, nobody gives a shit. And everybody's talking about fucking Israeli football hooligans, dude, and their right to self-defense. Israel has a right to self-defense. Just like Israel's most racist football team and its fans, its hooligans, have a right to self-defense. No politique. No politique here. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Get real. Get fucking real, dude. The IOF looks the other way when settlers are doing fucking real pogroms. Real pogroms in the fucking West Bank on a weekly basis. Not a single peep. Israel kills American citizens. Not a single peep. Okay? Barely fucking meets the standard of like news reporting. But holy shit, dude. Israeli football hooligans went and did some fucking hate crimes and then got their shit pushed in. God forbid. Disgusting. You're just mad because you know Trump is going to end the conflict in Israel? Yeah, you're such a dumb baby if you think that I would ever get mad at such a thing. I don't believe it. But if it were to happen, I would be the most excited person.
There is sexism, there's racism. All of that is true. But I also think there is a real question I hope people start looking at about who people are listening to. In my view, there was an over-listening to and an over-lifting up of people who left Trump, not people who left the Democratic Party. The people who left the Democratic Party are the people who are going to win in the future. The people who left Trump, the never-Trumpers who have important voices and that is not the winning coalition. And I think that is a takeaway. There is sexism, there's racism, all of...
Mike just caught a ban? Wait, why? What the fuck? Going 5-0 feels kind of anti-Semitic though. Yeah, that's the most. That is like real anti-Israel terror right there. Amsterdam bans protests after anti-Semitic squads attack Israeli soccer fans. Ay, ay, ay. Kind of weird calling the Jews Nazis. That in and of itself seems anti-Semitic. Nazis were a regime in the regime in Germany in the 20th century. Nazi in his modern use is an extremist, polarizing word used to affect. Don't be simple. Okay, ChatGPT. If you don't want me to call someone a Nazi, okay, and it's not me calling Jews Nazis, that's fucking ridiculous. It's me calling those who defend Israel's Nazi crimes Nazis. But here's a real simple solution to that, okay? Don't be a fucking Nazi. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. You did the thing in your pretend outrage chatter. I know. Asman threatened to have Saltman on if they didn't ban Mike. Wait, why did they ban Mike? What the fuck did he do? What are they saying that Michael from Pennsylvania did? I like that this like group of little freaks, this group of little freaks is. Asman said he would give Twitch an ultimatum. If they don't ban Mike, he will have Dan on stream to cover all the racism and anti-Semitism on Twitch. The irony. Okay. I mean, if listen, I'm not gonna touch on that, but if he's making certain types of edgy jokes, then it's like, you know, you can't be doing that. Okay? That's crazy. Gotta say, as a Jew, you really opened my eyes to the evils of Israel. Like before watching you and other leftists, I was fully on board with what Israel's doing, so thank you. What you do is important, Hassel. These. Oh yeah, they compared the fucking football hooligans to Anne Frank. Yeah. Me, when I say having direct access to a immediate victim of genocide is akin to being able to talk to what? Aiden Ross allegations? I don't think this is Aiden Ross, man. I think this is someone else. This is Aiden Raza. Anyway, what I was saying is like me saying a direct victim of America-backed, Saudi enacted genocide, me comparing that person, a victim of genocide, to Anne Frank, unacceptable, because that guy's brown, okay? And we consider him to be a Houthi and a terrorist. On the other hand, Israeli ultras okay, from a you know, from a variety of different backgrounds that are all football hooligans doing fucking race crimes. That's Anne Frank. My mom was a standard MSNBC brain rotting liberal, but after the election has turned towards the progressive side and understands how bad the campaign was going a centrist route. Yeah, that's good. They banned Mike because of Asmongold. I mean, you can't be saying certain things like that, especially when tensions are high and Twitch is like immediately going to capitulate. You know what I mean? Like I'm already incredibly careful. I'm already incredibly careful in my coverage. And even then, like, people will fucking literally clip shit out of context or, like, will act like my chat is saying something to be like, see, he's got to be banned. He's anti-Semitic. Like, it's fucking nutty out here. Asmund said way worse. Absolutely. But you see, Asmongold is not in the crosshairs of destiny and his rabid, psychopathic, cyber-stalking cult. So it's a little different. But regardless, you can't. You can only be careful. You choose to address where you are September 8th, 2022. What? I don't fucking know. What happened on that day? Okay, we're done with the fucking Israeli football fan saga. Oh, the Queen died on that day? Okay, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, we saw that. Federal investigations launched into racist texts targeting black Americans.
These are looking into disturbing and racist text messages sent from unknown numbers, to black Americans in at least...
If Asmund really believed this stuff about anti-Semitism, then why wouldn't he just do it anyway instead of bribing people? Yeah, that's really funny. I don't think Asmund saying anything had an impact on this. I think Twitch probably saw the clip and were like, this is obviously ban-worthy. Like, make no mistake. Asmongold being like, oh, I'm going to have this fucking sociopath, this sociopath on to talk about how fucking anti-Semitic Twitch is. Like, what do you mean? He watched like 11 different fucking videos on the matter immediately after he got unbanned and has like played Twitcher terrorist. Like, haha, funny. Meanwhile, if I was like white streamer or fucking neo-Nazi and put quotes that Asmongold has like championed on a little game like that, there would be all hell, okay? Holy fuck. You know? Asmongold or School Shooter, the video game, would be fucking, oh my God, the anti-white hatred. Oh, holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah. No, I'm not going to watch his fucking reaction to the Tyler Oliveira video. Like, that's the thing. Like, we are just straight up normalizing so much unhinged white nationalist right-wing rhetoric right now. It's crazy, okay? It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Like, in front of fucking 50, 60,000 people every day, like, addressing and championing and agreeing with Tyler Oliveira. Holy fuck, Tyler Hitler Vera. Oh. Yeah. God forbid, dude. Here.
10 different states in this country. Now, many of the messages which were sent to middle school, high school, and college students make reference to slavery. Adriana Diaz has more on this very troubling story.
You have been selected to be a house slave at the Fieldview Farm Plantation. Be ready on Saturday, November 9th, 11 a.m. sharp.
This was the text message Latasha Nelson's 8th grade daughter, Jemiah, and her friend received while at home in Connecticut.
My daughter came down and showed me, you know, I was like, wait a minute. I was angry, one, disgusted, Two,
in at least 10 states across the nation, CBS News has learned that Black Americans have received anonymous, racist text messages similar to these. And while varying slightly, many of the messages read, "You have been selected to pick cotton or become a house slave at a plantation."
I felt scared, sad, kind of shaken by it.
Devereaux Adams lives in Atlanta and is a student at Western Governors University.
If this was not during the election, I probably would have laughed it off. But I don't know, it hit me different because of when it happened. And
yeah, dark humor enjoyers. What is happening today with my fucking microphone, man? God damn. It's annoying. Okay. Yeah, the dark humor enjoyers have arrived again. I hope they find whoever the fuck did that, okay? I hope they find the little shitheads that did that shit. Okay? It's just, I don't know. It's gonna get worse, man. It's gonna get worse. I'm letting you know. But you already know that. If you're from a marginalized background, you already fucking know that. You're already pretty fearful of what's about to come. But these guys, it doesn't take much for them to get real comfortable, okay? Real fucking comfortable real quick with the unrestrained racism that they have, that they want to exhibit. Yeah, this is just a matter of flexing, you know what I mean? It's not dissimilar to the statues of Robert E. Lee being placed right in front of courthouses in the civil rights era. Not the Civil War, not in the aftermath of the Civil War, but in the civil rights era. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you do such a thing? What led you to hail this figure in this moment? And the answer is simple. It is also the same as saying the N-word, right? It is a reminder of the racial pecking order. It is a reminder that you can do this sort of thing. It is to tell Black people to know their place, to be fearful. Okay? In some ways, it comes, I think, from a desperation of trying to restore the racial hierarchy, if you want to examine it a little bit further. But yeah.
considering that I have multiple friends that got the same exact message, same exact tone, and some, they don't even know how these people got their first and last name. And they're telling people, we know where you live. So it's like, whoa, this is not a prank. This is an actual threat.
Black students at several schools and universities have reported receiving the texts. And CBS News has verified that the texts were sent from numbers with area codes from at least 25 different states. Some through Text Now, which offers free phone numbers. In a statement, Text Now says it's learned that one or more of our accounts may have been used to send text messages in violation of our terms of service, adding it shut down the accounts as soon as it became aware.
Our ancestors died on plantations and lived lives and separated from their children. They didn't say they're coming to get all of us. They're saying, you talk about coming to get my child, right? Removing my child from me to bring her back to something that's not even legal, never going to happen. And how dare you even send it to her? How dare you even think that that's something that would be funny to anybody?
Just horrible. Our CBS News confirmed team was able to reach one of the people who sent one of those text messages from a Fort Wayne, Indiana area code. That person said the message was a prank before abruptly ending the call. The Federal Communications Commission is investigating.
Shit, dude, what a prank. Shit, man. I didn't realize. I didn't realize it was just a prank, bro. My bad. Damn, dog. Fuck. Yeah. It's just dark. Yo, dark humor enjoyers alert, dude. Fuck. Yo, it's just a prank, dude. Chill. Chill. Fucking assholes, dude. I genuinely think they may be using voter rolls and public info to find these people. 404 Media just posted a huge article about this. A right-wing group is making it super easy to find people this way. Voted in America, this site doxed you. Voting rolls are technically public records, but can be laborious to get a hold of. A right-wing site weaponizes that information by allowing anyone anywhere to search for any voter's physical address and party affiliation. What the fuck? That's insane. Yeah, but high school kids aren't on the voter rolls. But some of those guys were, were adults. Like they were college students and shit. Once again, it is wild that like, it is definitely pretty fucking crazy that, you know, this kind of like cyber stalking and cyber harassment is so totally permissible. Like it's just, there's no legal action against it. You know what I mean? It's kind of, it's insane. Kind of like getting your car stolen. They go, eh. But like, no, it's worse than that. Cause like, at least with cars getting stolen, yeah, they're fucking shitty. But there's like, Grand Theft Auto is a law. You know what I mean? There is not really any legislation to even try and tackle this issue. You know what I mean? Like, there is maybe like a 30-70 chance that the cops will do something if your car is stolen. Okay? Whereas in this circumstance, like, you could just do internet hate crimes. And if you do it online, it's just like, internet hate crimes are not enforced. You're delusional. Brother, I think I know better than any singular person about what it looks like when you're getting mass harassment online. Okay? It's you are, by the way, it's your, as in R-E. And secondly, trust me, I know from fucking personal experience what the fuck I'm talking about. And no, there isn't any criminal repercussions for engaging in this sort of thing. The only time they activate to do anything about it is when like a cop is victim to it. Like that one fucking 4chan nerd that got arrested and packed up. We literally spent half the stream talking about a mass harassment campaign, yet dictated and directed by like a dude who loves neo-Nazis and have, you know, revitalized their careers and has openly talked about revitalizing their careers, but it doesn't fucking matter. So if Biden's internal polling was showing something close to this map, are they allowed, and they allowed him to run for re-election? This is beyond irresponsible. The Biden campaign apparently had internal polling to show Donald Trump was going to win 400 electoral votes at the same time that they were insisting he was a strong candidate. Okay.
Decision to run for president again was a catastrophic mistake.
That's crazy. That's a crazy leak. I 100% believe it. And this also corresponds to what I was saying in terms of like almost a 50-state like Reagan level landslide if Biden had stayed in the race after Donald Trump got shot. So I feel vindicated in that assessment.
Decision to run for president again was a catastrophic mistake. It just was. And he and his inner circle, they refused to believe the polls. They refused to believe he was unpopular. They refused to acknowledge until very late that anyone could be upset about inflation, and they just kept telling us that his presidency was historic and it was the greatest economy ever. We just heard him again say that it's the greatest economy ever. Clearly,
there's 0% chance New York goes red with Trump as a candidate. You are wrong. I've told you already. Wait till the fucking final counts come in California. You are going to see a very different reality than the one you think is happening. The margins of victory for New York for Kamala Harris was so bad in comparison to past performance. You do not understand how fucked up this situation is. Okay? You genuinely don't get it. I don't think you understand. If there is actually a swing towards the right, gay take, that's what I say to you. If you think that there's like a massive swing to the right in like red states or Trump is overperforming or whatever the fuck, like that, I think is a consequence of like less blue voters voting there. But in places like New York and California, I do think that there is like an actual, genuine right wing, an actual legitimate right wing swing.
Trump gained ground in 49 states and the District of Columbia compared to 2020. I went back through the record books. When was the last time a party gained in so many different places? You have to go all the way back to 1992 when Bill Clinton improved upon Michael Dukakis's performance in 49 states, plus the District of Columbia. The bottom line is no matter where you looked on the map, Kate Baldwin, no matter where you looked, Donald Trump was improving on where he did 4 years ago, except for Washington State. It is no wonder that at this particular point, he looks like he's going to be the first Republican to win the popular vote since George W. Bush back in 2004.
And to pull that off, he gained ground with groups that Republicans do not generally count as part of their winning coalition, or really at all. How much ground did he gain?
Yeah, again, holy Toledo. It's just like, oh my goodness gracious. These are the types of groups that you would never have thought that Donald Trump would have gained so much support
Oh my goodness gracious.
8 years ago when he first won against Hillary Clinton. Trump's was the...
Why not? His coalition was like more diverse than prior Republican performance anyway, even in 2016.
Best GOP
and certainly in fucking 2020.
Showing among 18 to 29-year-olds in 20 years. You have to go all the way back to 2004. How about among black voters? It was the best performance for a Republican candidate for president in 48 years since Gerald Ford back in 1976. And among Hispanic voters, the exit polls only go back since 1972. But Donald Trump's performance on Tuesday was the best for a Republican presidential candidate in exit poll history. He literally goes all the way back through history and breaks history. This is what we're talking about, Kate Baldwin. Groups that you never thought that Donald Trump would do well among, even for a Republican candidate, that is what he did. If the 2016 election was about Donald Trump breaking through with white work.
Why does he say 2016 and doesn't say 2016? Or 216 when he says 1916? I'm calling foul. 2016.
Working class voters. This election was about breaking through and going to that Democratic coalition and tearing it apart.
And it wasn't just what he did for his own support. It trickled down to helping the Senate and helping in the House.
Yeah. So, you know, a lot of talk this morning and this week is, you know, the GOP is going to have a Senate majority. We don't know if the Republicans are going to have a House majority, but we think that that's the most likely to be the case. But I want you to look at the 2024 House GOP national vote showing. So this is the House popular vote. Currently, the GOP is ahead by 5 points. I expect that to shrink a little bit as some of the California results come in. But that, if let's just say he wins, the House GOP wins by more than 2.6 points, it will be the best House GOP showing in a presidential year in the House popular vote since 1928. If there's any viewer out there who is that old, God bless you. But the bottom line is it was probably the best House GOP national vote showing during most of our viewers' lifetimes.
There are
in a presidential year.
Yeah, okay. It's good to see you, Harry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you, John.
Wow. Who would think that running a campaign exclusive for white suburban Republicans would lead to this result? It's insane.
Get it.
All right, here, let's hear what Tim Walz is, or let's watch this.
70-80% of voters don't believe that. They don't believe that about their own personal financial situation, but they just keep telling us that. And then after the debate, the Biden people told us that the polls were fine. And Biden was still the strongest candidate. They were privately telling reporters at the time that Kamala Harris couldn't win. So they were shivving Kamala Harris to reporters while they told everyone else, not a time for an open process, and his vice president can't win, so he's the strongest candidate. Then we find out, when the Biden campaign becomes the Harris campaign, that the Biden campaign's own internal polling, at the time when they were telling us he was the strongest candidate, showed that Donald Trump was going to win 400 electoral votes. That's what their own internal polling said.
There were polls showing 80% of voters thought Joe Biden was too old to get a second term before the debate. And then we all watched the debate. And then in the last few weeks, Biden was campaigning, and he said, we need to lock Trump up. He created a controversy over whether Trump supporters were garbage. He said, you know, the weird thing about slapping Trump on the ass. Like, his moments on the campaign trail weren't flawless either.
You cannot.
It's absurd. It's
absurd. Trying to be generous here.
I'm done being generous.
I want to stay for the record. I also think all the TV money ads should be.
It should be rethought too.
More importantly, the idea that Joe Biden was going to do better in this race than Kamala Harris is on its face absurd.
The Biden campaign apparently had internal polling showing that Donald Trump was going to win 400 electoral votes at the same time they were insisting he's a strong candidate. Okay, I know. I want to believe this, but I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not. It's real, trust me, bro. Hogs have already gotten too comfortable.
Hey, man. What's your name? Call me a beaner?
My name's Chris.
Chris what?
Chris Thompson. Nice
Chris
to meet
Thompson.
Oh, sick, man. We already got dudes sig heiling. That took like a second. That's cool.
Never
Never
Aren't you guys just hollering white power
surrender.
back there?
Yeah,
you
you're
guys were
white
just back
power.
there hollering white
You're
power
white
at Five
power.
Guys.
Were we hollering white power?
Pull out your
You
camera.
call me a beaner.
You guys are back there hollering white. You fucking employees are back there hollering
Ooh,
white
you're
power.
a bad boy. You're a bad boy.
Give me my fucking food, bro.
You're so
Give
bad.
me my burger. Give me whatever you got.
You're so bad. You're so cool. You're such a badass. Look at you.
You're gonna be fired.
Look at you.
Keep it
I'm
up.
gonna be fired.
Keep it up.
Oh my God, brother. You just sig heiled at a fucking Five Guys. You dumb fuck. He's like, you're going to be fired. It's like, dog. That's insane. Like, you can't be a Nazi and a Karen at the same time in the process of being a Nazi, okay? That's wild. I do want to pull back on this for a second and remind you that there are some people who operate exactly like this, politically very close. The targets might be different, but like ideologically very close. The notion that you can be like overtly racist, okay, be overtly racist and then be like, you're the one who's going to get fired now, supporters of certain ideologies that are also built around ethno-religious supremacy in the maintenance of an apartheid. Bro, why are you crying for these shit? There are always going to be idiots in the world. Why bother for the 0.001% of the population? You just look depressed as fuck. We just watched a fucking news article. We just watched a news coverage of like black people being targeted with hate crimes.
specifically. That happened like half an hour ago. You don't know the full context though? Oh my God, I'm in 2016. Oh my God, I'm in perma 2016 hell. I just realized we are back. This is 2016 hell. A lot of you were too young. A lot of you were too young to remember. This is exactly 2016 hell, okay? Oh my God, we have regressed officially. Oh, dude, I can't. Oh, God, we're going to have like a Milo Yiannopoulos style gay Nazi fucking constantly going on college campuses to like also Sig Heil. And the Young Americans for Freedom Foundation is going to like invite them deliberately. And then the schools that, you know, basically destroyed the lives of students who protested against Israel will turn around and go, it's free speech. It's free speech. Oh my God, dude. Oh, dude, it's happening. Holy fuck. It is. We are so fucking back, dude. This is 2016.
You're gonna be fired.
Like, the dude came in hot and went, first of all, this guy used his right hand to do the Roman salute, realized his mistake, and did the left hand Roman salute with the correct hand. And this guy came in and went, excuse me, this is devoid of context. It's one of those things where, like, the fuck do you mean? This is not devoid of context at all. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess, like, he doesn't have a Hitler mustache. Instead, he went with a goatee, the more modernized version of the Hitler mustache. He went with the Heil Hitler goatee.
Look at you. I'm going to be fired.
Keep it up. You're gonna be fired. What are you doing, man?
Fire me.
Give me my food.
Fire me.
Just give me my fucking food and cut the bullshit.
Cut the bullshit?
Yeah,
What
give me my
bullshit,
food.
pussy?
Why are you shouting? You got this, right? He's calling me a pussy. You
I
got
did.
this. You're gonna be
I
fired
did.
tomorrow.
You called me a beaner.
You're back here
You
hollering
called me
white
a
power,
beaner.
and you're back
You
here
called me a beaner.
giving your
Who are you
election vote. Give
talking
me
to?
my fucking food, bro. Please,
Election?
right now.
Give you your election. You were being voted.
That guy doesn't look racist. Dog, he was literally doing he Sig Heiled on camera. Like, he wasn't reaching for something, okay? He was just straightforwardly Sig Heiling on camera.
Fuck you fucking beaners. Like, what is that? How are you okay with this?
Damn, more context just unlocked. He didn't want to say the slur on camera again until he got his fucking burger. God, Americans are so pathetic. Okay, dude. Look, there you have it. More context. I mean, he already Sig Heiled. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, burger. Americans only love two things, burger and racism. He was like, I'm not going to be racist again until you give me my treats, okay? Give me my treats now.
Hey, I'm pretty sure your wife is not even white.
Europeans fucking colonized this fucking country.
Did he ask for a manager? He did. He said, you're going to get fired. And that's what he said. After Sig Heiling, without a shred of irony, he Sig Heiled and then went, you're going to get fired. I love that the guy said, your wife doesn't even look white. Yeah, by the way, why the fuck would you ever trust that fast food after you berated with racially charged statements the fucking people making your food? Like, they put their nutsack in there, dog. You're eating nuts, okay? And not the kinds that are used to fry the French fries at Five Guys, okay? I'm talking human nut.
Reporting says employee did get fired for edited video from a different source. Wait, what?
Fucking beaners are fucking invading it. You're
Who's invading? Who's invading? Who's invading? Who's invading? Who's invading?
That's a suit. That is 100% a lawsuit. This guy's wife is the person in chat asking you to talk about the 4B movement all day long. Okay, but she should practice the 4B movement. Actually, she should move on from the 4B movement and just practice having sex with other people while she's in a marriage with this racist charlatan. Okay? Yeah, practice the 5B movement where you fuck the pool boy. You know what I mean? Practice different techniques of dick sucking. You know, shit that you would never do to this fucking dipshit. Live your life, you know what I mean? Yeah, how about the 4D movement where you try 4Ds in 4 different days? Hasan Pro cheating? I mean, if you ask me what I think that man deserves, having his wife cheat on him is lower. I think it's probably like much lower than like what I think should happen to him. Five Guys known for his burgers and fries, but in the spotlight for a different reason. They came in, they called us slurs and got fired, said Aiden Renova, former Five Guys employee. He was present during an incident caught on video where a man is seen shouting racial slurs. Renova is seen asking the man to leave. According to Renova, the man came into the establishment on election night to pick up an order. He then asked one of the employees for whom he was voting. That's kind of a weird thing to bring up to someone who's making your fries, said Renova, which is a threat, okay? That is the nicest way to threaten someone as a fast food employee, okay? Yo, he basically was like, man, this guy didn't even wait for the election for all the votes to be counted to fucking start popping off in the most racist ways possible. The employee replies saying they voted for Kamala Harris. The man proceeded to call the employee a racial slur under his breath. That's when the employee pulled out his phone to record. I go up to them and ask the guy, hey, man, what are you doing? Why are you saying racial slurs? The man left Five Guys after the shouting match concluded. The employee taking the videos was fired following the incident. Renova said he decided to quit after the employee was let go because he didn't agree with the company's decision. Jeff Parker, owner of the Grand Junction, said, we are very concerned about this incident and everything that's followed. We are investigating offline to understand the full story. At this time, we are not at liberty to discuss employment personal matters. We do not tolerate racism in our establishment and are working with our crews to ensure the safety of employees and customers are safety, our top priority. We expect our employees and customers to treat each other with respect. The identity of the man in the video has not been confirmed. Bro, yeah, it's going to be hard to find this fucking guy. You know what I mean? It's going to be hard to figure out who this fucking guy is. Probably a million of them out there.
Who's invading? Who's invading? Hey, you tell
Europeans fucking colonized this fucking country.
Europeans fucking colonized this fucking country. It's like, dude, you're an inbred fucking loser who's probably going to die of heart disease in the next 4 fucking years, okay? Stop feeling like you're one of the OG genociders, okay? You didn't colonize shit. The only thing you're colonizing is that goddamn burger, okay? You stupid fuck. This comes from such a severe place of weakness for so many of these goddamn losers where they're just like, we colonized this land. We're European. It's like, dude, you are like 11 generations removed from your, like, you know, criminal, possibly rapist fucking great grandfather coming here with like $3 fucking in his pocket. Okay. Shut the fuck up. No neck having ass motherfucker.
Anne çıkaracağım mı? Bak bak biliyor bak görüyor musun? Oh. You're a bunch of fucking invaders. Oh my god. Yeah, the only thing colonized is his arteries with fucking saturated fats, dude.
Who's invading? Who's invading? Who's invading? Who's invading? Who's invading? Hey, you touch him, I'll beat your fucking ass. What's up? What's up?
Get the fuck back, Peter.
Hey, woo!
Oh, I'm leaving.
You're so cool. You're a badass, my guy. Get out. Get out.
Please leave.
Get out. Get out. You're
Thank
gone.
you.
You're gone. Get out.
Thank you.
Hey, you couldn't slam me.
You walk outside, we're gonna have a fucking problem.
He couldn't even slam the door, dude. Oh my god.
You're disturbing the customers. Please leave.
Thanks,
Why
Mom.
did you called me a pussy? You could have swung at me. I'm right here. You walked out. Yeah, walk out now. Big guy. Big guy.
Should be fired, but he was right to tell the Nazi to fuck off. Should be fired? What? Dude, oh my god. I have gotten every variety of dumbass in the chat in the last, like, every variety of like 2016 era dumbass in the chat. We got number one, the context understanders. Okay. Excuse me. Where's the context? Yeah, we're back in 2016 purgatory. We got the civility dickheads in here. Okay. And now we get the extreme centrism. Motherfucker said customers always right, even when they're sig heiling. Oh, that's so sick. Why should he be fired? Walk me through the steps. Do you think that like low wage fast food employees deserve to get fucking racially berated by absolute scumbags like this? What's happening? You know? You think that's valid? Is just sit there and fucking take it? Chatter is Mr. Krabs, yeah. Hey guys, just so you know, if a customer yells at you when you're working, if they yell racial slurs at you, you should be fired. Like even if you don't say anything, you should be fired. Just because you are the victim of a hate crime in that situation. Fuck it. You shouldn't have been Mexican looking in the presence of a white supremacist. Oh, that's awesome. That's great, man. Oh. Remember when I used to talk about this where I would say like retail and like fast food and shit would be infinitely better if the people that work there could just like ban people like I do? Like think about that. Just like you just boop, tap on their head and they just perish. They're just immediately escorted out and they just can't go back into the establishment. How much sicker would that job be? The level of freedom I have and the control I have over this chat is fantastic. Apparently he wanted to sue. Video viral, Five Guys customer yelling racial slurs goes viral. The guy started asking questions about the election. Aiden Renault, it's kind of disheartened me, you know, racism is real, it exists and everyone knows it exists, but like no one ever thinks you're going to be called you're going to be the one called slurs at Five Guys. What a fucking quote. Renault's coworker whose name omitted for safety reasons originally posted the video on TikTok, later re-uploading it to Reddit. Video was taken by TikTok due to the language used, but Renault says things didn't end there. The guy apparently called the corporate Five Guys and said he's going to sue for defamation because we posted the video where he came to the Five Guys and called us the B word. The woman in the video is said to be his wife, and the video's caption says she works at Community Hospital, Western Slope. Now reached out to the hospital for comment and received the following statement. She's affiliated with the community hospital through the pathology group. We have watched the video and in no way condone any behavior that is disrespectful towards another person. We will not be doing anything about it. I don't know. I'm of two different minds in this situation. Like, if it's the guy should definitely get fucking, you know, he should get clapped up. Oh, this kind of stuff would not even be left up to, you know, individual vigilante style justice campaigns, which are going to get so much worse, and it's going to get fucking annoying. It's going to get so goddamn annoying because, like, one, Nazis are going to start feeling really fucking comfortable, and they already have. And then two, in that process, what Chris Hayes is covering, internet Nazis now. You know who? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, Nick Fuentes? Ugh, yikes. Destiny's friend Nicholas Fuentes. So, they're already doing that, right? Nazis are getting fucking hella comfortable. But then beyond that, I think like people are going to recognize that like the institutions do not defend marginalized people. So they're going to take matters in their own hands. And we're going to have this endless torrent of like vigilante justice. And then some people who aren't being racist are going to get swept away in that too. Okay, get packed up because TikTok does have a tendency to go fucking nutty. This is, you know, just look forward to all of that. It's coming. And then the pendulum will swing in the other direction again. It'll like society will overcorrect itself. Then it will swing in the other direction. It's going to happen. We're closer to Batman than police reform. Yeah. Americans won't have TikTok for much longer, lol. Oh, yeah. I forgot. They're going to ban it, right? They were pumping so many ads on TikTok that I forgot that they want to ban TikTok. I hope they don't do it. I just passed 1 million followers.
Mario, I'm the one who was recording the other day. So I thought I'd give you all a really quick backstory and a quick update on what's happening. So quick backstory is he approached me and he said, as a Latino man, who do you support and who do you vote for? After I said it was Kamala, and he asked me why. I gave him my reasonings on why I don't support Trump. He didn't appreciate that, I guess, and that's when he proceeded to call me the racial slur. I proceeded to tell him to leave. He refused, and that's when I started recording, and well, you guys saw the video. Now, quick backstory. Quick update. So, yesterday night, I go to work, and unfortunately, I hate to say it, I was laid off. They fired me. Yeah, fired. They fired me because apparently, I guess someone else shared the video, which had his and his wife's actual names. You know, because that's not his actual name, but it had the real names. It had their workplace, and it had all that personal information. Anyways, it got screenshotted, and I was the one who got accused of doing that. It wasn't me. I showed my manager the proof. I showed her the video. They said, oh, well. They said it was me. I begged to be on.
Bro got fired with a child. Bro got fired. He has a kid for being a victim of a hate crime. What a fucking insane country we live in, dude. It's kind of funny looking back at that video where you said you don't think the Harris campaign is good and the comments were coping. Like you called that shit and Libs did not want to listen. Yeah.
To be honest, to keep my job because I need it. I have a family and well, anyway, so I got fired yesterday, and today I found out some more stuff. They're claiming that I quit, actually, that I got very emotional, supposedly, that I just got angry and I quit and I left. I'll be honest, I did get emotional. I mean, if I got fired, you know, for trying to stand up for myself. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, you know. I got called sons. I've never been called that before, so yeah. Anyways, that's kind of the latest update, I guess I could say.
I think there's a legal case here for unlawful termination. You can't just like fucking fire someone for filming a customer while they're in the process of doing a hate crime to you while you're working. That's fucking insane. Dude, you don't need to go on TikTok. You need an attorney, dog. What are you doing? I mean, I hope this TikTok gets someone. Right, wrongful termination lawyer up. I was wondering if I could, but since he never actually touched me, I figured no one would take it, but I would look more into it. No, you definitely can. Get a fucking TikTok attorney, dude. Get Jayoma on the case. Jayoma will fucking get him put in that Supermax. The one in Colorado, the one that's like on the side of the mountain or whatever, where like the Boston bomber is. Ciao was about to put his ass in ADX Florence, dude. Yeah. Can Lolo help? Dog, no. Neither Jayoma nor Lolo can help. They're not. They haven't passed the bar in the state of Colorado. Okay. Harris did not say the word transgender in this campaign. Republicans were obsessed with trans people, spent $250 million, and the money was spent convincing voters that she was obsessed. Yeah. This isn't a repudiation of transgender rights. Voters don't care one way or another about trans people. It's a repudiation of silence rather than calling out extreme obsession. She allowed them to criticize her on that point, and she could have won on that had she criticized them. Exactly. She should have said like this hyper focus, this hyper fixation on trans people is fucking weird. We're talking about trying to save Americans. We're talking about trying to fucking put money on Americans' tables, in Americans' pockets. We're trying to put food on Americans' tables. Okay, trans people are our neighbors. They work in the same fucking shit ass job market that you do. Okay, suck my dick. There's bar reciprocity. I didn't know that. Only time Kamala Harris talked about trans people was when she was talking about how she prosecuted transnational gangs. This was also gross little piglet Bari Weiss oinking on fucking Fox News, saying basically the same shit that Joe Scarborough is saying on MSNBC.
How can progressives win again?
I fucking hate her. She's such a goddamn scumbag. One of the greatest hypocrites of all time. Like, you know, she's a Canary Mission style, like, let's ban every fucking college professor and student for speaking out against Israel. Long before October 7th, mind you. She's been doing that for years, while she simultaneously has presented herself as like Madam Free Speech. I hate these fucking assholes, dude.
By looking at what went wrong here, by taking this moment and allowing...
Yeah, she started her career as campus Gestapo and then pivoted to like free speech on college campuses. You know? Mike from PA said, I deserved a ban, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, that's like... I didn't even click on the clip. I just saw the summarization of the clip. And if it was even like 10% close to what the summarization said, then yeah, you can't say that. I'm not even going to repeat it, okay?
allowing it not to be a retrenchment of the idea of, you know, half of Americans want a fascist regime. They don't. They want a good life for themselves and their families, and actually looking in the mirror. It turns out that running on these extraordinarily niche issues like gender fluidity or defunding the police or any number.
There's never been a moment where Kamala Harris ran on gender fluidity. What the fuck are you saying? Who has ever run on gender fluidity? Like, there's not a single person that has ever done that. It's like, I don't even think she knows what that means. She's 60 years old, dumbass. Oh. Yeah, let's just make shit up, dude. Fuck it. Kamala Harris should not have run on instituting neopronouns, okay? Kamala Harris should not have run on ensuring that people with food sensory disorders would be able to eat Frosted Flakes and Kellogg's even during times of work stoppages at the Kellogg's factory, okay? It was really fucked up. It was really fucked up when she ran on those things. And she should have never done that. Okay? Asman can say Germany knows they have a solution for immigrants while he watched the Tyler video, though, and demand the CEO of Twitch ban someone. Yes, brother. We're in 2016 again, okay? Republicans are going to fucking cry bully nonstop and try to get people deplatformed actively while simultaneously, God forbid, like anyone who is saying like the most unimaginable heinous shit, if they even get touched, if they even get a fucking warning, it's going to be, you know, Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem. Yeah.
Number of things that people in places where I live get extremely excited about don't actually matter or frankly feel profoundly out of touch to ordinary Americans. So if progressive is about, you know, these niche issues that you find on college campuses and in gender studies department, and you want
to Bari Weiss put a direct target on Rafat al-Rara's back, and the Israeli government assassinated him and his family.
Keep doubling down on that, you're going to continue to lose.
God, there is no karmic justice in this world. Ugh. What is this? Those of you who don't know,
yes,
this is what Bari Weiss looks like, dude. Literally.
Yeah, find an old picture of me without the stash. We look exactly the same. Yeah.
It looks like you got a wig on, dude. It's just.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
And she's just as fucking stupid as I am, by the way. I just admit that I am.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you're also way more entertaining.
Yeah.
For the. I sure hate being a niche issue. What do you mean? Oh my God. Like, please tell me you're not advocating for Kamala Harris to run on gender fluidity. Okay? Is that... Oh, Bari Weiss. Oh, you're talking about Bari Weiss saying trans people are a niche issue. Like, ugh, I hate this shit. It's like, leave trans people alone, please. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not hurting you, okay? Trans people can't hurt you. Huh? She looks pretty. You don't have to insult terrible people's looks. It just makes you look stupid. Anyone that looks like her feel bad for no reason. I find this very funny because you're literally talking about a guy who's saying that she looks like him.
self, as in directly the person that looks like the person that I'm insulting. Stavi Baby himself said, she looks like me. You're the one who says she's ugly. And I guess you're saying Stavi Baby looks ugly too, which is fucked up. That's really fucked up. Apologize right now. Apologize right now. Apologize right now. You said Stavi Baby is ugly. No, I don't think they look similar, but neither is it unattractive. I don't see the point in acting this way. They look exactly like one another. And you literally just said calling someone like that hideous is you know, gonna hurt someone that looks like that. The person who looks like that is Stavi Baby. They're twins. You have some weird form of like not seeing that. I just don't get the point of bringing it up in the first place because it's not relevant. Stop arguing with 2016 Hasan. You're not going to convince them. No, I'm doing it. I'm back in. I got all the smoke. I got all the smoke for the rad libs. I got all the smoke for the fucking neo-Nazis. We're so back. I got the smoke for the centrists. We're back, baby. We're back. Except back then, I didn't have a Twitch stream. Okay. I was just on the Young Turks. I'm not a rad lib or a centrist. You are just annoying. I don't know what your political background is, but you're just fucking annoying. Okay? That's what you are. Sure, that's fair. Okay. Respect. We're so back. We're so back, baby. Oh my God. We got unrestricted, unfettered neo-Nazi shit on the one hand. And bro, you're going full H3. Wait, what? What does that mean? Can't insult your chat. Sarcasm. That's literally like 80% of my content. People find themselves in here, and you know we're just gonna have fun with it. There's not much else you can do about it. All right, let's see what Tim Walz said in his concession speech.
It's like my life is in front of me as I look around here and see everybody. So it's wonderful. But look, folks, I just want to acknowledge the moment. It's hard. It's hard to lose. It's hard to understand while so many of our fellow citizens, people that we have fought so long and hard for, wound up choosing the other path. It's hard to reckon with.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, civility obsessed chat is more worried about that than policies. Yeah, I'm telling you right now, if they find a way to like get like a suited up neo-Nazi and do a puff piece like the New York Times used to do with like Richard Spencer, I'm fucking losing it. I feel like it's coming. That is so in the pocket. That's so 2017, 2018 coded. If that's the final stage of being in 2016 is like hyper focus on culture war. All aspects of culture get worse and worse overall. Okay. Battle lines are drawn. And then ultimately these like centrist media outlets, liberal media outlets start doing like puff pieces on fucking neo-Nazis, being like, well, this guy is misunderstood. This misunderstood white identitarian. This misunderstood white identitarian has been defending the white race. Some call him a neo-Nazi. Others call him their savior. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Holy fuck. We're so cooked.
With what that path looks like over the next 4 years.
Oh.
So if you're feeling deflated, discouraged today, I get it. Take some time, take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones, take care of your community. There's a million ways to make a positive difference, and get back in this fight when you're ready. And know that whenever you're ready to get back in that fight, I'll be standing right here ready to fight the fight with you.
I don't know if Walz will run in 2028. Poor guy. I'm going to miss my baby girl, Tim. Oof. Anyway, let's continue.
Investigating along with state and local law enforcement, but we still don't know how people got these phone numbers and who's behind this.
Yeah, I thought Devereaux, the student in your package, summed it up nicely when he said it hits different coming after this election. Number one, there's nothing funny about it. It's so disgusting and so scary that it's being targeted. I got three different people in different states that said, have you heard about this? This is what's happening. It's very frightening. How do they know the people are black that they're sending it to? That's what I'm trying to
We don't know, and that's one of the scariest things, like you said, Gail.
And it has their names.
Your name, they know that you're black, they know what city you live in, because in some of the messages it says report to this location in Atlanta to go to the plantation. And it really brings up trauma that's passed down generations. I mean, slavery was not that long ago. And it's so disturbing.
Yeah, it really is. Adriana, thank you so much.
If the Democratic Party continues to cater to those type of people.
Post breakdown of laughter over left Trump meltdown. They call us weird. Wait, where's the left meltdown? Oh, they're doing the left is melting down shit. Oh, God. They're doing the 2016, like, liberals are crying shit. I'm not going to lie. I feel like while there are a lot of people who are understandably very frustrated by the situation that unfolded, it's the second time around. It's a rerun. So I feel like there's significantly less people. Like, people just kept coming in to my broadcast the night of the election to be like, oh, you're crying. And I was like, I'm not. I expected this. And not only did I expect this, but also, like, shit is fucked up regardless. And I feel like they didn't really get what they wanted out of me. And I don't know if they got what they wanted out of others either.
If the Democratic Party continues to cater to those type of people, they're going to keep losing. I mean, just the reaction shows you these are the same people that want the wokeness, that wanted the border to be open, that wants the trans ideology stuff to be in the classroom with children. You have to reject this side of your party if you want to start.
I can't begin to explain to you how fucking nefarious and damaging this is that both Fox News and MSNBC and CNN are in unison portraying the Democratic Party's like campaign mistakes as like something that they didn't even do in an effort to basically normalize more bigoted sentiment being expressed. We are in a very bad place. In a very, very, very bad place, dude.
This was, I mean, Philippe,
tough medicine this morning from Philippe Rines. Wow, a rich corporate consultant lobbyist who is now part of two failed presidential campaigns blames nebulous political correctness rather than pointing the finger at himself and all his rich friends' failures to achieve the task they were paid handsomely to do. It's funny how every time some rich consultant scapegoats college kids, trans people, or some other vague woke boogeyman, it's presented as some edgy truth-telling in tough medicine. It's the most popular scapegoat after every election. It's not brave to deflect blame from yourself. Philippe Rines perfectly sums up corporate consultancy world. I failed at doing my one job. Now listen to me about how to best do the job that I failed at. I played Trump in Hillary Clinton's 2016 debate prep. Here's what it takes to beat him. And they just keep failing over and over again. Give us a shot. I'm done. I'm done with this shit. Give us a fucking shot, dude. Give the people a shot. Give the people a chance. You have lost time and time and time and time and time again. Okay? It's time to try something different. I'm sick and tired of the same old fucking nonsense. I want a Democratic Party that actually fights fascism. Okay? I don't want a Democratic Party that is basically trying to capture the essence of the fascist movement and like trying to do their own more moderate version of it. Okay? I don't want moderated, managed fascism. I want anti-fascism. Okay? What the fuck is this nonsense, dude? It's done. It's done. Give it up.
You keep fucking running this shit to the ground every single fucking time, and then you complain about the same old bullshit. It's done. It's over. Give it up. Liberalism is dying, okay? You are woefully incompetent, deliberately incompetent. And the very fact that corporate media props up these fucking assholes is so goddamn annoying, okay? Put me in there, coach. I'll go on CNN. Casey Hunt, put me up there. I'll talk to them. I'll talk to them. It'll make for great content. I promise you. You'll have fucking ratings like you've never seen before, okay? Straight up. Straight up. Someone's got to do it. What the fuck is happening? Absolutely. What is going on right now? What is happening? Why is no one saying the truth? We just went from Fox News, right, being like, oh, you got to stop this woke nonsense, to CNN saying, we got to stop this woke nonsense.
This was, I mean, Philippe, I understand what you've been saying all morning. You know, don't overread. But this was sweeping in, you know, the popular vote.
No, I'm not.
You lost. You're a fucking big old loser, okay? You're a giant, phony, baloney, big, fat fucking loser, all right? You're done. You're cut. You're done. What is this? This is why Americans love meritocracy in sports, okay? Because guess what, dude? Bronny James, a.k.a. Le Seaman, a.k.a. Le Nut. If he can't cut it in the NBA and the big leagues, you're sending his ass down to the G Leagues, okay? That's it. That's it. There's no, okay, he gets more playtime. Like, it doesn't work that way. It don't work that way. Even though Le Goat deserves to have his Le Son, Le Sperm, play alongside him if he wants to do so. Ultimately, you know, he's got to develop in the G Leagues. He might not be able to, but it doesn't matter. If you can't put up numbers, you got to go. Bro grew his own teammate. Yeah, it's fucking sick. What is bro talking about? You know what I'm talking about. The fuck is this shit? Why do we keep rewarding these fucking assholes, dude?
I'm not saying don't overread. I'm saying try to narrow the factors and in some, you know, orderly way unpack what happened. So let's just say.
First of all, I will never quit meat riding, okay? Because LeBron has decadent meat that deserves to be ridden. I've said this over and over again. I don't care, okay? You can say Hasan, pause. You can say holy moly. You can say glaze. You can spam riding all day, every day, okay? It's true. He is the GOAT. He is my GOAT. He is the best. It's not even dick riding. It's just being realistic about the greatest athlete, generational talent that blessed basketball, blessed our eyeballs, okay? He invented basketball. They should change it to Le Basketball, okay? Stop. Let's continue.
I'm wrong about what I said earlier, that inflation could have been hunky-dory and we would have lost about these things. Either way, here's the problem. I'm not concerned right now what the right thinks about the Democratic Party. I'm concerned about what I think about the Democratic Party.
You're talking a big game about the next Democratic president, by the way, so everybody fucking calm down. I'm just letting you know. That is the next goddamn president you're talking about. Ohio's very own. When I say this, I fucking mean it. I don't care about like, oh, celebrities, like they should run for office. No, LeBron James is so good that he could be the LeBron James of winning the presidency, okay? He could be Le President. He needs to get a restraining order? No. Literally spinning on it. And you said that dem establishment are detached from reality. This is the most real I've been. This is the closest I've been to reality, okay? What the fuck do you mean?
I don't like to echo the congressmen, all three of them. I don't like the fact that a small portion of our party is pretty much dictating where we are.
I do love that liberals get to just fucking be like openly transphobic and racist, but then they can like couch it in, this is how you win elections. You know? Kamala Harris didn't say enough slurs. Sick, man. Good idea. Maybe that's why you're a fucking generational loser.
That they are pretty much, we are being branded as the most extreme of us. It is not only politically problematic, as we just saw, because none of this stuff helped the other day. Without a doubt, it's a problem. But we need to take stock of why we are being held hostage to the far left. No one should be and wants to be kowtowing to the extremes of their own parties. That just shouldn't, to the extent that majority should rule, the majority of Democrats don't agree with the things that we are being tagged with. Now, how that
Take
works
through a couple of those things.
I think Democrats believe in common sense stuff more than you'd realize. I mean, it's not like any of us sit at home and don't talk to anyone. Most Democrats I know think there's a huge problem at the border. Most Democrats I know think, frankly, that males at birth shouldn't play in women's sports and vice versa. Now, you can have a healthy conversation within a party, and you have to have a room within a party for all this. But at the end of the day, if you have some of these issues that are 80-20 across the country, you really got to figure out why they're being so tagged with one. And on one hand, it's easy because it's politically sexy. There's a reason why $40 million in ads on this topic were thrown at the vice president. But how we go forward from here, first, it comes from us. Yes, we have to listen to everybody, but people, again, the Republicans don't get to tell us, because they won, like you said, for the first time in 20 years, and only the second time in 36 years, the popular vote, what everybody wants. This is still a 50-50 country. For us to go forward and be representative of the Democratic Party, all whatever tens of millions, 500,000, you know, half the country, whatever you want to, however you want to describe it, we have to reorient it towards, and, you know, the congressman made the point that he's up until today.
Yeah, it was crazy when trans people were like, I mean, some, not all, but like there were some trans people that were like, we're voting for the Democratic Party out of like pure protection. And remember the conversation I had with some of the trans chatters that were saying that? And I was like, listen, if the Democratic Party was dropping the ball on trans people, I'd be right there with you, defending you in the same way that I would defend undocumented migrants, in the same way that I am uncompromising in my values for Palestinian people. I'm there. Remember who you thought were your allies in that regard. Okay? Yeah. Remember how much they yelled at Chapel Roan? You literally said this anti-discourse would happen post-election 3 weeks ago? Yes, I did.
Today, afraid to say it. And God knows what'll happen on my Twitter when I get home. But it starts with that kind of thing.
Yeah, that afraid to say it.
Yeah.
Do you think that that really fundamentally tells the story of why Democrats were broadly rejected here? I mean, insert whatever issue into that rubric, afraid to say things about the border, about trans rights, about some of these other cultural things?
Well, I mean, the border is not fair, because the border is a wicked problem with legitimate differences of opinion, and frankly, no one's had a particularly good answer to it, and I don't think Donald Trump in his second try is going to have a good one. On the other cultural stuff, and I don't even know how to refer to it without saying...
Who is this heinous person? That's a failure. That's a failure right there. Hillary Clinton advisor, corporate lobbyist, who I believe also advised the Kamala Harris campaign as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm afraid to say something wrong, but the woke stuff, the PC police stuff, you'll see Republicans who say they're afraid to say X. I'm afraid to say X.
What are Republicans afraid to say, dog? Have you met a Republican? Like, they are not afraid to say anything, okay? Unless you mean slurs. So what slurs do you want to say? Just say it. Come on, big dog. Say it with your chest. Let it out. Let it rip, dude. We're in a post-Trump world. Come on. What slurs is swirling around in your fucking cranium, huh? What are you trying to say?
X. These congressmen are afraid to say X. Why? Why are you afraid to say X? It should be afraid if it's something stupid and hateful and makes someone feel that they don't belong. But saying I don't agree with you or saying that's not representative of the bulk of us, it's like Medicare for all is not something that the bulk of the Democratic Party believes in. But yet we spend tons of time on it. Now, on immigration, there are people who do believe, and I think I buy into it, that part of the problem we've had as Democrats is that we have gotten pulled to the left so far that we can't make common sense decisions. And look, I worked for Hillary, and she had to contend with Bernie. Bernie, went after Biden. I shouldn't say went after. He entered the primary. There's no evidence that the Bernie Sanders wing of the Democratic Party has met with any success or represents this party. Yet, we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue every time someone on the hard left says, "Oh, you can't do that." We're all going to paralyze. I mean, I don't know what the answer.
I don't know what to say that I haven't said for the past couple of days now, that I haven't said for the past couple of years now, that I haven't said, especially so in the past couple of months in Kamala's truncated campaign. These people need to go, okay? They need to be exiled to a faraway land. Put them on a fucking island, okay? I'm done. You should never, if you were this big of a fucking loser in any professional capacity, in any other field, you would be arrested, okay? You would be jailed permanently. You can't be this bad, this consistently in any other field except for being a cop. Okay? That's it. The only group, or being a CEO. CEOs, cops, and political consultants. Okay? Consistently paid to just not do their fucking jobs and do a piss poor attempt at it. And then constantly, me. It's not me. I'm not the reason why we fucking lost again. It's actually Bernie Sanders. It's actually the wokes. It's actually transgender people. I hate these fucking monsters, dude.
Answer is, but the answer is for people to start saying what they say on, WhatsApp and Twitter and whatever it is, that this is enough already. People can't. The PC police doesn't just apply to Republicans. It applies to, I don't know what I'd call myself. I just call myself a Democrat. I'm not a progressive. I'm not a lefty. I think I'm to the right of some Republicans on some topics. But
dude, why are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Like openly stating this is like jail. What did mom want? Uh-huh. I'll order it. Short rib? Okay. My mom wants me to order food for her. Okay. Every anti-left lib argument can be immediately countered by showing them Kamala completely failing to win areas where progressive candidates dominate. Okay, do you want that then? I didn't order him any. Oh
but, this general thing, especially parents, with kids in school, they're really bothered by this, and I get it. I get it.
All right, Philippe Reines, we'll be watching your Twitter all day.
Imagine going so neocon, Bill Kristol tells you to chill out and talk about progressive populist messaging instead. Lamau, I miss it. They had Bill Kristol telling her to pivot to left populism, and they kept handing Liz Cheney the mic. Interestingly, Bill Kristol, a top never-Trump Republican, publicly urged Harris in the final weeks of the campaign to pitch a progressive populist economic message against Trump and his army of billionaire supporters. In late October, he wrote on X, feels like maybe Kamala Harris should embrace Elizabeth Warren's ultra-millionaire tax and barnstorm on that policy for the next 10 days. I like that the imagination is still limited in this regard. It's shocking to hear that from neocon Bill Kristol himself, but it is funny that like he still capped his imagination at Elizabeth Warren, which is like technocratic, nerdy social democracy, which is again not a fucking populist sentiment. You're so close, yet kind of far. There is no need to complicate this, okay? Just say you are going to address the pain. That's it. Are people having a hard time with how much housing costs with rent? You're going to say you're going to lower the rent. You're going to fix the housing market by flooding the housing market with additional homes, additional units. You're not going to say no fucking public-private partnership. You're not going to do any of that nonsense. You're going to say you are going to flood the market with so many homes, it's going to put the Chinese ghost cities to shame. Okay? Okay, the second part, I'm joking. They're not. You should never say that. Never compare yourself to China. Unless you're going to talk about how you're going to outcompete China. Dumb question. Can those strategies be wrecked if someone throws the word socialist at it? No, not a dumb question. Understandable fear. It didn't. It demonstrably did not. You want to know why it didn't? You want to know why I'm so confident it didn't? Because Kamala Harris said she was going to tackle price gougers, which is price caps. Okay? And guess what? They said it was Vuvuzela. They said it was Venezuela. And it only got more popular because people don't give a fuck. As long as you're addressing their issues, people don't give a fuck what you call it, dude. There are a lot of dumb Americans out there who's going to be like, what? Socialism, I don't want it. I don't want it. But right now, people are fucking suffering, okay? People are suffering. There's too much economic volatility. There's too much instability. There's too much hurt. You could say whatever the fuck you want. You could be like, I'm jailing the Walton family. And if people assume, or if people believe that jailing the fucking Walton family, like putting them in chains is going to lower the price of eggs by 50 cents, they're going to be on board with it. They don't give a fuck. There are people out there who think deporting 20 million migrants is going to, fix the housing market or the economy, okay? They don't care. They just want it. They're like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not thinking. I'm seeing red, okay? Now, that red could be the blood of immigrants, or that red could be communism.
Blue states like New York and progressive hubs like Queens, the shift to the right among Latinos is noticeable.
About 2 years ago is when I really noticed the shift of a lot of migrants overpopulating, especially in the area where I work.
Stephanie Tim, mother and real estate agent from Queens, previously backed Biden, but is now siding with Trump.
Where do you think Democrats or the Harris campaign missed the mark?
Democrats for a long time represented the middle class, which is where a lot of us are. They made too much money to get benefits that were available for even migrants, right? And they made too little money to take advantage of the tax breaks. So I really did feel that that's where they did fail us.
As a woman, do you feel troubled with that choice?
Wait, what?
too little money to take advantage of the tax breaks. So I really did feel that that's where they did fail us.
As a woman, did you feel troubled with that choice?
I did. I know everyone was like, you know, how can you do this? You're a woman, you just gave away your rights. But I don't think that's exactly the message he was saying either.
Let me ask you both, who did you vote for in 2020?
Joe Biden. I vote for Joe Biden.
And in 2024?
Donald Trump. I changed to
Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump.
Donald Trump that year.
Why did you choose Trump this time?
For me, security, immigration, this situation with immigration is out of control.
Alejandro Vanderhoek and Uber Figueroa are both registered Democrats, but say a turning point was when Republican governors like Greg Abbott of Texas started busing migrants up north to cities like New York.
These gangs that come from the border. I came from Jackson Heights. Back in 2017 and 2016, even 2018, it was really quiet neighborhood. Not so much after 2020. For me, it's number one, economy.
What would you like to have heard that perhaps would have swayed you back into the party?
Oh, they were not consistent. I think they were just selling. Yes, I know Trump is not an easy person to adore, but I think he's very just blunt.
You hope he keeps his word.
He had 4 years to show he can do whatever he say, improve the country.
You know how Trump says, like, we're going to revoke the broadcasting license of television networks that have been mean to him? If given the opportunity, I would do that to Univision like yesterday. Okay? Many of us do not speak Spanish, so we do not know what is going on over there. Okay? But let me tell you, it's not good. It is not good. Okay? From this point out, tell us, sir, only, okay? No more Univision. You will be a regime defender. That's it. You're going to be out here talking about how Maduro is actually the GOAT and fucking Guam belongs to Venezuela. No more Univision. Is done. Okay? Not Guam. I said Guam. Fuck it, Guam too. Instead of Guyana, I said Guam. Fuck it. Guam also belongs to Venezuela. New imperial superpower Venezuela. Grew up with Telemundo and Univision as a Spanish speaker. Why do you feel it's bad? I feel like Univision has gotten fucking increasingly more right wing as years have gone by. Like, and it happened in like a relatively short period of time. A lot of the Spanish language television, has like gotten insanely right wing.
Country.
I also heard a lot about conservative values, and when I asked voters about Trump's character and criminal conviction, they said that they differentiate between the man and the way they hope he will govern. Now, Nora?
Lilia Luciano, thank you very much for your reporting.
I know you're not enjoying that protein donut. I am. What happened with the audio? Did the audio get fucked up? That shit dry as hell, huh? It is. They should talk AMLO a lot. Bro, look at the tweet I tagged you in 30 minutes ago. Brother, are you okay? Like, you think I'm going to be able to see the fucking tweet you tagged me in? 30 fucking minutes ago? Do you know how many fucking notifications I get every second on Twitter?
Most of this stuff on this side is Mexico. And then everything on that side is the United States. Okay, and both Nogales.
In a town that sits between two nations,
Dog, if you want to fucking send me a link, you gotta fucking subscribe, okay? Which will allow you to also not only send me links, but watch the VODs, which are now logged behind subscription. Okay? That's it. And you can do that for free. With the Twitch Prime. Twitch Primes are free. That's an L move? No, it's a W move. I had to do it. My haters were going crazy. My haters were going crazy. Now they have to pay me. Making my haters my waiters in the table of success. You don't think locking your VOD's a mistake? Lots of people won't get your message. Yeah, if only it was like readily accessible on fucking YouTube for free. Uncle Grampy, thank you for the 50 get the subs.
Montiel knows exactly
Locking VODs here helps the clipping and VOD
where he stands on immigration.
These are people who are illegal. They don't belong in the United States. They need to come in, and we welcome them, but it has to be legal.
For 8 decades, he's lived on Arizona's southern border and has grown increasingly skeptical.
Hi. I'm showing them around. Have a good day.
He's like, wait a minute. Like, wait a minute. Hold on now. You're looking real Mexican, which, by the way, I myself, part of the CBP, also am Mexican. 52% of Customs and Border Patrol are Hispanic. Never forget.
Good day, sir.
How effective do you think the border control are?
Right now, no good.
That skepticism is why he voted for Donald Trump.
I want to see laws passed that says no one can come into the United States if you're not documented.
At their home, his wife Lupita shares those feelings.
What do you think about how Joe Biden has dealt with immigration?
He was horrible. He just let everybody come.
See that?
He just let everybody come from everybody, every place, without vetting them.
Beneath the political posturing is the concrete reality here on the Mexican.
I, for one, love that everybody assimilates when they come to America. Okay? It's great. America, the land of the free, home of the brave. You come here, you will, in a matter of years, become the most racist, white supremacist asshole you've ever seen. I mean, for some, like that one famous Turkish guy that was on Fox News, you can cross the border and instantly get fucking warped.
Like instantly lasered in the brain. All of a sudden you're like, yeah, what the fuck? There could be rapists crossing the border. What are you guys doing? Why is this so easy to cross? I mean, not me, but like there could be others. That is straight up, I think, the world record. I guess the only way you could beat that world record is if you were, before you crossed the border, you were saying like, man, this wall, they really got to stop guys like me from walking over this wall, and then you walk over it. You know what I mean?
Border. Last year, record numbers of people entered the United States illegally.
When are you going to comment on tokenism as opposed to meaningful racial representation within ICE? What, tokenism? Brother, Customs and Border Patrol is in border towns. Border towns have a lot of Hispanic people living in them, and they fucking work for Customs and Border Patrol. That's it. No, you didn't tell me what you want. Here, Mom, here, take this. Kaya, place. Oh. Order whatever you want, Mom.
Donald Trump's plan to deal with the issue presents economic, logistical, and legal challenges. Those promises of mass deportations, no matter what the price tag, are dividing opinion.
The country was built on immigration, that it's been such an integral part to its culture and to its economic success. And I think it's sad that it's turned into such a,
give it to me after getting what you want,
negative.
I vote for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Because
maybe the second one was
the last time when he was president, he was pretty good.
Then it's me, and then it's my baby.
But for others, like young mom Karina, it's more than a debate. Her husband has applied for citizenship, but she fears stricter rules could impact her family.
I guess I'm just like worried about all the families because it's already happened before that they get separated, and it's just scary to think it's going to happen again.
In the wake of an election, America is moving into a new era. But on immigration, the dividing lines will be set in the same places. Shingabaruke, Sky News, Nogales in Arizona.
A sharp swing among Latino voters toward Mr. Trump was critical to the now president-elect's win. And the number one issue driving that shift, the economy, according to exit polls. NBC's David Noriega spoke with a family in Battleground, Nevada about why Latino voters shifted so significantly toward Mr. Trump and why his victory is giving them hope for a better future.
No, not right now. Mario and Mireya Alvarez found the American dream in Las Vegas.
Would you like some coffee?
They came to the U.S. from Mexico and Guatemala in the 80s, with his job in a supermarket and her job in a casino.
I didn't know that motherfucker Greg Abbott was an evil electoral genius. Dude, he's not. He's just evil. He's not a fucking genius. It's not like genius to just be like, I'm going to directly violate the law. The problem is the dumbass that was the head honcho, Joe Biden, didn't correctly apply the fucking law. Okay? That's the issue. I said so many times. I said so many fucking times. I was like, listen, this is an opportunity for the Biden administration to prosecute Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis for human trafficking, okay? And then offer a shit ton of funds to the areas that Greg Abbott was sending people to so you can handle the processing and handle the housing of all the people that went there to basically demonstrate that it is not a problem. Like, immigration is not an issue. But, of course, they never did that. And instead, you know, here we are. They pushed for a right-wing fucking border bill instead because they're stupid.
They bought a house and raised 3 children. Now they wonder if their kids and grandkids will inherit that dream. Is it still possible to do that for the younger generation?
That's my main concern right now. What's going to happen to our new generation? Nowadays, they're not even able to move out of their houses anymore because everything is so expensive.
Life wasn't expensive as it is right now.
First PlayStation.
We first met Mario back in February, when he was seriously considering a vote for Donald Trump. He was undecided, with previous votes for George W. Bush, Obama, Hillary Clinton, and Biden. At the last minute, he broke for Kamala Harris. But today, he's not upset about the results.
This motherfucker voted for George W. Bush, bro.
I'm kind of like more happy than upset. Why? Because Donald Trump is going to help the country with the economy.
The whole household is happy. Mireya and their 29-year-old son, Mario Jr., did vote for Trump.
Initially, I will say I did not agree with him. And then I started seeing that he was not afraid to speak his mind. And I noticed that he was not scared to say what he felt, regardless of what people would say. And I think I respect that about him.
So you liked his kind of brashness, his personality?
Yeah, I would say yes.
They're not alone. Across the country, Donald Trump made huge inroads with Latino voters. According to NBC exit polls, 55% of Latino men nationwide voted for Trump, a 19-point jump from 2020. Among Latina women like Mireya, an 8-point gain. And while Vice President Harris won a slight majority of the Latino vote overall, Trump increased his support 14.
I think there's something really fucking gross about this, by the way. That bears repeating, like before people say like slugs for salt or whatever. Guys, we are getting fucking fed a media narrative that is once again shifting the overwhelming weight of responsibility away from white people. Okay? It is very fucking annoying because both Latino men and Latino women still majority voted Democrat. Okay, in spite of the fact that the Democratic Party is not really offering dick. Okay, and everyone is talking about how like, oh damn, these dang Latinos are fucking voting for the Republican Party. It was a massive swing, right? It was a massive swing, and it's important to examine how we got here. But ultimately, and no, it's not the majority of Latino men that fucking voted for the Republican Party, unless you're looking at like a statewide data. But here is the national data on it. Latino men, 53% vote for the Democrats. 59% of Latino women voted for the Democrats. Okay, not that this says anything. Like it's not like, oh, you're one of the good ones or anything like that. Bro, it's not white or any voters. The DNC responsibility in full. Kamala ran a dog shit campaign. I agree. But I'm just saying, even on the calculation side, if you're looking to place the blame on someone, okay, it still doesn't track. Wait, it's just Georgia? This is the old one? Give me the new one. Like the Hispanic Latino population, 52% voted for. Like, look at this shit. White people make up 71% of the country, and 41% of them voted for the Democrats. And we're all like, man, how could these goddamn Latinos do this? You know what I mean? You got fucking like race wars playing out on TikTok of like black people saying that they're gonna call ICE on their neighbors, and this kind of shit. Like, it's so stupid. Like, I get the desperation and I get the anger and I get the resentment and frustration that people feel in their fucking hearts. But like, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to do this, especially when like, look at white people, dude. What the fuck? Yeah. White people, 57% still voted for the Republican Party. Like, what are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Oh, Latino men voted 55% for Donald Trump nationally. And Latino women, 38% voted for Donald Trump, which is still a major swing. But it still doesn't change the reality. You see what I'm saying? It says key states, not nationally. Why is there not national? Oh, it's not even overall. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, key states.
My whole timeline is like, thanks, Green Party voters. Can't wait till Palestine turns to glass. Yeah, that's the other part of it. That's like really fucking stupid. That people are like yelling at the Green Party when they didn't even get any. They get nothing. The Green Party got nothing, dog. Nothing. Y'all need to start blaming Russia or some ASAP. Yeah, God forbid you fucking blame. God forbid you blame the motherfucking Democratic Party, okay? God forbid. Also, when people say like, oh, can't wait for Gaza to be fucking glass, it's like, well, you're obviously not paying attention, okay? Because it is already leveled, you dumb fuck. You stupid racist bitch. Oh, I can't wait. Okay, well, it happened. You got your wish, you know? Stop vote shaming. Stop. And I'm pretty sure these exit polls are only same-day voters anyway. So we'll make broader inferences after.
Points from the last election. The top issue among Latino voters, like it is for the Alvarez family, the economy. With
Why does Asman hate you so bad? I don't even think he hates me. I think his community hates me, and he just like fucking repeats whatever Reddit is saying. That's it. His community definitely hates me, though. That's for sure. Like, that's not even a question.
Immigration, a distant fourth. Mario and Mireya both crossed the border illegally as teenagers, but became citizens under President Ronald Reagan's amnesty. They see themselves as different from migrants crossing the border today.
We need to report Republican-owned businesses with illegal aliens and report them ICE en masse. Create a panic in a Texas-like state. Dude, I'm banning you permanently. Dumb fuck. Yeah, dude. Let's just fucking, yeah, dude. That'll really show everybody. Let's just start doing deportations woke style. The fuck? Yo, none of that shit, dude. I will never allow that kind of fucking sentiment to take place in this community, okay? I was about to ban him for a week and I was like, nah, fuck that. What kind of goddamn liberal fucking racism is this? This is straight up a demonstration of scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds, by the way. Yeah, fuck you and your fucking party if that's what you think. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ, dude. That's an insane thing to say. So what, if the Republicans were woke tomorrow, all of a sudden you're just going to be a Nazi? I mean, that what you said is like akin to being a fucking Nazi.
In what way do you think they're different?
The people that are coming here are the criminals, you know? The ones that did something bad in their country, they're running away from their law.
Despite having close family members who are undocumented,
migrant invasion.
They don't believe they'll end up in Trump's crosshairs. When you hear Trump promise mass deportations, do you worry about them?
Yes and no. Because the ones that I know, they're doing good. They're not breaking any laws.
I believe he's going to start deporting all the bad people.
Trump won over the Alvarez family, and many like them.
Yeah, he will, except he thinks, you know, your family members are also bad people. Considering that there is no reason beyond the fact that they're just fucking racist, because it's not like undocumented immigrants are doing anything wrong. What they consider bad is just you're fucking brown. That's it. God, these guys are so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hi. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote por Donald Trump. Ay, 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 por Dios. Yo voy a votar
por Donald Trump.
Whether the economy improves and who exactly he chooses to deport may determine if he keeps them.
My family is Latino, and a lot of them.
Donald Trump on the campaign trail kept talking about how he was going to do the Eisenhower deportation principle, which is literally the Bracero program revamp, which was a deportation, forcible removal of 1.2 million Mexican and Mexican Americans, okay, including but not limited to deporting American legal permanent residents of Mexican descent. So it doesn't actually stop at just like undocumented migrants, because the entire purpose of this this protocol is not born out of like a real desire to stop crime, because there is no crime that they're fucking committing. It is just pure racism. That's it.
Are immigrants, but at the end of the day, we're American.
And joining me now from Las Vegas is NBC's David Noriega. What an extraordinary piece, David, extraordinary interviews, really well done. So let's talk about the fact that the economy is the top motivating factor. It is something that really, quite frankly, cut across all racial, socioeconomic backgrounds. This is the #1 issue for voters.
Yeah, Kristen, and a lot of the factors here have been developing for a long time. The cost of housing, for example, is an important one to consider, particularly here in southern Nevada. But the most recent and arguably the most,
I live in El Paso, Texas, often called the epicenter of the past migrant crisis. My apartment is 12 minutes away from the border. Every time I tell someone I'm from another city where I live, they always ask me about how dangerous it is to live here. I always tell them it's actually safer than most cities in the U.S. Yeah, I know. El Paso is fucking sick. That's so funny. Well, it's just like, it's the same. I live in California. I live in West Hollywood. And there was a time where not a day went by where there wasn't another fucking news story about how like organized crime is happening everywhere. And that people were doing these like assassinations on rich people. They would follow them into their homes or whatever, making it seem as though LA is like this fucking disgusting crime-ridden city. Riddled city, not ridden. And it wasn't the case. It was not correct. But it did not matter. You know? People just want to believe what they want to believe. You know what I mean?
consequential factor to consider is the pandemic. Las Vegas is a service industry town, right? The way one union official described it to me is, this is basically a factory town, and the factories are the hotels and the casinos you see behind me. That sector was hit particularly hard by the pandemic. So the people that I've been talking to in Nevada all year, the last 4 years haven't been good for them. Their workplaces shut down. The price of goods went up. The price of housing was already going up dramatically. The cost of childcare, everything, it was just harder and harder to make ends meet for regular working families. That is a huge driver in what we saw on Tuesday. And like you said, not just with Latinos, but with almost every demographic group.
Just fascinating. And one of the most fascinating parts of your report, David, was when the family said that, yes, they had actually come here illegally during the Reagan administration. Now, of course, they are here legally, and they see this very sharp distinction. Does that sort of match what you are hearing from other Latino members of the community there?
Yeah, Kristen, I've been hearing that all year from sort of swingy Latino voters, Trump-curious Latino voters, if you will, many of whom wound up, pulling the lever for Donald Trump. They'll define it differently, but pretty consistently when you ask, are you worried about mass deportations? What they'll say is that they don't believe it applies to them. Who they think it applies to, again, varies from person to person. The other important thing to consider here, Kristen, is that, a majority of Latinos did vote against Donald Trump. And for every family like the Alvarez family, there are others who are now deeply worried, deeply concerned about what is in store for them and their loved ones with the second Trump administration.
Please talk about the FEMA scandal. Dude, what is happening? What is going on? What the fuck? I don't know what this is, brother. I don't know what this is. Like, why are you sending me a
Dude. Yeah, Christian Walker, who I didn't even know the fucking full scope of his political opinions, who is similar to neo-Nazi Nicholas Fuentes. Hey, you know what I didn't do, brother? I didn't fucking give Christian Walker's phone number to other goddamn podcasts so he could get so he could get more prominence. I didn't have my wife or my mom in this situation make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That's so funny. That's amazing. I talked to him one time, pushed back on his fucking insane transphobia, and then never talked to him again. Yeah. That's cool though. I like that the retaliation for Destiny openly fucking platforming prominent neo-Nazi and giving him not only a platform but like access to other platforms is equivalent to Christian Walker, who literally tanked his fucking father's political run, by the way. He's done more against the American conservative movement than anybody in here. That chatter was making a bad joke, and I'm just, That's the level of severity of showcasing as a clown. He's a wrecker. No, I gotta go. I gotta go to bed. I'm so tired. It's fucking 7. We still have a goddamn podcast to shoot. Super late in the night, too. Anyway, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Felix Biederman in the building tomorrow. I'm going to be platforming yet another virulent, vicious anti-Semite, Felix Biederman himself. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat Vice. And all the ways the right wing just dreaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.